Good morning and welcome to our 28th weekly webcast. If this is the first time you're joining us, welcome. If you've joined us before, welcome back. And so the way it works is please type as many questions as you want to right now, right beside the video there in YouTube. And I promise you, I will answer every single question. And this call will never, ever, ever end until I've answered all questions. Our record so far is just over 6 hours, which we did in week number 23. And so before we get started, and as you're typing your questions, I want to talk about the Oscars. Now, this is a replica. It's not the real deal. But I hope you all had a chance to watch the Oscars this week. It was amazing. There was no host, but I thought it worked incredibly well. Now, this here is a replica, and I want to show it to you for a couple of reasons. First of all, just to let you know how much work goes into making these movies and these speeches too. So what you see here are 5 circles, and these are 5 film canisters, which represent the original branches of the Academy, the 5 original branches. This is 13.5 inches tall. It's 13.5 pounds. It's heavy, too heavy for me. But if you get a chance, and I use this as a prop for my complete presentation course, but if you get a chance, please do a search on Oscar speeches and watch a bunch of them, like Matthew McConaughey's speech from Dallas Buyers Club a couple of years ago was amazing for Best Actor. These speeches really inspire me because when these actors get these awards and they give the speeches, of course they rehearsed and they know how to give a great speech, but they're incredibly inspiring and authentic and real. And just if you ever want to learn how to give a great public speech, watch the Oscars. And there's plenty of YouTube videos online where you can watch previous speeches. Okay, great. I'm going to change this background here because it's a little bit bright and confusing. Hold on one second, and then we'll get started with your questions. And so please keep entering in your questions now, and I will get started in a second. That's a little bit better. Okay, great. All right. First question is from Conter. How are you? First time I've seen you on the call. Welcome. I hope you come back. Thank you. Hey, Chris, hope you're doing well. Say I have an idea and there is a company who's providing the same thing, then should I go with the same idea and compete with them or find something new? So I think that you have to network a lot in order to get customers. And every company that's in the same industry and selling a similar product that might seem like somewhat of a commodity, they network a lot. And so relationships are more important than product knowledge. And what I recommend doing is go to my website. This is a free book. Go to harounventures.com. Download this for free because I promise you, you will get a lot of customers if you network a lot and just understand that business, again, is about relationships first and product knowledge second. In terms of differentiating yourself versus the competition, what I recommend doing is surveying the customers or using an online tool like I've done, like SurveyMonkey. And in the past, when I wanted to create new courses for my students, I didn't know what topics to discuss or to teach about. And so I would go to SurveyMonkey and send out a survey. It's free to use. There's a premium version as well. So you want to survey the customers and ask the customer because the customer, which is you, the student, the customer is always right. And I also want you to think from a differentiation perspective, how is your business model going to be different than the competition in 5 years? So for example, let's say that you're starting a new social network. And rather than just doing text-based social networks or picture-based, kind of like what Instagram dominates right now, and to a lesser extent, Pinterest and Facebook, you might think of 5 years from now, more people will be using virtual reality. And this is just a prop from one of my courses, but you always have to ask yourself whether it's a company you're starting or a company you're investing in. Ask yourself this one basic question, which helps a lot, I promise. In 5 years, will this company or this technology be more relevant than it is today? And if you ask yourself that question, then it will stop you from investing in companies like Yahoo years ago, where we all knew that Google would be more relevant than Yahoo in search. The same thing can be said for BlackBerry, meaning Research in Motion, my beloved Canadian company that's no longer doing that well. So you always want to differentiate yourself as much as possible and ask the customer, always ask the customer. And what I recommend doing is take my complete business plan course. It's 30-day money back guarantee, full money back guarantee. You can even take it for 10 days and then get the money back. But that course will help you to crystallize your thought process as I help you build your business plan. And by the end of that course, you have a 50 to 100 page business plan covering every single topic, even financial modeling from scratch, even if you have no experience in business or finance or accounting at all. Also included in that course is a 10-page presentation I help you build. Now, there's 25 templates in that course for 25 different presentations. And there's also 50 business plan templates as well, which Wrigley, who works with me, did a wonderful job on. So take that course, please. And I hold this call every single week. It starts at 8 a.m., as you all know, Pacific time. It never ends. And so you can always come back and ask me questions about your business model as you refine it while taking my course or while taking other courses online. Okay, thank you for that. And if you have a follow-up, please let me know. All right, next up is Kartik. Kartik, how are you? Hello, Chris. I'm applying for a job on a campus interview. I want to work in accounting and finance, but the companies which are coming offer sales manager roles. Should I wait to apply in accounting jobs? Okay, so the question is, a company is coming to your campus to recruit in a division you're not interested in. They're recruiting in sales, but you're interested in finance and accounting. So I would always do what you're most passionate about. Early on, it's tough to choose whatever career we want. Sometimes it's limited number of opportunities, but I always recommend following your heart, because if this is empty, this won't work. And anybody that's ever been incredibly successful in business or media or entertainment or whatever, again, this is fake. Anybody that's ever been successful has loved what they've done. They've never done it for the money. So if you truly love accounting and finance, then follow your heart and go after that instead of just taking any job. And the best way to get any type of job is not to apply when they ask for your resume. And I know that sounds bizarre because you think, well, Chris, it's common sense. If a company wants to hire, they're telling you they want to hire. Well, the problem with that is whenever you see a job opening online, that means thousands of people apply for it. And a lot of times the person that gets that job is the one that's got a contact within that company. So what I recommend doing is you can read my free networking book. It's at harounventures.com. And I recommend networking as much as you can with people that work at that company that you want to work at in the department you want to work in. And it's really, really easy to do. All you have to do is send a very simplistic LinkedIn message and do an advanced search in LinkedIn and find somebody with something in common with you. You know, maybe they're from the same hometown. Maybe they're from the same university or high school you went to, or maybe both. And the methodologies are explained in much more detail in my book there. But the bottom line is, if you reach out to them and you have something in common with them, more likely than not, you're going to get people that say, yes, I will meet with you. And if you don't believe me, then picture this. Imagine this, please. 20 years in the future, a future version of you that's way more successful than you are right now is from the same hometown and went to the same school. And a 20-year younger version of you reaches out to that person and sends an in-mail message over LinkedIn or whatever social media they use in 20 years and says, John, for example, hope all is well. I'm also from Mississauga. That's where I'm from in Canada. And I also went to McGill University. Please let me know if you have time for a coffee in the next few weeks. Thanks, Chris. Of course you're going to take that meeting. Of course you are. Because that younger person reminds you of yourself. And that's what Steve Jobs did. And so if you want to, as homework, you can go to YouTube and do a search on Steve Jobs Ask. And you'll see that one of the only reasons that Steve Jobs is successful is because he reached out and asked for help. And I want you to do the same thing as well. And this doesn't just go for people on this call thinking of interviewing at a company. It goes for people that want to get a potential customer or a business partner. Networking is crucial in business. And the sooner we all realize that, the better. And one of the issues is when we all graduate from school, myself included, in hindsight, I thought, well, if I got good grades in school, everything works. And so I worked hard. And I started working and I realized, well, if I keep my head down and I work really, really hard, then I will get a promotion and I will get a raise. That's not the way the world works. You know, ask and you shall receive. It's prophetic. It's been true since the beginning of time. If you want to get a raise and a promotion in your company, if you work at a company right now, you have to ask for it. By the same token, if you want to get a job or you want to network and meet somebody in a department in a big company that interests you, you have to ask. And you have to ask over and over again. And I want you all to be incredibly comfortable with failure, because you'll never get anywhere in life unless you fail more times than you're successful. Many more times, failure-wise. So when you ask people to meet with you for informational meetings, just understand that you might fail 9 or 10 times in a row. And then on the 10th or 11th time, somebody will say yes, and that meeting can change your life. So please fail a lot. Please network a lot. If you have follow-up questions, please let me know. Thanks. All right. Next question is, another one from Kartik. Let me scroll down and see if there's any issues with the sound. Nobody is complaining. All right. And I saw at the bottom, somebody says I have that shirt as well. I can't wait to read that, but I can answer these in the order in which I receive them. This is old school, man. I'm kicking it old school. And Wrigley, who works with me, usually makes the cover image. So of this, so we'll do something like that. And I know you're rolling your eyes, and now I see why my kids get embarrassed whenever I'm around them. All right, so looks like there's no sound issues. We're great. Okay, Kartik has a follow-up. Also, I'm getting very stressed about not getting a reply after applying for accounting jobs on my online portal. I guess that means through your school. How do I deal with the uncertainty and fear of the future? Okay, well, whenever you want to ask for feedback on a job, if you just send an email in saying, hey, what's going on, in a more polite way, obviously. I know we interviewed 2 weeks ago. Am I getting the job? Am I going to get to the next round, et cetera? Instead of doing that, I never want you to do that, because that can actually be a bit damaging, because it might show that you're impatient. And I've done it before, and it's made it look like I'm impatient, which I am sometimes. What I want you to do instead is I want you to always, and this is generic enough to apply to everybody in this call, I want you to always answer, or I want you to always think from the other person's perspective. What do they want? What motivates them? And so in business, 3 things usually motivate everybody. They want to make more money, they want to get promoted, and they want to enjoy their job. So when you send an email to that person saying, instead of saying, hey, am I going to get the job, or am I going to get to the next round of interviews? I want you to add value. I want you to think about something you talked about during your conversation with them, and send them a follow-up article and say, hope all is well. I know that we talked about the Oscars and that incredible speech from Matthew McConaughey, for example. Here's an interesting article I found online, which actually dissects and interprets everything he said in his incredible and epic Oscar speech. Thank you. Just do that. Or you can send them something that helps them in their career. And so if you take my course called the Complete Job Course, what I provide you with is a number of templates that you can complete and hand to people whenever you interview with them. And there is one that's a sales template. There's one that's an accounting template, an operations template, human resources template, assistant template, technology template, etc., depending on what job you're interviewing for. And on that template, you basically just fill it in. It's PowerPoint based. It's really, really easy to complete. But let's say that you're interviewing for a sales position and you haven't heard back from the person you interviewed with. You can send them the completed sales template that I provide you with. And on that template are the lists of 5 or 6 people and companies you think would be great candidates for that salesperson, which would help them with their career, help them make more money, etc. How do you get those people? Well, you go out and network and get them. Or you just list the company names, and then what you do is if they say, yes, I'm interested in this company here, please introduce me, then go find somebody. Okay, find somebody at that company. And I know that sounds crazy, okay, but it will help you a lot. And let me just give you a quick example of that from my personal career. So in the past, I've invested in a lot of startups. And what I've done is I've actually committed to the company that I was going to lead the next round, a venture capital deal. And I didn't have the money. And so what I did was, and this sounds out there, but I am a risk taker. I take calculated risks. I felt like my partners and I were looking over the side of a cliff. And we were holding hands. And we threw a bunch of airplane parts over the cliff. This is like a James Bond movie now. Can't remember which one. And then we all held each other's hands, and we jumped off the cliff. And we had to assemble the airplane in the air before crashing. I know it sounds a little out there, but every battle is won before it's been fought. You got to be preemptive. And so I challenge you, and I say with love in my heart, to tell this person that you have a number of contacts you can introduce them to, and then go out and find them. I know that's not a conventional way of thinking, but you really have to think outside the box when it comes to adding value to people in business. If you have a follow-up question on that, please let me know. But the bottom line is add value in that email you send them instead of asking, what's going on with this interview. What will happen is they'll get the email from you and they'll be like, oh yeah, that's from Chris. Oh wow, he's offering to help me with something. You know what? I know he didn't mention this in the email, but I remember he interviewed. Let me call human resources. 1 second. Then they call human resources. Yeah, I'm calling about that guy, Chris, that interviewed, the guy that wears the Nintendo shirt that looks exactly like Matthew McConaughey or Bradley Pitts, just kidding. Well, that guy, Chris, he just sent me this really helpful email, and he's offering to introduce me to a couple of people that will help our business out a lot. Oh, and by the way, I know he was interviewing with a firm. Where does he stand? I want to get back to him. Thanks. That's what you do. That's what you do, okay? So you add value so that internally that person wants to help you. You're helping their career. You're helping them make more money. Okay. All right. Next up is, I'm going to grab a sip of my coffee. Oh, I got to show you this. Okay, so I got this coffee warmer. As you all know, I'm a geek. It's here. I just unplugged it. But it can actually I'll plug it in and I'll show you. It'll actually warm all the way up to, let's turn it on, 218 degrees Fahrenheit, or for those of you on the call that are Celsius, it'll do Celsius as well. And it comes with this mug here. And this mug, and I have to clean it by hand, unfortunately, but this doesn't get that hot at all right here. See, that's like 200 degrees, but I can't feel it because I'm numb to the pain in my life. No. Because it actually does induction through here. And I love it because it actually helps me to consume less coffee. I know that sounds crazy, but when I used to drink coffee up until a week or two ago, if it was lukewarm, I'd drink more of it and then go get a refill. I'm only allowed 1 cup per day now. That's it. And this is an antioxidant, by the way, coffee. So I think it's incredibly good for you, no matter what anybody says. And I've spoken with every single heart doctor I could find on this topic. Whoa, way off topic, Chris. Oh, yeah, I want to get a sip. That's why I did that. Oh, it's so good. Sometimes I go to bed and I can't wait to wake up in the morning to have my next cup of coffee. So good. And I love this, too. Good morning, Daniels. How are you? I'm more excited than you are to be here as well. Thank you. Rebecca, how are you? Good morning from West Texas. Awesome. I've been to Texas a number of times. I love it. Last time I was there was I went to Houston when I worked at Pequot, a hedge fund. Goldman Sachs held this conference, and I was in a boardroom, and a lot of energy CEOs were presenting to us. And right beside me was my buddy from another hedge fund, and he went up to go to the washroom, and Chelsea Clinton sat down beside me. And then she says, "Is seat taken?" I said, "Actually, it is. And that probably went over well in Texas. Just kidding. No, but she was really nice about it, and she was actually incredibly well spoken. The quality of her questions was off the charts. So she obviously had great training from her parents. All right. Hello. How are you, Mahadur? And Rebecca's got a question. I want to be in accounting, but I don't know where to begin. Okay, so Rebecca, what I recommend is, as I mentioned earlier in this call, just go to my website, harounventures.com, download this book, and network like crazy. And find people that work in accounting that are also from West Texas, okay, or maybe from the same school as you. And I know from watching Friday Night Lights, great TV show. If anybody hasn't watched it yet, watch it on Netflix if you can. It's awesome. But I know from watching that show that football is a big deal. And so maybe you find people that went to the same high school as you, and I know high school football is big in Texas. Find somebody that went to the same high school as you, for example, or undergrad or from the same hometown, whatever, that works in accounting. So go to LinkedIn, do an advanced search, and find these people. And just set up an informational interview, Rebecca. Just say, hope all is well. I also went to West Texas, XYZ, or whatever it is, school. Please let me know if you have time for a coffee. Thanks, Rebecca. Okay, and you can also take my complete job course, and I guarantee you that it will help you get that job in accounting. If it doesn't, I will give you a lifetime 100% money back guarantee. Okay. And I'm so confident about that course, the complete job course, that I've sent out a bunch of messages to all of my 400,000 or so students, whatever it is, actually 383,000 to be exact on Udemy. And I've said I will give you a lifetime guarantee. Okay, I stand by it. I stand by it. That course is, I think, 12 hours long, the complete job course, but I guarantee, Rebecca, that you will get the job of your dreams. It's supposed to be a 30-day money-back guarantee, but for people on this call, it's a lifetime guarantee. I'm so confident that it will help you. Okay, so network a lot. Take my complete job course. It'll teach you how to create the perfect resume, perfect LinkedIn profile, and how to network like a beast. Okay, and you'll do incredibly well. So thank you for that. And if you have follow-up questions or more questions, please let me know. This call never ends until I've answered every single question. Let me scroll down, see if there's any issues. No issues. Okay, good. All right. Oh, you're from Bangladesh, Amanda. How are you? Thank you. That's awesome. Actually, I go to a website called Fiverr. It's fiverr.com, and I spend usually $5 to get my book covers done. And there's this wonderful woman from Bangladesh that's designed all the covers of my book, and I actually pay her $20 because she does a great job. Right, but it's fantastic, and it's amazing, just how you don't have to be located in any one region in the world to be successful in business. You don't have to be in Silicon Valley or Hyderabad or anywhere else in the world to get access to great tech companies and to start a tech company. You can do it all online now. It's a great time to be an entrepreneur, and I humbly want all of you to start your own companies. And if you don't start your own companies one day, then I have failed as a teacher. And you can take my complete business plan course, which will help you to start a company as well. As always, 30-day money-back guarantee. All right, next up, Rudy, good morning. How are you? I smile whenever I see your name because I think of that great football movie called Rudy about that younger guy or whatever it was, the shorter guy, I should say. And height doesn't measure heart, but the shorter guy that made it onto the football team there. All right. Next up is Kartik. Kartik is saying, is it wise to do only one course at a time on Udemy as I find it difficult to finish? Yeah, I'm actually finding that a lot of my students don't finish my courses, right? And I can show you the statistics in real time here if you want to, just let me know. But what happens is they only take, the first couple of sections, a lot of them. My entire MBA course, a lot of people finish because it's quite short. But my biggest problem is I've made long courses, really long courses. So, I recommend just paying for what you want to use at that time. And so when it comes to my courses, just don't buy multiple ones of my courses, just buy one. And if you like it, then buy another one. So that's what I recommend doing. And it's how I usually manage my companies. And so I want to now just segue into another topic that everybody's going to find helpful in this call, which is for the rest of your life, I want you to think like you're a bank. Okay, whether you're running your own company or not, whether you're managing your own personal finances or not, think like a bank. And let me explain what this means. I want you to pay all of your bills as late as you can without incurring fees. I want you to create the inventory for your products at the last second. And hopefully after the customers order the product, and Rebecca from Texas, you'll love this Michael Dell comment. And I'm not sure if everybody here is familiar with how Michael Dell started his company. He started it out of school from his dorm room in Texas, actually, in university. And what he did was he would sell computers to people online. And then what he would do is after they bought them, then he would build them. Okay, so I want you to think about your business that way as well. I don't want you to create too much inventory because inventory can bankrupt your company. And even when it comes to Amazon books, it's really interesting. If you ever get a paperback book from Amazon, I want you to open up and look on the last page. And I don't know if you'll be able to read that. I'll hold it still. Okay. So it'll always tell you when the book was born. This was made in the USA in San Bernardino, California on September 6th. So whenever you order a paperback on Amazon, a lot of times it's not printed. It gets printed in the Amazon fulfillment center that's closest to where you live. I want you to all think like a bank. I want you to pay your bills back as late as you can without incurring a fee. And the reason I say that is, and this is how retail companies run their organizations. If they didn't, almost all retail companies would be bankrupt. And I'll tell you why. So in the retail industry, the profit margin is very small. Sometimes it's 1, 2, or 3%, a little bit higher sometimes too. That means for every $100 they sell, they only get $1, 2, 3, or $4. Now, let's assume that that retail firm has a bill to pay. Okay, let's say they bought technology equipment like this. They bought technology equipment. And they had 30 days to pay it back. And let's say the interest rate is 12%, just to make it easy. Okay, and interest rates are historically low now, but usually they're a lot higher. If interest rates are 12%, then every month that's 1%. So if that retail company pays back the company that sold them this 30 days from now instead of today, they make 1% of their money. Annualize that, that's 12%. And if retail companies didn't do that, they would go bankrupt because a lot of retail companies, have very, very thin profit margins. So I want you to all think like you're a bank, and I want you to all pay your bills as late as you can without incurring fees, of course. Okay. And if that didn't make sense, please let me know. All right. Next up is Ghost to Ghost, G to G. How are you? Hi, Chris. I want to write the CEO of the company I work for. What should I write him? What word should I use? How can I get a meeting with him? Okay, that's a great question. So a couple things, and I did this at Accenture. I actually met with Bob Mannion was his name. He was the CEO of Accenture Canada years ago. I got a meeting with him. And I took a risk because I went over my boss's head and my boss's boss's head. But I was young, naive, and I didn't care. I take a lot of risks. So what I did was I sent him an email. And most people won't do this to the CEO. And the CEO will answer your email and will read your email because she or he works in the same company as you, obviously. And so what I did was I kind of left it unclear. I said, Bob, hope all is well. My name is Chris Haroun. I work in the Toronto office in the technology division at Accenture. It was Anderson Consulting at the time. I'm going to be in Etobicoke, which is where his office was, next week. Please let me know if you have time for a coffee. Thanks, Chris. I did it, and he took the meeting. And I remember I went into his office, and he didn't like my idea at all, actually. But it didn't matter because we kind of bonded. And he had a putter in his office, and he was putting, and I used the putter as well, which is sports is always the best boardroom talk, always the best icebreaker. So what I recommend doing is just, emailing your CEO and just ask for a meeting. It's that simple. If you work at a company that has 100,000 employees, it might be a bit harder, but just email the person, get the meeting, and then discuss what you want to discuss. Don't mention what you want to discuss in that message because a lot of times they'll say, thank you for the message, Chris. I'm copying, Joanne Stevens, who heads up our product group, and you can discuss with her your idea. Okay, you want to get that meeting. You want that hook. And when you get that meeting, I want you to add value. I don't know how you're going to do it, but I want you to add value. I want you to think about it from the CEO's perspective. What do they want to see? What is helpful for them? Getting more customers, a new way to organize business units, a new way to save money, whatever it is. Bring up something groundbreaking and take a risk. Good for you for looking at this. That's awesome. And I'm going to teach you all a quick trick on how to get a meeting with any CEO. So the way you do it is, and this assumes you don't work at the company where the CEO is. So it's pretty frustrating, man, when you're trying to sell something and you talk to the wrong person in a big company, right? You're wasting your time. I go right to the top. And yes, it's risky. And yes, I have rubbed people the wrong way, but I don't care because I have nothing to lose, and neither do you. So here's how you get a meeting with any CEO. Every company holds an annual meeting. It's an annual shareholder meeting. And they're usually these 3 or 4 hour meetings in a hotel with bad coffee or at their headquarters. And people that attend those meetings are usually, really older investors that don't really pay attention. A couple of bums. It's true. It happens. I've seen it. I was the bum. No. And also, obviously, everyone that works at the company that matters. And the board of directors. And when the meeting is over, the board, and anybody can go. Just go to their website, find out where it is, or Google online. Anybody can go. At the end of that meeting, I want you to go up to the CEO. And I want you to corner him or her. And just talk to them. Get business cards done. Nice business cards at a website called moo.com, MOO.com. corner them and just talk to them. And, just say, I say who you are, what you're doing, what you want, obviously in nicer ways. But if you say something like, I'm really passionate about your company and I would love nothing more than be able to work at your company. My background is technology or whatever it is. The CEO is not going to dismiss you. The CEO has the board around them, right? The board members, a lot of them are still there at that meeting. And what does the CEO want to do? The CEO wants to impress the board and serve as a great example to all the other employees that are right there, other C-level employees, C-level meaning CFO, CMO, CTO, et cetera. And so that CEO will most likely take that meeting. Or the CFO might say, what? Actually, what I want you to do is I want you to contact Joanne Wilson in Human Resources. I'm making that name up. And ask her for a meeting. So you get Joanne Wilson's email and you say, I met with your CEO at your board, at the investor event, the annual meeting, and he or she said to set up a time with you. Obviously, that person's going to take that meeting. Okay. So, or what you can do is you can say, I'm selling a product. I have this, pretend I work at Elgato. Okay. So this is called Stream Deck. And this is actually how I transition between the screens. So when I click that, actually I got to be on here. I'll show you. When I click that, it transitions there. When I click that, it transitions there. I can turn questions on and off. So say I work at the Elgato Corporation and I have this product called Stream Deck and you're trying to sell this product to a CEO. You say, we have this fantastic product that can save you 30% on XYZ expenses. I'd love to show it to you. Can I set up a follow-up meeting and meet with you? Board members are watching. Other employees are watching. The CFO is watching. What's the CEO going to say to you? No. The CEO is not going to say no to saving money with all those people around them. They're going to say yes, or they're going to say, I want you to meet with John Peterson, who works in our product group to see if you can set up a meeting and elaborate what this Elgato product is. So that's what I recommend when it comes to trying to get meetings with CEOs. And one meeting can change your life and you've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. The pain of a CEO saying no to you will feel like this. The pleasure, though, of a CEO saying yes to you will feel like this for life. And that's pain and pleasure. And that's from Tony Robbins, actually. So Tony always says, and I met him too, nice guy, his hand like wrapped around mine. It was unbelievable. But Tony would say things like, if you see a chocolate cake in front of you, you can eat that chocolate cake right now, and yeah, it'll feel good. But it will be this much pain. But if you don't eat that chocolate cake, you'll get this much pleasure for the rest of your life because you won't gain weight or get acne or whatever it is. I want you to think of that the same way whenever you go out and you try to network. And networking is a lot like dating. This is the last thing I'll say about it. And I should not be giving dating advice because I sucked at it. My wife, Christine, is way, way, way out of my league. But networking is like dating. And you just have to be willing to fail a lot. It's cool. I mean, if I told you, if you asked out 10 incredible women or men or whatever it is for you, and every one of them would say no, and then the 11th would say yes, and you'd be happy for the rest of your life. Wouldn't you want to feel that embarrassment or this much pain 10 times so you can feel pleasure the 11th time? All right, next up is... All right, and ghost to ghost, what you can also do is go to your own shareholder meeting and meet with your own CEO as well. It's another way. Okay, great. Okay, so Kartik is asking, did I start using the Insight Timer app? And Kartik brought this up, I think it was around week 10 or so. And this is an app that will help you meditate. I've looked at it a little bit, but what I've done instead is this, but you did inspire me. Thank you. What I did was I got this Fitbit watch. And this watch is great, by the way. I tried the Apple Watch. Apple's way more expensive. But this thing here, this thing will change your life. Okay, and I know I sound like this crazy salesperson, but this thing is so awesome. I've gotten in a lot more steps since I started using this. I've connected it with my Thermos Smart Lid bottle, and I'm drinking a lot more water because of it. And this is Bluetooth enabled. You can get it for $29 on Amazon. It's expensive, I know. I'm not affiliated with anybody though, so I don't get sponsored. But this thing here will tell me how much water I drink. And I've dramatically increased the amount of water I'm drinking per day. And I promise you, all of you don't drink enough water. And for every cup of coffee that you drink, you have to drink the normal amount of water per day plus 2x this coffee, okay? It helps you to not feel dehydrated. But it hooks up to the Fitbit watch and the Thermos app as well. The ratings aren't that great because it's expensive, but the pricing point is coming down a lot. This has really changed my life. And there's the reason I bring it up, you bring up Insight, which is that meditation app. What I've got here is a breathing app as well. And it's bizarre. It tells you to breathe. And there's different exercises too, like, running and all that stuff, whatever. Anyway, check it out. And you can change the faces. There's different apps. I even use it for NFC or near field communication to pay for stuff. So I use this for my meditation as well, my breathing. But the only reason I do the breathing exercises is because of you. So thank you for bringing that up back in week 10, I think it was. Thanks. All right, I've got the Willa D. What up, D? Hello. Sup, Chris? How are you this week? I'm great, man. I'm great. Great to hear from you. Thank you. Okay, so next one is I see you have a question. I'll get to it in a second. Mahadur is saying, sir, please call me Chris. Thanks. Sir, I said call me Chris. Sir, when we think about creating MVP, okay, the question is on MVP. And that, for those of you who don't know what that means minimum viable product. So let's say that I wanted to create this product here, but I actually don't want to put all the bells and whistles or buttons on it right now because it's too expensive, and I don't know if this product's going to do well. What I might do is I might just create, was it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 14 dummy buttons and one real one. It's a minimum viable product, right? And then you put it up out in the marketplace and see what kind of feedback you get. So the question here is, you got to follow up below. Sometimes startups need initial funding, or sometimes startup needs a lot of money for creating the minimum viable product or the prototype. They need a lot of money when they're in the idea stage. And in that time, angel investors can feel the idea, which actually can add value. Okay. Your question is, what do you need to do so you get initial funding? Okay, I understand. Okay, the question is, how do you get funding for an idea that doesn't exist yet? So what you can do is you can actually go to, this is a cheap way to do it. You can go to Fiverr.com, that's Fiverr.com, and pay somebody there to create a wireframe prototype if you want, if you're comfortable with other people seeing your intellectual property. And you can always go to LegalZoom.com and speak with a copyright and patent lawyer to patent the idea first. So once you get the wireframing done, you can put that in your slide deck. And you can take my course called the Complete Business Plan course, because that course will actually help you to create a 10-page PowerPoint presentation, which will list everything that every investor needs to see and wants to see. Okay, that course will help you create a 50 to 100-page business plan as well. So take that course. I promise you, it'll help you out tremendously in terms of getting money for your idea. And I don't want you to use much of your own money at all, please. Okay, please. I don't want you to put your family in jeopardy. I don't want you to get a loan because banks are chicken. And if you're one day late, what happens is sometimes banks will come after your house. And I want you to register your own company name first as an LLC or a different legal structure. Talk to a real lawyer. I'm not a real lawyer. And in terms of getting early stage investments, I want you to use the networking methodologies I talk about in this book to get meetings with high net worth investors that have something in common with you and get them to invest. I don't want you to talk to venture capital firms initially, because venture capital firms quite often are larger and it can take 3 to 6 months and many internal bureaucratic meetings before they decide not to invest in your idea. A high net worth investor, and this goes for all business in general, doesn't matter what product you're selling, but high net worth investors, the sales cycle is a lot shorter. Okay, it's just them deciding. They can decide on the spot even. So take my course, the Complete Business Plan course. That will help you out tremendously, I humbly think, when it comes to creating your minimum viable product. The last thing I'm going to say about creating an MVP or minimum viable product is I met this guy at Kleiner Perkins. So Kleiner Perkins is a great venture capital firm here in the Bay Area. I partnered with them many times in the past when I worked full-time venture capital. I met a guy there named Randy Komisar. And Randy Komisar told me how and why he invested in a startup called Nest, which eventually Google bought for $3.5 billion. They bought it for the people, not only for the product. So I talked to Randy and I said, how did you know? Like when they came and they pitched the idea to you of Nest. And for those of you not familiar with Nest, It's a circular thermostat thing you can put in your house to control the heat or the air conditioning. And I use my app here to do it to make sure that the house is cool. I asked Randy, how did you know to invest in that company? And he said, well, Chris, the entrepreneurs were amazing, first and foremost. I always invest in great people. And I said, well, what did the product look like when they brought it? And he said they didn't have a product. They brought this round piece of wood. And they said, this is what the nest is going to look like. That was sort of their pre-MVP or PMVP, I don't even know if that's a term, product. And and obviously it did incredibly well. Kleiner made a lot of money selling the company to Google for over $3 billion. But Randy, brings up a great point, and he's a rock star here in Silicon Valley. Randy Komisar, said that you want to invest in great people first, and then obviously great ideas second. So it all comes to the people. And so last thing I'll say actually about this is when you go to meet with investors, a lot of times they're not investing in your idea, they're investing in you. Do they get excited by you when they see when they hear you pitch your product? And the reason it's so important for them to feel comfortable with you is because every great entrepreneur in the world is first and foremost a great salesperson. And if they're not, they partner with somebody that is. So Wozniak partner with Steve Jobs, and Jobs is the quintessential salesperson. So you want to excite the investors as well, because the investors know that your business model is going to change materially over the years. They know that. They just want you to change as well, and also you to get potential customers excited. And every time I don't invest in startups anymore, but every time I would meet with a startup in the past, I thought to myself, when that entrepreneur was talking to me, I thought, I'm a customer. Do I feel excited or not about their product? Right? And you get that deep feeling deep inside, that excitement feeling, butterflies, when somebody brings up or pitches a great company in a great way. Maya Angelou had this great quote, which is, people might not remember what you said, but they'll never forget the way you made them feel. And watch, again, this is fake, but watch the Oscars, please, speeches, and you'll know what I mean. And it'll help you tremendously in terms of how you communicate with other people in your investor meetings. Okay, you always have to be more passionate, much more passionate. Okay, thanks. All right. And if you have follow-up questions, as always, let me know. And if you're all happy with this call, please click the like button. It'll help me a lot. So please click like if you want. All right. You have to ask, I guess, right? All right. So next up I've got is, pardon me. The Will of D is saying, so for the last week homework, one advice from Successful Man was, do not talk about something, write about it, unless you're going to say something new as an added value. What do you think of that? Okay. Yeah. So the question is, should I not say anything unless I'm adding value? Pardon me. Sorry. The question is, should I not say anything unless I'm adding value? I think so. And I hate politics. And every board I've been on, and every board has a different culture. It doesn't matter to me if people speak a lot in those board meetings or not, or if people are crass or aggressive. I never say anything, until I have something to say that's value added. So I'm actually a man of a few words until I have something value added to say. Otherwise, you dilute yourself as a brand. So I agree with that. Don't say anything unless you can add value. And Ted Turner, the brilliant founder of CNN, has this great little thing on his desk. It says either lead, follow, or get out of the way. And that's a euphemism for screw bureaucracy. Let's get it done. So yeah, I don't think you should speak up unless you have something very much value added to say. That's how I am. And when you first join a company, if you want, don't talk that much in meetings initially, because I want you to observe the culture. And every company has a different culture, as you know. So just observe how it works before making your mark. If you have follow-up questions on that, as always, please let me know. Thanks. All right. I'm supposed to not look down at this. I'm trying to set up a one-man operation here. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Okay, good. I didn't look down when I put that up there. All right. All right, next up is from Rebecca. Rebecca is saying, so I've taken some of your courses on Udemy, which helped a lot. I just don't know what my next step needs to be, kind of at a standpoint right now. Okay. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to go for a long walk by yourself. And I go for a long walk every day at 1 p.m. Okay, my alarm goes off at 1 every day for a walk. And Steve Jobs used to do this every single day. And he would come up with the most brilliant ideas this way because he's away from distractions and serotonin is kicking in. It's like a healthy Prozac when you're exercising, right? And so I want you to go for a long walk. And I want you to sit down every now and then at a coffee shop or on a park bench. And I want you to write down your goals and I want you to write down your perfect life in 5 to 10 years from now. Okay, your perfect life. And please don't be conservative. I want you to go all out. I want you to set your goals so high that you grow into the person that can achieve those goals. And James Cameron, he had this great quote. He's a fellow Canadian. He said that if you set your goals so high and you fail, you're going to fail above everyone else's successes. So I want you to set lofty goals. I want you to write them all down. Let it all out. Let it all out. And then what I want you to do is I want you to put those goals into your calendar on your Android handset or your iOS handset or your Windows phone handset if you work at Microsoft. Sorry, Microsoft. I will make a Bing joke later too. But I want you to put it in your calendar and have it repeat daily. And you can make it a private entry too if you share calendars with people at your company. And then what I want you to do is I want you to also think about what your perfect personal life is too. 5 or 10 years from now, where you're going to live and everything, what shape you're going to be in, whatever it is. Then I want you to think about the gap. There's a gap between where you are now and where you want to be. And I want you to fill that gap. And I hope your goals are something along the lines of doing something you're passionate about. If you get out of bed in the morning and you tell yourself you're going to work, then with all due respect, and I say this with love in my heart, you're doing it wrong. You got to reinvent yourself. You got to find your raison d'être, your passion. What was the reason you were put on this earth? Follow your heart first, and then this will work a lot better. Vice versa, it won't. And don't just chase money, please, because if you chase money, you will lose your money and your dreams. But if you chase your dreams and you're willing to fail a couple times, which I hope you are, I hope we all are, then what happens is eventually your dreams come true and the money does come accidentally. And nobody has ever tried to start a company and change the world just for money, ever, okay, or for the most part. You look at a guy like Sir Richard Branson who just oozes passion. His motto is, screw it, let's do it. But he does everything because he loves it. He enjoys it. Bill Gates loves software. I love software. I'm not comparing myself to Bill Gates. He's way out of my league. But I love software. I love doing this webcast using Wirecast software. It's just fun for me. It's fun. What I do is I don't have a job. I get to service people like you, my customers. Imagine that, a teacher treating students like the customer who are paying the bills anyway. So do something you absolutely love doing. And as Confucius said, you'll never have a job for the rest of your life. Okay, so go on that long walk, Rebecca. Write down your goals and just do what you were meant to do in life. And if you don't know how to get there, then what I want you to do is whatever it is your profession is going to be, or you want it to be, then I want you to listen to biographies or watch biographies on television or go to YouTube and search biographies of successful people that have done it. They've already created the incredible blueprint for you. Why should we reinvent the wheel? Listen to audiobooks too by them. And if you can, listen to audiobooks by the person that wrote the book, if available. Okay, because you can sense their passion and hear their passion. And as Maya Angelou said, people won't remember always what you said, but they'll never forget the way you made them feel. Okay, so anyway, and you think about people like J.K. Rowling, okay, who wrote a Harry Potter series, or C.S. Lewis, who wrote The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and the Silver Chair, or anybody really that's been successful as a writer or in any industry. They failed so many times. We just don't hear about the failures at all. Okay, J.K. Rowling got rejected by, something like 30 different publishers. She hated her life. She wasn't happy as an assistant And the poor thing, she was a single mother as well. And she got rejected over and over and over again. And eventually she made it huge. And we all know that she loves to write. Writing those Harry Potter books, it's not a job. It's a privilege and a passion. So I want you to find people that have done what you want to do and read their biographies, or better yet, go on LinkedIn and set up meetings with them. And this book here will teach you how to set up meetings with anybody. Again, it's free to get. You can get it for free on my website, harounventures.com. And there's a couple hours of videos as well that are linkable from that digital download. So if you have any follow-up questions on that, please let me know. Thanks. But I know what you mean, Rebecca. I know exactly what you mean. And I remember calling in sick one day. I worked at Goldman Sachs, and I think there's two types of sick days you can have. One is when you're physically sick. Obviously, you don't go to work for your cough, you're not feeling well. But the other one is when you're just mentally not there. And the brain's an important part of your body, and we have to rest it a lot as well when it's not feeling great. And so I would take off 1 or 2 days a year, every year, when I worked for other people, when I wasn't physically sick, but I was, stressed out or too stressed out. And I remember at Goldman Sachs, one day I just skipped work one day. I was so stressed out when I worked. It was after 9/11, stressful time, whatever. And then I went to Tavern on the Green. I went for a long walk in Central Park, and I ate this great meal, which was way too much money, whatever. I was big time in debt then. And I kind of just collected my thoughts, and I decided I'm not happy working at Goldman Sachs right now. And it's not because of the people there. There's wonderful people there, wonderful people. I just wasn't happy doing what I was doing. And so I changed careers, but that only came because I took that day off and went for that long walk and realized and reassessed my life by looking and seeing the forest from the trees. It's a top-down perspective. I realized I wasn't happy. And I've done this many times. And I did this also, when I was working at Accenture. I took a day off and I just reassessed my life. I want you to do the same thing as well. Go for a long walk by yourself. It's therapeutic as well. All right. Hey, Alessandra, how are you? Welcome back to you too. The Will of D's got a question. How should I work on my public profile, my website as an example? What should I indicate, etc.? Okay, so if you want, just read this book. It'll help you with how to make your LinkedIn profile, and because there's a link in here to a video, and it's a free book, harounventures.com. Or take my complete job course, because I help you to create your LinkedIn profile from scratch. Okay, so that's probably the best advice I can give you. It's a very, very long answer. Just take my complete job course, and that will help you from a social media perspective create the absolute perfect LinkedIn profile. Okay. All right. Next up is, hey, Tony, how are you? 100. I didn't know what that meant until recently. I asked my kids, and they said that, Dad, in Snapchat, that's 100 streak. And I was like, you're not using Snapchat, are you? It's my 14-year-old. It's fine if he is. It's fine. Although I told me these pictures last forever. It's true, they do. Forever. All right, so the Will of D is saying, many people tell me not to share what I'm working on. What do you think of that, Chris? Do I even need to talk about myself on social media? Would it help me in any way? Yeah, absolutely. I think it will. I think it will if you can. So I want everybody on this call to own your market. Whatever you're passionate about, I want you to be a thought leader. Okay, I want you to write a lot or do vlogs a lot or do videos a lot, whatever it is. Because I want you, and it's self-fulfilling, to be the industry expert in your area. And if you want to learn how to write like a professional journalist, I teach you how to do it just in this book, which is a free download. But I want you to write often on social media. I want you to use social media a lot. And I have a vlog I published 2 days ago, which will help you understand which social media platforms to use. And it'll also tell you how to write and create content quickly so that all you do is publish in one location. And it goes to many other social media websites. It's using a free product called Hootsuite. Hootsuite in French, Hootsuite. So you can send 30 social media messages out per month for free. or you can pay for it if you send more than that. But I think you got to be out there. And we're going to look back years from now and say this was the golden age of content. And we're going to look back and say this, YouTube, for example, was the only gold rush in history where it cost you nothing to make the product. All you need is something like this. And you have access to billions of people, right? That's never happened before with any other gold rush, ever. So I want you to all create as much content as you can and be an industry expert. It's self-fulfilling too. I think, therefore I am, right? It's the Rodin sculpture, Rodin. So anyway, I want you to write a lot in social media, and I don't think you can be too vocal in social media. But anyway, take my complete job course, and you'll get a better idea on how to create the perfect LinkedIn profile. And everybody on this call must have a LinkedIn profile, please. And if you want, I can go in real time and do a review of your LinkedIn profile in front of everybody else. Just know that this call is being recorded for quality assurance. Your call is important to us. No, but this call is recorded. But I'm happy to give you feedback on yours in front of everybody here. And that goes for any business model or any pitch. If you want, send me a pitch. I'll give you real-time feedback right here. My humble thoughts, at least. All right, next up is Mahador. Sometimes startups need some initial funding. Oh, actually, I did that one already. Sorry. Kartik is saying, can you please go through my resume? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can. Kartik, send it to me. Okay. Just send me a link here to a Dropbox or something. Or if you want, just send me an email. And I never do this, but I'll do this one time, please, just because my schedule's crazy. But send your resume right now if you want to my email, which is charoun@gmail.com. If you want, and I will go through it in real time in front of everybody here. Okay, so if that's of interest to you, I'll be more than happy to do so. Thanks. And Rudy's saying, I have that shirt. Thank you. Kicking it old school, 8-bit. I love it. I got a skill testing question for you guys. And whoever gets this one right wins. I don't know what you win, but you win. So there was a video game I played, and I'm really dating myself, and I don't know if anyone is as old as me on this call. Hopefully there are a couple people that are also 29. But there's this one video game I played, and there's a cheat code that would get you over 100 extra men. And that cheat code was this. Up, up, down, down, left, right, B, B, A, A. What game was that for? If anybody gets that right, then I'll be impressed. I'm really dating myself there. All right. Back then, we couldn't save our games, man. Like in Mario, if you died, that's it. You got to start all over. All right. All right. And if I've missed any questions, please let me know. So, okay, so I've got a question from Bizwajits. How are you? Welcome. First time I've seen you on this call. I hope you return as well. All right. I'm your student from your Udemy courses. Thank you. I want to ask you if a traditional MBA course is essential or online MOOC courses are good enough. So you're talking to the right person because I did an MBA. And I'm also creating an MBA degree program that will be out later this year. If anybody's interested, go to my website just to sign up for just email alerts when it's online. And I can talk about that in more detail if you want me to. Okay. So I think the only reason that you should do an MBA at a school, meaning a university physically there, is if you want to change careers and you've tried your best to change careers and you can't do it by networking. So I would not have done an MBA in hindsight. I went to Columbia University. It was a great school, great people there. I had fun. I did a lot of this. I don't know what that means, though. But actually, it's bizarre. Every Thursday night at Columbia, they had this beer night where everybody got free beer. It's pretty cool. I guess they wanted us to kind of bond. But I went to business school because I couldn't get to Wall Street. I tried when I worked in tech consulting at Accenture. I remember calling up Morgan Stanley and saying, can I send my resume? And they said, well, you're probably not going to be suited for the job. And so I went to business school. I went to Columbia because it was a great finance university. And I wanted to change careers. And it helped me to change careers. But I didn't know back then what I know now. And what I know now, and I've humbly learned over failing many times over the years, is that business is not about your grades. Business is not always about how great your product is. It's about relationships. And if you network a lot, you can get anything you want. Yes, anything you want if you network enough. And I wouldn't have done my MBA because I networked a couple of times to try to get a job in finance, and then I quit. I thought, it's kind of like when I was younger, I used to ask people out on dates. I'd ask a couple out, and I'm like, they're saying no. Screw it. I'm shy. Then it's a game of numbers. The more people and I'm not going to go there. I should never give dating advice. I suck at it. But I want you to read this book first. Okay, it's a free download, harounventures.com. It'll teach you how to network a lot. And if you network like crazy and you can't change careers, then consider an MBA. Otherwise, I think it might be a waste of money. Okay. And an MBA can cost six figures, over $100,000, including the salary you're going to give up by going there. Okay. So network like crazy, and if you can't change careers by networking, meaning you've contacted 100 people, and you can't change careers after contacting 100 people and setting up 100 meetings, then do the MBA. And you might think, Chris, that's crazy. 100 meetings, really? Well, think about it this way. If I paid you $1,000 per meeting for 100 meetings, would you do it? 100 grand? Of course you would. Well, that's how much an MBA is going to cost you at a minimum in terms of the 2 years of salary you're giving up. So, and the cost of the MBA itself as well. And so my goal is to bring a more practical MBA to the masses. And I'm launching my MBA program this fall. Again, if you have questions about that, let me know, please. This is your call. All right, let's see here. Rudy's saying, come back to Texas. I'd love to. And can you please, Rudy and Rebecca, who's on this call also from Texas, can you please bring your tax code to California? Because this is like the 8th biggest economy in the world, the state of California, and we're basically bankrupt. It's ridiculous with all these amazing technology companies. This state is so mismanaged, it's ridiculous. So they call it the left coast for a reason. I'm not supposed to get political, right? All right. Next up is Jason. Jason, how are you? And I smile because I see G'day, and I know you're from Australia. And whenever Australians talk, I always smile. If you want change, and this goes for everyone except for Jason, change Siri to an Australian woman or man. And whenever they talk to you, Siri talks to you, it sounds like they're smiling. Because if you close your eyes and listen to an Australian talking, it sounds like they're smiling a bit because they're so pleasant. All right, now I'm thinking of Crocodile Dundee and a big Foster's can. So Jason's saying, "G'day, Chris. Did Wrigley do the subtitles for my complete MBA course that is on Amazon Prime? That's where I found you first. Enjoyed them as I've been learning Portuguese for the last 4 years." Yeah, actually, I think, Wrigley did that one, I think. Yeah, he did, actually. It's funny. But in the Portuguese one on Amazon, I just threw it up. I threw it up there as well, and I don't even know if it's sold. I'm not doing much on Amazon anymore, though. In my courses, I have like 4 or 5 of them on Amazon Prime. So if you have Amazon Prime, you can see my courses. I'm not doing as much anymore because it's just not a great revenue or great business model because Amazon doesn't market any products. They never do, except for their own Prime videos. And so what happens is your content just sits there idly. I'm making some money on it, but I prefer Udemy because Udemy actually markets your stuff. And the loneliest place in the world is page 2 of Google search rankings. But thank you for watching it on that. Thank you. Yeah, Wrigley does a great job. Wrigley's actually down right now in Sao Paulo. He's in Brazil, actually. And he's spending some time down there working remotely. And it doesn't matter where we work, right? I mean, business is virtual now. It's a beautiful thing. And my complete financial analyst course, which a lot of you have taken, I wrote that actually from Paris. You know, my wife and I, my kids, we rented a place there and stayed for a couple of weeks. That's where I wrote the course. It was fun. And for anybody that wants to teach online, and everybody can do it, okay? And I'm going to try my best not... I peeked, sorry. I want to bring you there with me. Give me 1 second, okay? Let's go here. I think everybody should teach online. And I've got a course called... I'll go here. So a course called 40 Tips on Making a Great Online Course. It's free. Please take it. And it's a course I make every year, which is based on 40 mistakes I've made over the past 12 months teaching online so you can work smarter and not harder. And it costs you nothing to teach on Udemy, literally nothing. And you can do extraordinarily well. And everybody has something to teach. Everybody does. I promise you, everybody does. So take that course first. And then after you take that one, you could take the next course, and it's in many languages as well. I think I have it in Portuguese here too. Yeah, it's right here. Yeah. And then I've got another one here called another 40. Here it is. Another 40 tips to teach to make a great online course. And this one's 4.5 hours, a little bit too long. I kind of went overboard, but I want to help you. I want to help everybody, because I think that when one teaches to learn, right? Remember when you were younger and somebody asked you for help in math and you helped them, but you're helping yourself? And more importantly, though, I think every problem in the world can be solved with technology and education, which was the subject of my TEDx talk. You can go to my YouTube channel and watch that if you want to. But I want everybody on this call to teach, because it's a great side hustle and it costs you nothing. Please watch these free courses of mine, because I want you to all teach online. And there's this woman, and I've got to tell you this beautiful story. Okay, her name is Teresa Greenway, and Teresa, she was in this awful abusive marriage. And what she did was she actually had the courage one day to stand up, and they were very, very poor welfare. She had the courage to stand up and leave that jerk who was abusive. And she brought her children with her, and she had nothing. She was living off of food stamps. And she thought, what can I do with my life now? I need to make money, but I want to do what I love doing. And so she had the courage to not just leave that jerk, but to start her own company, which cost nothing to start, which was baking bread. And she loves baking bread, and that's what she does. She teaches bread online. How prophetic. How prophetic is that? And so she has this great business now where what she does is she teaches you how to bake bread online, because it's what she enjoys doing. And her ratings are amazing. Look at this, 4.6 instructor rating. I can't find any other instructor on Udemy that has ratings that high. And the higher the rating, the more passionate they are about what they're doing. I certainly don't have that. And so Teresa created all these wonderful courses on how to bake bread. I'm hungry now just looking at that. Amazing. So anyway, I think we all have something to we all have something to share with the world. We all have something to teach, and you want to teach from your heart first, and then your mind second, and just teach what you love, teach what you're passionate about. And I promise you that you can turn this side hustle of yours, teaching online, into a full-time gig like I have. And I can't tell you how incredibly liberating it is to do what you love doing in life. And so, if I can be part of that whole that whole transition for you to teach online. And if I can humbly help, ask me every week here on this weekly call, because I think everybody should teach and everybody should be self-employed. I don't believe in working for somebody else for our whole life. Okay, we weren't born to do that. And it's no fun working for anybody else anyway. I want to be the boss of me. All right. Next up is, I forgot to put the coffee on my heater here. Damn it. All right, next up, I got a question from Danios. If we invited somebody for a coffee meeting via LinkedIn and the person does not respond, do we follow up? Meaning trying to persuade her or him to meet. Let it go. Yeah, don't follow up. Don't follow up because you're going to waste another in-mail, and you have to pay for these in-mails, right? If somebody responds, you don't pay for the in-mail. But if they don't respond, then don't ask them again. Because what happens is, unlike email, and most of your emails you never open anymore. With LinkedIn in-mails, I know that everybody in this call opens every single one you get. Why? Because when you go to LinkedIn, the website, on the top right-hand corner is a red flag, right? And that's valuable real estate. And if you go there, you can see that you have unread messages. So everybody reads every message. I read every message on LinkedIn from every one of my students as well, as you know, because I respond to every single one of them. Okay. All right. You're from India, Biswaj. Thank you. How are you? And India actually is my I think it's my second biggest market now. I've got 39. I've got students. I'm humbled to say in every country in the world, 195 countries. Number one is United States, 39%. Used to be way more than that. Number two is India at 7%. Then I've got Brazil, Canada, Australia, that sort of thing. Okay, and United Kingdom. All right, next up is Alessandro is saying, can you explain TAM, SAM, SOM, and how to calculate the TAM, the SAM, and the SOM? Okay, no problem at all. Okay, so let me first of all start with TAM. So TAM stands for the total addressable market. And the way to calculate that is two ways. Number one, you can go online and do a search for the total addressable market of X. And X is your industry. And quite often, great research companies like McKinsey or consulting companies like McKinsey or Bain or the Boston Consulting Group or Forrester or Gartner in the tech sector will create these reports online and give part away for free. And as part of those reports, they tell you the size of the market. And it's important to know the size of the market because you never want to start a company in a small market, because if you get 100% of that market, which is really hard to do, obviously, and it's a small number, it's not really going to move the needle. And so a lot of venture capital firms like to only invest in companies that have a total addressable market of over $20 billion. And the reason is, if that company hits it big, and most VC or venture capital investments go to zero, but if that company does well, and that company is in a market with, say, $20 billion, right? That's the size of the market. And that company gets 5% market share, then that's a unicorn or $1 billion company. Okay, so you always want to cast your net very, very wide. And I've learned that the hard way as well by teaching online. I created this course called The Complete Hedge Fund. It's called Hedge and Mutual Fund Careers, The Complete Guide. And it hasn't sold that well because not everybody wants to work at a hedge fund or a mutual fund. So I created another course called the Complete Financial Analyst course, which is done much, much better because I cast the net wide. The total addressable market is much bigger, the TAM. So another way to find the TAM, if you can't find it online, is come up with a list of the top 25 companies in that market that you're competing in or want to compete in. And I want you to add up the annual revenues for all 25 of those companies. And that's a good enough proxy for the size of that market. It's not perfect, but it's good enough. And usually what happens is, 5 or 10 companies tend to dominate an industry. If it's technology, it's 2, 3, or 4. If you get revenue from the top 25, you basically got, generally speaking, the size of the market. Okay. And if the market doesn't exist yet, because it's a new product, you can still get the TAM. And I'll explain how. So back in 1998, when investors were considering investing in Google, what they did was they thought, okay, the search market's not big right now, but longer term, the search market is going to take market share away from the newspaper advertising market, the television advertising market, the outdoor billboard advertising market from companies like Lamar, L-A-M-A-R, ticker L-A-M-R. Yeah, because I was short that in 2008. That's why I know that one. And also from radio and other sources. And so you would add up the revenues from those 4 advertising markets. And that's a good proxy for the TAM for Google at that time. Okay. And I'm sure people did that with Uber and Lyft as well when they were considering investing. They looked at the size of the taxi market, not the online get a taxi app market. Okay. So that's the TAM. And then there's other acronyms. Okay. And so the other acronyms are basically anytime you see something that starts with an S, and there's many of them, the other acronyms basically mean what's the real market size? Okay. So the TAM is the market globally. But let's say that the TAM is the market globally. What's the actual market in my country? Because I'm only going to go after my market. Okay, and that's the SAM. Okay. All right. Next up is, what is the secret of unicorns? Is it innovation? Is it networking? Is it marketing strategy? It's a great question. So a unicorn is any company that has a valuation of over $1 billion. And there's a lot of private companies that have a valuation over $1 billion, and usually 3 or 4 are created every single year. And when the economy is not doing well, obviously not many are created. So in 2001 and in 2003, not many unicorns were created, obviously because 9/11, and then there was, in 2001 and 2008, there weren't that many unicorns that were created because obviously 9/11 and then the financial crisis of 2008. And it's interesting because, a little side note here, in 2001 and 2008, there was 2 companies that got the bulk of financing. And they were very lucky that they were raising money them. Obviously, they're successful companies because they're great companies, but timing has a lot to do with it. Google raised a lot of money in 2001. And Facebook raised a lot of money in 2008 because people only wanted to bet on sure things or lower risk investments at that time. Okay, so what is the secret of becoming a unicorn? Well, I think that failing to plan is like you're planning to fail. And so you have to actually, and every battle is won before it's been fought, you got to write a business plan. And please take my complete business plan course because it will help increase the chances of you being successful with a startup materially, because it covers everything you need to know about starting a company, from sizing the total addressable markets to building financials from scratch. And I teach you how to build financials from scratch, even if you don't know what accounting or finance is. I teach you how to analyze the qualitative and quantitative aspects of your entire business model. And together in that 9-hour course, we create an entire 50 to 100-page business plan together. And that covers everything from your management team, your board or board of advisors, gaps you have in your product portfolio or in your business model, how you're going to raise money, everything you need to know. And it'll also, that course will help you create a 10-page PowerPoint presentation. And there's a gazillion templates I provide you with so that you can raise money and be more successful because of that. But the most important thing that sophisticated investors look at is the management team always. And the problem with business schools is they teach you how to analyze business models. They don't teach you how to analyze people and how to look at great management teams. And so if you spent a lot of your time doing research before investing on a management team, if you didn't feel comfortable with that management team, don't bother doing any more research. It's a waste of time. So startups that are successful usually have a very passionate, sales-oriented CEO. And they're very passionate and sales-focused, that entrepreneur. And that's what helps them raise a lot of money to become a unicorn, for example. And so for help on how to give a passionate speech or how to raise money, what you can do is you can take my complete presentation and public speaking course. It's 16 hours long. It's pretty long, but I even analyzed, and this is fake, but I analyzed a lot of Oscar speeches. Everyone from Meryl Streep, who's the best, to Matthew McConaughey. You know, these people ooze passion when they present. You know, they remind me of Sir Richard Branson, for example. And who wouldn't want to invest in any Virgin companies? Because, you know, Sir Richard Branson, who owns those companies, is an incredibly passionate person. And so the most important thing, first and foremost, is the quality of the management. Now, if there's any gaps, what you can do is you can actually create a board of advisors. And today at 11:01 my time, which is in about an hour and a half, what's going to drop is a YouTube video, and I publish every day on my vlog. Please subscribe if you want to. But that YouTube video is going to be what is a board and how do you assemble a board? And that will help you out tremendously. Again, it drops, say, at 11 a.m. San Francisco time. Please check it out. It'll help you out tremendously when you think of creating your next unicorn. All right. Will's saying, I didn't get the banks thing. Okay, so earlier on, I was talking about how I want you to think like a bank. And the reason I said that is because I want you to think like paying your debt as late as you can, so you can take that little money before you pay it back, or a big amount of money. If you pay it back as late as you can without incurring fees, you take that money, let it sit in your bank account, and you'll make 1% if interest rates are 12% and you let it sit there for a month. Okay. And I know it sounds crazy to say because interest rates are low today, but if you adopt that mentality today, then when interest rates are higher, you will save a lot of money by paying your debts as late as you can without incurring penalties, right? And you earn the interest. And this is what actually American Express's business model was years ago. And so when I was a kid and I used to travel, when I was younger, I should say, instead of bringing American dollars overseas or Canadian dollars, I lived in Canada, what I would do is I would get American Express traveler's checks, which is like currency accepted everywhere, all over the world. And American Express made a fortune off of that because what they would do is a lot of people would have unused American travelers checks, paper just sitting in their drawer for years. And American Express collected the interest on that. It all adds up. That's what I mean when I say think like a bank. Okay, next up is, give me 1 second. I'm just going to scroll down to see if there's any complaints about the sound. Only 2 likes. All right, let me go here. Hold on 1 second, please. Oh, here we go. Okay, RVC. I'm smiling, RVC, when I see your question because this Sunday, March 3rd, I want you to watch a vlog because it's dedicated to you. Okay, you'll know what I mean. So March 3rd, and you're in Vancouver. So March 3rd at 11 a.m. your time, at 11:01, I want you to go to my YouTube channel and watch that vlog. Okay. All right. And it's specific. You'll see it deals with stuff you actually mentioned also in a LinkedIn message to me. So RBC's got a question. How long should a person take to reflect after being terminated from a job before jumping in to look for another opportunity or starting a business? Yeah. It's so funny you mention that because I actually brought that up as well in that video that I mentioned to you. I got let go. I know you didn't, but I did. But I mentioned that. How prophetic. What are the chances? Wow. So let me first of all say, sometimes things happen to us in life, professionally, and years later we look back upon them and we're very grateful that they happened, but they didn't seem like a blessing at that point. And so they were actually blessings in disguise. And so for me, I was let go from a company years ago. And I was so frustrated. And I remember calling my dad and I said, Dad, I don't get it, man. I do everything right. I made the money. It's just political. I feel like I'm maybe a threat to my boss. Did he think he hired his assassin? I don't have sharp elbows, but I did really well. It's so frustrating. No wonder a lot of persecuted people, or hated people over the years or in big companies quit and start their own gig just to be on their own. It's not a meritocracy. You don't eat what you kill when you work for somebody else a lot of the time. It's total BS. So in hindsight, I'm so glad it happened to me because it forced me to focus on what I'm more passionate about instead of just chasing money. If you chase money, you'll lose your money and your dreams. If you chase your dreams, then not only will they come true if you fail a bunch, which I hope you do, and I say that with love in my heart because if you fail a lot, you get close to your goal, but also the money will follow accidentally over time. Okay. So I want you to think about doing what you love doing in life, doing what you're most passionate about. And the best thing that can happen to us sometimes is career setbacks because it forces us to kind of reassess where we are in life and what we want to do. And it makes us go down a different path, which is a beautiful and a great thing. And, for me personally, I remember when I got let go, I talked to my dad about it. And my dad said, read the book of Job, which prophetically enough is J-O-B, Job. And it kind of put things into perspective for me. And I realized even now, years later, I'm so grateful to God that happened to me. And I don't worry about anything right now in my life. I don't worry because I know that God already knows what's going to happen. But I want and God wants us to be happy. Okay, but I want you to focus on what you love most in life. That's what I want you to do. So it doesn't matter if you're terminated, and I'm speaking generically, not just you, but in general. It doesn't matter that you're looking for your passion when you don't have a job. I also want you to look for a passion when you do have a job or when you're in school. And every day when you get out of bed, and if you tell yourself you're going to work, with all due respect, you're doing it wrong. You got to find what you're most passionate about in life. And I start every single webcast with a quote. And I have to repeat it because I love it so much. It's from Mark Twain, a great novelist from the United States who wrote Huckleberry Finn, I think. Yeah. And Mark Twain said, the two most important days in your life are number one, the day you're born, and number two, the day you find out why. What were you put on this earth to accomplish? What makes you happy? For me, it's not doing venture capital full time. For me, it's teaching full time. I love this. I want you, RVC, to find what you're most passionate about in life. That's what I want you to do. Okay. All right, next up is the Willa D. Willa D is saying, I was so loyal to my direct manager for years. I stood in the same position. Talking to his manager felt much better. I got some serious guts right now since the Steve Jobs Ask video. All respected meetings I got because I reached out and reached ahead. Okay, great. Yeah. So I completely agree with the Will of D. So if you want anything in life, you got to ask. If you want to get a date, you got to ask. If you want to get a new job, you got to ask. You want to get a contract with somebody, you got to ask. And I want to mention one more quick thing before we move on. And I've challenged all of you on this call in the past to write a book, and I want you all to do it. And I want you to all, and it's so easy. Like I've written like so many books. This one here is free on my website, but I've written so many books using a simple template I made in Microsoft Word. So if you know how to use a browser, and if you know how to use, all right, sorry about that. If you know how to use a browser and Microsoft Word, then you know how to write a book. Okay, and just go to my website and you can download a book template. And I created it for you, the exact template I use to write, all of my books. And it's a 9x6, and follow the instructions on the first page, and it'll teach you in that book download. Go to harounventures.com/writebook, all lowercase, all one word, write book. It'll teach you how to write a book from scratch in that little template download. It'll also teach you how to publish it immediately to Kindle for the electronic version, as well as to Amazon, the print version. Costs you nothing. It'll also teach you how to do the ACX version. And ACX is basically Audible, which Amazon owns. And I did the, like don't buy this version, buy the Audible version of this book if you're going to buy it. I wrote it, and I'm proud of it. In the Audible version, I make next to nothing, but I prefer you take that version because the price is a lot lower, obviously, and also because I'm delivering the message. Okay, so get this book, and if you're having trouble sleeping ever, just download the Audible version of this and listen to my voice, okay? The content will put you to sleep. All right. But I want you all to write a book. And I want you to all write a book, and I want you to bring it with you when you publish it to your informational meetings, okay? To meetings with potential customers, to interviews. Maybe send it in along with your application to business school or law school, or no, forget about law school. Don't ever go to law school, okay? Unless you want to do civil rights, then I love you, okay? Send it in with your application to any school. Bring it to all your meetings. And it doesn't cost me very much to get this printed, right? I get it printed for next to nothing online and sent to my house. And when I go to meetings, I bring this. I want you to bring your book that you write to meetings as well. Who does that? Nobody. How badly do you want that job? I want you to write a book. And I want everybody in this call, and I'm challenging you. And I do this call for free, and all I ask in return is that you all take your career to the next level. If you're not successful, I'm not. And so I want you to write down right now the deadline date when you're going to write your book. And I want you to tell everybody about it. And one of the reasons I got my book done, my first book, is because I told people I was going to write it. So I said, I gave a deadline. And a lot of people give up on their New Year's resolutions because they don't write down a deadline date for their goals. I want you all to write down a deadline when you're going to finish your book by. It's really, really easy to do. Please, if I did it, anybody can do it. And I want you to bring it with you to all your informational meetings because nobody does that. And the insecure part of me, not the insecure, the proud part of me, wrote this. It's right here. The dedication is the best part. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. I wrote this. To my mom and dad, who gave me the faith and confidence to know in my heart that you can accomplish anything in life. Okay, imagine giving that to your parents. So anyway, I'm always looking for approval. All right. All right, so Alessandro is saying, in the business plan course, the Excel file in step 5, if I need to apply 10 different sector markets, and for every sector, at least 5 different products, how can I handle this within Excel? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try not to look down. Damn it, I did it again. Okay, I'm actually going to go to Excel with you and with everybody in this call. Okay, and I'm actually going to go to the course, I should say, and download that. That's Teresa. Let me go here. Actually, I have to go back here. Give me 1 second. Click, hold that down so I can go back to Chris Haroun. When I was younger, we went out to dinner. My family and I, we were waiting to be paged. It was at a restaurant called La Castille in Mississauga, Ontario. And they said, heroin, party of 6. Heroin, party of 6. All right, here we go. All right. Oh, I got to do one quick thing that's going to make you laugh. Okay, hold on a second. You know when you go to Starbucks and they ask you for your name, and they write it on a cup? And if your name is Mark, sometimes it's Mark with a C or Mark with a K. Watch this. Starbucks, Mark with a C. It'll correct my spelling. Here it is here. This is funny. Look at this here. All right. I said my name was Mark with a C. Kark. Hi, I'm 7. All right, let's go back here now. All right, so I'm going to download this. So in this course, you get, go to all resources, and you can download this Excel spreadsheet, okay? All right, and so it takes a minute or so sometimes to open. It's big. It's 28 megs. And for any techies in the call, the way I made it that small was I used the same images in every tab. All right, so now I'm going to double-click this and open it up. I'm going to hit cancel because Excel crashed last night on me. So let me do it again. Oh, it was already opening anyway. Okay. All right, and it says 6 because I've downloaded 5 different versions. So it's loading. It's coming. It's coming. Keeping it real. And you do know it takes a second or two to open. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through your question here. And before we go there, I'm going to make all this much bigger so everybody can read this, myself included. And I'll make it 125, I think. And that will change every single tab to 125. That's good. It's a little bit too big. That's good enough. Whatever. All right, so your question now is... All right, hold on a second. I'm going to read your question. Your question now is, in the business plan course, in step 5, I need to apply 10 different sector markets. How do I do that? Okay, so we're going to go to step 5. And I don't remember step 5. That's why I got to go here. Okay, so step 5 here is product or service. Okay, I remember now. All right, so we're going to go here, and this is where you're asked about the total addressable market. Let me minimize this to increase the real estate. It'll take a second to minimize that graphics intensive header there. Come on. All right, good. Here we go. All right, great. So let me scroll down. And every question that I ask you is in green. This is the sample I give based on Shark Virtual Reality, a pretend company started by Tony Shark. All right, and this is where you enter your questions, and that feeds directly into the business plan. All right, so what did I do here? Let's see, total addressable market is down here somewhere. Give me 1 second. These are all the questions I ask. It's in here somewhere, isn't it? There's got to be a question where I ask total addressable market. So find, Control F, addressable. I think it's actually, you're looking in the wrong tab. That's why. Yeah. Okay. So it's actually, let me just click on any random tab here, but it's actually going to be in the market section. It's actually step 6. So step 5 is when you talk about what is your product or your service. You know, what differentiates your product. When you talk about the market, you need to go here to step 6. So if we click here on step 6, it's going to open that up here, and it's cool. Whenever you click this, it changes the progress here and the progress here. Okay, I'm a nerd, I know. All right, so the total addressable market is going to be down here, and I'll show you where to enter it in. And if you have a couple different products, and write a paragraph for each one, and I did that too, and I'm going to show you what that means. All right, so let me scroll down here and talk about who the customer is. Let me scroll down until I see some numbers. Here it is. Good. Okay. So you're going to go to question 6-14 in step 6. And again, this is blue is my example of Shark Virtual Reality, a fictitious company. And I actually got stickers made to cover up the Dell logo. So Michael Dell, don't sue me. I know we have a couple of people. Rebecca from Texas is here today. If you know Michael Dell, don't tell him. And then here's where you write your answer. Okay. So right here, what I did was, I actually have 2 different markets that this product is targeting, okay? And so this product here is targeting the movie industry and the video game industry, 2 markets. So what I did here was I actually talked about both markets. You know, the movie industry is $32 billion, and the video game industry is $138 billion, for a total of $170 billion. So I wrote about both those there. You can write about both products markets as well. So if you have 2 products in your company or 10 products, write about each one of them here in different sentences. And make sure you list a source. Okay, so here the source is IBIS World for the movie industry and Statistica for the video game industry, right there. And if that did not answer your question, please let me know. Thank you. All right, let's go back here. Big screen, Chris. And I will go now to the next question. Akil is apologizing for being late. Please, Akil, I'm happy you're here. Thanks, man. All right, the Willa D is saying, one guy advised me, never go to meetings that I can't see outcomes, which you said talking to the wrong guy. Do you think it's wise to sort things out on email or phone and then meet them? No. Because what happens is, although a lot of people want to help you, a lot of people will not only not take the meeting, they won't respond to you if you say why you want to meet. Okay. And so, for example, if you send an email to somebody saying, John, hope all is well. I'm also from Mississauga, and I also went to McGill University. Please let me know if you have time for a coffee. Thanks. They're going to be intrigued. They're like, why does this person want to meet? But that person reminds me a bit of myself because I'm also from Mississauga, and I also went to McGill. Yeah, I'll take that meeting. But if you change that meeting to this, hi, John, hope all is well. I'm also from Mississauga, and I also went to McGill University, and I'm looking to get a job, and I'd love to get advice from you. Please let me know if you have time for a meeting. They might not answer that email, not because they don't want to help you, but because they feel bad. They don't know if they can help you. So I always love to make it a bit of a surprise when you're cold calling. If you already know this person, obviously you can say, looking forward to grabbing coffee again to discuss whatever with you. Okay, I use the word again there. But if it's first time it's a cold call, I don't recommend saying why you want to meet. And I'm not being unethical. It's just, I know statistically, for me, I've tried to get meetings in the past. Whenever I mention why I want to meet, people don't meet with me as much. Okay. All right. All right, next is from Akil. And if I've missed anybody's question in between, just retype it, please. Thanks. Okay, Akil, my stomach just grumbled, so I got to get some of my Akil shake. I make this every Sunday. I make 7 of these jars, whatever, and I put greatest hits of every antioxidant in the world in it so I can live forever. Okay. I'm so sorry for smiling. I read your question. Can't take that back. Sorry. All right. How do you talk in a room where about 90% of people don't want you or they hate you? Wow. That's the hardest question I've ever gotten in the over 100 hours of calls we've done since call number 1. Okay, I've got it. Okay. So people love it when you're self-deprecating, meaning when you make fun of yourself, right? Like whenever you watch a celebrity on the Jimmy Kimmel television show reading out mean tweets about themselves, you kind of like that celebrity more because they're being self-deprecating. They're making fun of themselves. They're not taking themselves too seriously. Okay, and so, like, for example, Donald Trump, okay? Oh my God, everyone just gave me a thumbs down there in real time. Just kidding. Donald Trump. If Donald Trump got up to the podium and say it's at the United Nations and every country is there, okay, represented, and Donald Trump started out by making fun of his hair and making fun of a couple policies of his that haven't done as well, I tell you, people would like him more. Okay, and I'm not just signaling out Donald Trump, but it goes for anybody. And so when you get up there to give that speech, if the crowd doesn't really like you, or you're not sure, or they're not paying attention, then you can be a little bit self-deprecating and make fun of yourself. Okay, so for me, if I'm older than a lot of people when I present, and if I forget what I was going to say, I'll say something like, gosh, the older I get, the better I was. Little things like that, right? I know that's dad humor. I get it. But I want you to make fun of yourself. If you can do it. Obviously, don't don't make fun of yourself to an extent that you're going to hurt your career, but just be self-deprecating. People love that. Everybody loves that. And it's just the way I am. I love making fun of myself. Like my nose is aerodynamic. That's why I'm a great skier because of that, by the way. Little things like that. So just be self-deprecating. And after you're self-deprecating in that opening message, I want you to say something incredibly inspirational. Okay, people love to be inspired. And if you want, I think you can actually go and download 150 of my favorite quotes. Just go to my LinkedIn profile and look through my articles. You'll find it eventually. And I want you to take one of those quotes, and I want you to put it on an image of whoever said that and show that. Okay, so something inspirational, like, let me think about that, like James Cameron, and I'm just thinking that because I'm staring at this fake Oscar, but James Cameron once said, if you set your goals so high and you fail above everyone else's expectations. Or that Mark Twain quote I say all the time, the two most important days in your life are, number one, the day you're born, and number two, the day you find out why. Okay. So start out by saying something self-deprecating, meaning making fun of yourself. And then you want to throw up one or two really cool quotes that are inspirational. And if you're talking at a conference out of town, and you're from out of town, but you're talking in the location where all those people live, you want to mention something that's local that you appreciate. And you can take my course, the Complete Presentation course, because I do an example of this, a number of different examples actually, where I research the area. For example, in Mississauga, where I'm from, there's this really famous place called Frank and Jimmy's, which is this barbershop that's been open for 8 million years, a long time. And I talk about the story of that in one of my speeches. So you want to personalize it, but please just, Akil, just take my Complete Presentation course, which is 16 hours long. And I promise you, I guarantee it, or your money back, that you will find a way to start a speech that's going to inspire the heck out of everybody to win them over. Okay, and what I want you to also do, and this goes for everybody on this call, please, speaking of winning people over, I want you to read this book. It's the best business book ever written. It's called How to Win Friends and Influence People. And it deals with how to talk to people one-on-one and in groups as well. Okay, and if you're having problems with public speaking, I recommend that you also take the Dale Carnegie public speaking course. It'll change your life. And you can search online. It's available in most cities. And if it's not, what you can do is you can go to meetup.com, and you can do a search for your city name and the word Toastmasters or public speaking, and attend events for free and get up and present in front of people. And if you have follow-up questions about that, please let me know. Thanks. Great question. Wow, that was a tough one. Okay, so Alessandro has a question. When it comes to TAM, total addressable market, and when it comes to CAGR, which is compound annual growth rate, and when it comes to marketing strategy and budgeting, can you estimate the sales or service product better? Okay, so in my, and I'll go back here to the complete business plan spreadsheet here. But if you go to the model page, you'll see that there's, let me see, it's financial models right here. Okay. All right. On this tab here, you'll see here is where you can enter in all the details on revenue. And what comes into revenue, if I double click here, is here. I want to get it color coded. I'll just look up here. So this here is the number of units you sold or the number of hours you billed, if it's a services company. Okay. Minus, well, I got to go down here. It's a long string. Oh, no. Number you sold times the average selling price. Okay, so actually it's the number of units you sold minus, here you go, it's color-coded. Number of units you sold minus the number of returns or refunds. And for me, it's 1% on Udemy, but 1% of my people that buy my courses ask for a refund. Times the average selling price per unit or the hourly rate changed. And you can scroll down and see the color codings here as well. And so what you would do is you'd enter all that information here, and that will help you to model, what revenue is going to be when you take into account the price of your product. Okay, so it's all right here. Okay, so just do these three here. And I provided another revenue line item below if you want to use, which is optional. And I get the impression that didn't answer your question. Hold on a second. No, I think it did. So all you got to do is just forecast into the future how many units you're going to be selling. Okay, and so again, if you double click, you'll see color coded where units comes up. Okay, so anyway, and if you have additional questions on that, just let me know, please. But you want to build it really slowly and from a very granular perspective. So you're just kind of focusing on how many units you're going to sell over time, and then change the units, grow it over time, okay, at whatever pace you think makes sense. And you can also look at the total addressable market and think, I want to get 1% of this market. So what should my revenue be if I'm going to get 1% of this market? Well, you're going to have to tweak a couple things. The number of units sold, as well as the average selling price. And it might be zero or low initially, and it might increase over time. And then you might layer on top of that additional products you sell. So a lot of software companies will sell their software, that's licensed revenue, you buy it one time. And then they'll sell you a subscription service for maintenance, which is 20% of the cost usually of that license. If you have follow-up questions on that, please let me know. Thanks. All right. Alessandra's got a question. Should I have a partnership or consulting with an expert agency marketing strategy? Okay, I don't fully understand the question. I'm so sorry, but I think you can do your own marketing and just fill in the entire template in that complete business plan course. And there is a section on marketing that will help you out tremendously. And when it comes to marketing your own stuff, I'm not a big fan of using Google AdWords unless it's a higher price point. I'm also not a big fan of hiring marketing companies to help you because you can do it yourself. And if you have this, which you do, and access to the internet, you can market all your stuff yourself by making vlogs or blogs. And if you read this book of mine, it's a free download at harounventures.com, and I'm so sorry to keep mentioning the website, and I do it only because I don't know when people jump on this call, but whatever, it's free. And this will tell you how to write an article like a professional journalist does. I used to have my own Inc. column, Inc.com column on the side, and my editor at Inc. Taught me how to write, and I explain how to in that book. And so the best marketing you can do is by creating content. Okay, and the more you give in life and in business, the more you get longer term. I want you to be a thought leader. I want you to own your market, and I want you to write a book on that topic as well. You can go to harounventures.com/write book, all lowercase, to download my book template, so you can create a book that looks like just this size here. Okay. All right. All right, next one is Akil saying, what does it mean to take a calculated risk that I take on? Okay, so in business, and especially in finance, when you're managing money, you always think of risk reward. You know, if I buy this stock, how much upside do I see to my target price? Okay, let's call it 10 bucks upside. How much downside do I see? You know, say there's technical support for what it's worth at the 200-day moving average, which is $2 below. So I see $10 upside and $2 downside. So the risk reward is positively skewed. Okay, so that's what I would say. Just think of it in those terms. Quantify it if you can. That's taking a calculated risk if you can quantify it. Okay. And for those of you that are interested in learning about how you're given a very, very difficult decision to make in life or business. How can you quantify that and make the right decision? So I have a methodology that Tony asked me about 2 weeks ago on this call. And let me just show you really quickly where to get this from. I'm not going to explain how to do it again. But let's see here. Okay, here, yeah. So what I want you to do is I want you to go to my YouTube page, subscribe if you want to, whatever, and then go here to this one, which is you just got a call from a headhunter, decided to take the call or not take the call, tough question. I was trying to be cute like Shakespeare. Nobody got it, but whatever. And in the second half of this video, I show you exactly how to quantify something, okay? So it'll explain here, if you just fast forward here to the second part, how to quantify. And so what I do is I explain the methodology here within Excel, but watch that video if you want, if it's helpful to you. Okay, let me go back here, go back to where I was, and I'm not going to look down. Can I change the screen without looking down, please? It's not working. Oh, good. Yes, I did it. Okay, great. All right, I looked down. I peeked. It's terrible, right? Okay, and give me 1 second. I'm going to scroll down to see if there's any issues with the video. Good, no one's complaining. No complaints means a good thing, right? Satisfied customers. Okay, so hi Chris, my name is João, and I came from Portugal. Just like there was a king, João, who I guess he left Portugal, and I learned this. I went to Brazil, gave a speech there recently. He went to Brazil to flee from Napoleon, whatever. Anyway, he called actually Brazil. I think he crowned it the headquarters of the United Kingdom of Portugal. Interesting. All right, next up we've got here is, hi, I'm João. I came from Portugal. I've been watching your content for a long time, but it's my first time interacting with you. I appreciate your effort a lot. Thank you, João. I appreciate it. God bless you, and welcome to the call as well. Glad to have you, and I hope to have you back as well. And your question is, I had my first big interview today, and I felt I didn't make a big enough impact to differentiate myself from others. Any tips? Thanks. Great question. I love it. Okay. So when you go through an interview, I want you, as fast as you can, so after I answer this question, please log off the call and do what I'm going to tell you to do, please. I want you to send a thank you email to whoever interviewed you. And if you don't know their email address, then I want you to do first name dot last name at whatevercompanyis.com or whatever the web address is. If that doesn't work, it's going to bounce. Then I want you to try first initial last name at whatevercompanyis.com. If that doesn't work and it bounces, try the first initial and then only 7 letters of the last name, so that's 8 in total, at the company name, whatever. And let's say it goes through, it doesn't bounce. Obviously, that's what you want. What I want you to do is then, in the subject line, I want you to put the word thank you, thanks, or whatever. And then the content of the message, I want you to say this. For example, John, great meeting with you today. I really enjoyed our conversation. In terms of your question on X, I did a little bit more research, and here are my humble thoughts, or here are my thoughts on it. And please find attached an article on this topic as well. If I can be resourceful to you in any way, please let me know. Thanks again for your time today. João. The reason I say that is because what happens is when you go into an interview and you interview with somebody, they usually have to fill in a form on how the interview went and submit it to their manager or human resources if it's a big company. And they usually do it the same day, but they do it at the end of the day because they have more important things to do, like their business. Okay. So the reason I want you to send that email is it's preemptive. Every battle is won before it's been fought. And if you send that email before they submit that form internally, then what happens is it will bias them to maybe slightly be more positive on you in that form. You know, they might say something like, yeah, and João actually sent me a follow-up thank you message and shared with me really interesting stuff that we spoke about in our meeting. Okay. So anyway, that's what I recommend. And if you want more details on how to add even more value, you can take my complete job course as well. And João, if you have any follow-up questions on that, please let me know. But I think if you send it in that thank you email, that works out great. And if you met with multiple people, I don't want you to send the same message. Because if one person follows it to the rest or sends it to the rest of the group, they'll be like, yeah, I got the same message as well, the exact same one. I want you to customize each one based on the contents you had of that meeting. Okay. And then also, João, if you want, take my my complete job course. And in that course, I actually explain how to create one-page templates that you can give people when you interview with them, which adds tremendous value, which nobody does, right? But it all comes down to how badly do you want this job? Okay, so a template might be a sales template that you complete where I have you come up with 5 people that can be potential customers. Give it to a salesperson that works at that firm if you interview with them. If it's somebody in operations, create a one-page write-up, which is a template I provide you with in my complete job course. And that one-pager will tell them how to do something more profitably, or how to use new technology or a cool app to kind of cut costs on how they do whatever it is they do. I have one for everything, including virtual assistants, everything in that course. And if you have follow-up questions, please let me know. And Joelle, welcome to the call. And if you have more questions, please ask me today. And the way it works is I answer all questions and the call never ends until I've answered every single question. I'm the last person on this call, always. Okay. And move in a bit more, get closer to the microphone. And if you're curious what microphone I use this guy here. And this here is a Blue Yeti. There's a professional version and there's a regular version. This here is the Pro version. It's got just a different input in the bottom. And then here, I want to show you as backup, I always have this. See this lavalier? You can't see it, but it's here. And I have another lower end Blue Yeti here. Because once you lose sound, it's so hard to make the sound work better. It's kind of complicated why I have 3 mics as well. One is because I'm actually, one Yeti is here. That's hooked up to you. This one is not, right? You don't hear any noise there. This one is. And also, so this one here hooks up to this call. And I'll show you my green room here. I want to show you actually what I use here. I think you might be interested in it. I want to be completely transparent. So I'm actually going to show you what I'm doing here in real time as well. Hold on 1 second. I'll show you my green screen. Oops. All right, so corner here, screen capture here, turn questions off there. And I want to show you exactly what I see here. So I'm going to go here. I'm using Wirecast software. Okay, you can get a free version of something like this called OBS, which is Open Broadcast Software. I pay for this one because it's easier to use. Now I just don't have time to learn other software products. So video capture, I can either select FaceTime, which is how I used to do my calls. Okay, and that's just a little camera on my laptop, which is in the corner. It's in the corner because it's loud. And this here is actually the other camera I'm using. Okay, so here I am here. This is right here. Okay, so look at me. Look how synchronized I am, man. Hey, if I was in a club, dude, I feel like that. I don't know if you've seen that movie, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Remember all those little dancing dudes going like this with Johnny Depp? That's how I feel like right now. It's kind of cool. And so I bring this up because I've got the microphone, the black Blue Yeti you can't see, hooked up to here. Hi, I'm 7. And then I've got this one here hooked up to a 4K camera. I record this in 4K as well. Okay, great. So you've seen my room here. Let me clear the layer and go back. Oh, actually, so the green screen here, what you can see here is I actually have it set so I have lights on both sides. The lighting's not perfect, so you can see a little shadow of me. And actually, I took away the floor green screen. I had a mat I had at the bottom that was green. I just used this back here. And I've cropped this as well. Anyway, so if you have follow-up questions on how I set up my room here, please let me know. But setting up a green screen is really, really tough, man. It's tough. Let's see. Yay, it worked. Okay, great. All right, where are we now? All right. So, okay, so Will is asking the prototype for dummy buttons. What happened to a 3D modeling video? Okay, yeah, and this was earlier in the call, and I was talking about making, I think, an MVP or minimum viable product. So you can actually have 3D models created for you if you know how to use AutoCAD software made by Autodesk. Or from Magma or others like Cadence or Synopsys, if you're in the semiconductor industry, then use that software. But if you've never used AutoCAD or 3D modeling stuff in the past, you can always go to Fiverr.com and find it there. And actually, my cousin, Simon, who lives here in the Bay Area, he met this guy over Fiverr that lives in Greece that does all of his AutoCAD stuff and then sends it directly over to him over Dropbox. So that's what you can do for 3D modeling. Go to Fiverr.com. That's Fiverr.com. You can get anything done for $5 or more. All right, Rudy. Okay, Rudy is saying, have I heard of the Stash app? What do you think about it? I've never heard of him. Sorry, I've never heard of it. And next up is the Willa D. no one will pay for an idea, maybe a proven one, applicable, then yes. I'm not sure what that's with respect to, and I apologize. If you want, you can rephrase that. The problem with this call sometimes is I answer questions like an hour before I read them here live. Okay. All right. Rudy is saying, have I heard of XYO coin? If yes, what do you think about how it works? So I've not heard of it. I know a lot about cryptocurrencies, and for those of you that don't know much about it, I'm more than happy to give a primer on how cryptocurrencies works with my real props here. This is the first message ever sent from Satoshi to his buddy Hal in January 2000 in January 12, 2009. This is a block that goes on a blockchain. If somebody's curious about that, ask me, please. But in terms of that coin, I've never heard of that one. But please don't ever invest in any cryptocurrency until you do a ton of research, because governments don't regulate that industry in most countries. And most people are scammers in crypto. Right? 95% of all cryptocurrencies are scams. I mean, there's more cryptocurrencies now than there are real paper currencies in the world. There's not enough room for that. There will be a number that will survive and do extraordinarily well, but most are a scam. And take my complete cryptocurrency course if you want more details on that. And in that course, which is 24 hours, I actually create a 49-step process for you to analyze any cryptocurrency, be it XYO or any other coin. And if you have follow-up questions, please let me know. Thanks. But please be careful with cryptos. Okay, so Akil has a statement here, optimist versus opportunist. I'm definitely an optimist. I believe that the glass is always not half full, but completely full. And that reminds me, I got to drink more water. You got to drink like 4 of these a day, or 8 cups of water per day. I'm not doing enough of that. But I think anybody that's successful in business is extraordinarily positive. Okay, they believe that they can fly, they can achieve anything, and they're optimistic. I've never met anybody in business that's done extraordinarily well that's negative or a pessimist. They all ooze positivity, like Sir Richard Branson. Okay. Oh, here we go. Okay, Kartik is saying, Chris, this is awesome. I love this. Good. Chris, I humbly challenge you to start meditating on that app, because it is more than a breathing app. I will connect with you with your spiritual being. It will connect with you, your spiritual being, and guide you to discover who we really are. Okay, thank you, and I appreciate that. Awesome. I will do it, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a reminder for today at, when am I free today? Today at 9:30 p.m., okay, and I will do that. Set an alarm today at 9:30 p.m.
Okay, your 21:30 alarm is on.
Okay, I'll do it. And that was the Australian voice I talked about earlier. And when she's saying that, she's smiling. I know all Australians smile when they speak. They're just happy people, or they at least make me smile. I just love that accent so much. All right, I will do it. Thank you. Thank you. All right, next one is, please let me know some sales courses and sales books to read. Okay, great. Yeah. So I would read this one first. Okay, it's based on my lifelong learnings, successes, failures, etc. on networking. And every great salesperson is a great networker. You can get this for free. Don't pay for it. People buy it on Amazon, but just get it for free at my website, harounventures.com. And this is over 200 pages, and there's several hours of YouTube videos I made for you as well, called companion videos. And even if you don't read the book, I think it's helpful to actually watch the companion videos. They're free, and I'll show you where to get them. And this will hopefully help everybody here. Let me just zoom out. So if you go to my YouTube page, what you can do, and please just click like if you can on this video. It helps me. Thank you. What you can do is you can actually scroll down, and all the companion videos are here. Okay, there's 25 of them right here. Okay, and this one here cracks me up a lot. Watch it if you want, if you're writing a book, which everyone on this call is. And please commit to it in writing right now on this call what date you're going to get it done by your book. Okay, because I want to buy them. I want to buy them and bring a big stack in and show the world from here. And I buy every book my students write, and I've bought a lot of books. So anyway, the companions are here. And I'm going to click here on play all. Okay, and just I'll just pause it here. This is the Steve Jobs one. This here's how to write a cover letter. Then I have how to improve your LinkedIn profile. Then I have how to write great articles. This is all free on LinkedIn. How to write amazing articles, and this is based on my experience as a professional writer. I wrote for Inc. magazine in the past. I wasn't very good at it, but I learned a lot about how to write gooder. Okay, this obviously is a little old school. This is how to start an interview, and how to give with your heart, and networking and business in general is all about giving. All right, good. Just want to make sure we're still recording. And this here is how to ace an interview for a sales job. I forgot I put these up here. Okay. How to ace an interview for a management job. So Joao, earlier on, you asked about, how can you follow up or whatever after an interview. You can complete these templates here. And this actually is a little excerpt from my complete job course as well. I also talk about what to wear in meetings, in interviews. And right here, and I'm speaking of self-deprecating, I think it was Kartik or somebody earlier in the call asked about being self-deprecating. I was making fun of myself here. If you want to know what to wear in an interview, don't wear an ugly sweater. And it actually, in America, we have this ugly sweater Christmas party every year people go to. It's a big thing here, whatever. Laugh at me, please, not with me. But if you want to know what to wear into an interview, just go to LinkedIn and look at what people are wearing in their LinkedIn profiles, or go to the company website, see what people are wearing. And if you watch this, you'll find out why I failed my Microsoft interview. Had to do partially with what I was wearing. And if you want, I can actually tell you right now if you're curious. And then here is, what is this here? Yeah, there's tons of other things here, like how to set your goals, how to write a perfect resume, how to make your goals come true, and all that stuff. And somebody that inspires me a lot, who I hope to meet one day, which is Malala. She's amazing. All right, now let me go back here. Let me hit pause so that doesn't use any bandwidth. That's fine. And I'm going to go back to full screen, Chris. All right, and I'm going to grab a sip of this because my stomach is rumbling. This is kale and ginger, and this is greatest hits of every antioxidant that's ever been created. Acai, fish oil, everything that's good for you. So Bizwajit, and if I'm mispronouncing anybody's name, please tell me. There's somebody named Antoinette, who I called Antoinette. It's Antoinette, and I was corrected, and I asked her to correct me, so please correct me. Another book you can read, actually, and I actually don't want you to read this one. I want you to actually listen to this one. I'm going to tell you. You can go to audible.com, and you can listen to a book. And it's actually, I prefer that you all listen to books rather than read them, because if you listen to books that are narrated by the author, usually they're more passionate. And so if you go to audible.com, and I pay $15 a month for this service. It's owned by Amazon. I have 3 credits available. But there's this great book called The Winner's Dream. And it's written by the co-CEO of SAP. Great guy named Bill McDermott. Look at those ratings, man. That's amazing. Like, this guy just oozes positivity. And I think this is the best book I read in 2015. I read it a couple months after it came out. It's 10 hours, and this guy can sell better than any human being on the planet. He can sell. He's amazing. Just amazing. Love this guy. And I met him a number of times when I used to be an investor in SAP, big German software company. And this guy is so amazing that I know people that work for him at SAP, and he remembers the janitor's kids' names. He remembers everything. And according to Dale Carnegie, another sales book you have to read, please, is people love it when you remember their names and you say their names without doing it too much or overdoing it, right? So, and I have problems remembering names, and so I do this little game thing where I can remember most names by associating somebody with somebody I've met before and saying, that person looks like this person. Oh yeah, that's that person. Anyway, and if you want more tricks on how to remember names, let me know. I can go into more detail on that. But you got to read this book here. It's great. It's amazing. And this guy here talks about how he sells himself and how he went to a job interview. He lived in New Jersey, and he went to a job interview in New York City. I think it was at Xerox, the photocopy company. And he wanted to get the job so badly. And he said, I'm not leaving the office. I can't leave your office because I told my dad that I'd tell him I got the job before the end of the day. Anyway, he's got a bunch of little tips and tricks. Some of them are out there, but he's brilliant and just fun. And he used to own a corner store like a 7-Eleven in New Jersey. And that's how he started learning about customer service and salesmanship, etc. Then he took it to the next level with software at SAP. And if you can sell software, you can sell anything because you're selling something you can't see, feel, or touch. And they call a lot of great software salespeople software evangelists. And that's a bizarre term. But anyway, read that book if you get a chance. Anything by Richard Branson. And whoever your idol is in business, I want you to actually, I want you to listen. Virgin Companies he owns. He has this famous saying. He says, screw it, let's just do it. Okay, so here it is. Screw it, let's do it. He's great. Love the guy. He's amazing. Listen to autobiographies and biographies of people that are very successful that inspire you. Why? Because they're giving away their rules. They're showing you their set of cards, their blueprint on how they became successful. So you can work smarter and not harder. And I have my... I have my book here too. Here it is here. 101 Crucial Lessons they don't teach you in business school. I narrate it. Anyway, and it's a lot cheaper here than actually buying it over on Amazon. I poured my heart into this one. Very, very proud of it. It's amazing though, dude. I recorded this in 2 hours, literally 2 hours. This book here, using GarageBand on my Mac. And it's been a nice return on investment. 4.4, not nearly as good as the other books I just showed you. So if you're going to read anything on sales, don't read this one first. Read the ones with higher ratings first, please. All right, let me go back now. And if you have any follow-up questions about that, as always, please let me know. Thanks. All right. All right, and you mentioned what sales course is. Just take my complete job course because that will teach you how to interview. And if you learn how to interview, then it kind of helps you dealing with people one-on-one from a sales perspective. Also take my complete presentation course, which will teach you how to present better than anybody, whatever. Anyway, so I worked hard in that course too. It's kind of long. People complain it's a little too long, to be honest. All right. Awesome. Thanks for that, Jason. I love when you guys talk to each other and help each other. It's awesome. This, I should say, not this. Okay, so Kartik just said that he sent me his resume. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give my humble feedback on Kartik's resume here. Take my shoes off, just get a little bit more comfortable. And hopefully, and whenever I answer questions on this call, I try to be as generic as possible to humbly help everybody in this call. So I'm going to review your resume in real time and give you real-time feedback. This is just one man's opinion. So let me first of all go over here, and I'll share my screen in a second after I go and download it from Gmail where you sent it. I just don't want to show you my Gmail because it's not that I don't trust you. All right, Gmail here. Kartik, here we go. All right, so I'm downloading Kartik's resume. Actually, I can share the screen with you now. Hold on. I have nothing to hide. Okay, so Kartik sent me his resume. Thank you. Nice. And I love your message too, by the way. You kept it short. Use the word please. Thank you. Kept it short. I love it. I love short messages. The worst is when you get an email from your mom. I'm so sorry to say this because I do this too. But you get an email from a family member that's really long. And you just want to, I don't know, thanks, I love you too. Yeah. All right. So I downloaded this. I'm going to go here to your resume. I'm going to open it up and give you real-time feedback. Okay. And if you're just joining us on the call, Kartik is cool with me actually doing this in front of everyone in a live audience. Okay. And one day I'll have a studio audience set up here so everybody can come in to my studio. It'll be fun. All right. Here we go. All right. So it's too long, in my humble opinion. I think everything should be on one page. I love one pagers. Okay, like a one-page snapshot. Even in my complete business plan course, if those of you have taken it, there's a one-page snapshot you can click and print of your business plan. And when it comes to one-pagers or documents to give people in interviews or business meetings. I love the one-pagers as well because you should be able to elaborate everything on one page, everything. And the problem is that people don't have the bandwidth or the time or the attention span to read entire books anymore. It's been a while since I've read one. I usually listen to these things. Same thing with long articles. Less is always more. Keep it to one page if you can, please. Okay, and I like what's called the Harvard Business School format, only because it's a classic format and a lot of senior executives, they used it and they can read it easily. And the Harvard Business School format is 3 sections. It's got education, then it's got work experience, and then personal, meaning other stuff. And you always lead with your strength. So if you're just graduating school, you lead with education. You could switch these two around though. Like if you graduated school years ago, you can put work experience first. So it'll be experience, then education, and always put personal last. And you have to put personal and say what you're interested in because a lot of times you go to an interview and people just want to kind of shoot the breeze and get to know you, right? And I got a job at this great hedge fund called Citadel, based in Chicago. And when I was interviewing with my mentor, a guy named Carson Levitt, and he's the reason I'm on the West Coast now. He's awesome. Love the guy. But when I was interviewing, at the very bottom of my one-page resume, I wrote, I like baseball. And Carson looked at it, and we were talking in the interview about cloud computing software companies to invest in, like Salesforce. And he's good buddies with Mark Benioff, the founder of Salesforce.com. But when we were in the interview, he then looked at the bottom and said, oh, I didn't know you like baseball. And he kind of, just kind of relaxed a bit, and so did I. And we talked about baseball. And sports is great boardroom talk, great business talk. And whenever I meet somebody from the United States, at least, that's from a certain city, like say they're from Baltimore, I'll say, oh, great. Are you a Baltimore Orioles fan? I got to see Cal Ripken play one day and whatever. And it works internationally too, of course. If you're from Manchester, you'll say that your favorite team is Liverpool. Sorry, Manchester United. You might want to talk about that. Or Barcelona, or whatever it is. You know what I'm talking about. Sports is great boardroom talk. So you have that at the bottom. You should have that at the bottom. And I'll go through it in a second. I think what's probably helpful is now that I show you what the Harvard Business School resume format looks like. Okay. And I explain all this stuff from scratch in my my complete job course as well, including all the templates you can download. So Harvard Business School resume format. People call Harvard Business School HBS, and 2/3 of HBS is BS. That's right. All right, so here's a bunch of images of what it looks like. It's all one page. People, move it around, change it around a little bit. So let me just go here to images, and I'll blow one up here. Like this here is the classic look, okay? Click here for full resolution, which means give me your email address. Screw that, I'm going back. Let me get another one. That's, okay, hold on. No. All right, so we'll look at it from far away, okay? So we'll grab this one here from far away. Yeah, good, all right. So right here, they have education, then experience, and then personal at the bottom. They put volunteer work here as well. I don't recommend doing that. I recommend putting that as part of work experience as well, or if you did volunteer work during school, put it within education as well. So there's 3 sections, and I know always that I've got the place here on the right side, bold uppercase, Boston, it says here, Cambridge, New York, Redmond, Virginia, that's WA, that's Redmond, Washington. That's Microsoft they worked at there. That's Microsoft's headquarters. And then over here, you've got the years, okay? So that's the format that I think works best. One page, always less is more. All right, now let me go back to Microsoft Word. Okay, good. And if anybody has a Hotmail account, please get rid of it. And I know it's a crazy thing to say, or an AOL account, right? Right, Mom? My mom actually got Gmail now. Only because it's bizarre. Perception becomes reality. Hotmail's kind of old school. I stopped using my Hotmail account a while ago. Just use something that's, Gmail, whatever. It's fine. All right. Next up, see your name. That's fine. Good. Okay. Address. That's fine too. I get it. I would probably try to make this a bit smaller so that you can just squeeze it all together. So you have more real estate somewhere else on your resume. And so it looks like you like using that diamond thing there. You can use that actually as a way to divide the different parts here if you wanted to. Okay, so you can go like that, diamond. And then you can even put this on the same line if you can fit it. And it looks like it's too big for that. That's fine, whatever. Okay. And I don't like the way, and I'm going to be brutally honest, and this is subjective, and you might disagree with me, and I'm so sorry if you don't agree with me. It's cool. I get it. I don't like the way this is formatted, right? I don't like reading it this way. I like to use formatting like that or this as long as there's not too much wrap. There's too much wrap there, so it wouldn't work well there. So go back to here. That's fine. All right, and before I read the individual parts, I'm going to look through here. Okay, education, let's see. Professional certification skills. Okay, and then you have, maybe that's my fault actually, that's not on the next page. That leaves an orphan on the next page. That's my fault. That's fine. See here. I would be consistent as well with your bullets. Looks like you're using that type there. This type here, you kind of switch it around with, and then you have color here, and then you have this type here. Just be consistent. You have lots of different ones, right? I would just stick with one for consistency. Let's see here. Also, make sure that you see how there's more space between the word activities and these bullet points, and there's not much space here. Just make sure it's all the same. Make sure it's consistent, because this is a representation of you, and a lot of managers are really picky, whatever. Attention to detail. All right, let's see what else here. I'm also, before I read the rest, I can go to properties here and see. I'm always curious what you put here. Okay, that's you. Sometimes they have someone else's name. And by the way, if you work at a big company, or if you work in investment banking and you have clients and you can't confidentially tell other people what clients you have, always make sure to go to properties here and get rid of any stuff here that might say, consulting work for the potential merger of Pepsi and Red Bull. Whatever it is, you know what I'm talking about. Okay. All right, that's fine. Okay, let's see here. Okay, now I'm going to go and I'm going to critique the actual content. Okay, so my name is, okay. And anything that's redundant, I think you can always get rid of, right? Like your name's already at the top there, so we can get rid of that first sentence. And I know what BCom means because I have a Bachelor of Commerce from McGill University, but a lot of people don't know what a BCom is. A lot of people know a BA is a Bachelor of Arts, but BCom, a lot of people just don't know what that means, the COM part. Okay. Okay, so I would just explain what that is, spell it out. You wouldn't need that, obviously. And obviously, you tweak it a bit more so. Okay. And I wouldn't, whenever you write out an acronym, I don't think you need to put everything in caps right here because it shows that you're yelling. It's the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants. Okay, strong work ethic. Okay, here I see a capital W and a capital E, yet down here you have a lowercase t. Just be consistent. And I wouldn't make both these capital. It's lowercase. Good commas are in the right place. Okay, that's fine. Education. Okay. Trying to find the dates. Oh, they're right here. Yeah, I don't like this table set. That's just me. Okay. Sacré-Cœur, Sacred Heart. We have that here as well in San Francisco. My mom went to Sacred Heart in Montreal. Okay, I wouldn't list your grades because 72 is 88's great. Whatever. Just there's no reason to list it. And I don't know where you based. Okay, I got you overseas. So when you do GPA, a lot of people think a GPA is out of 4, and so that's cumulative GPA, and maybe where you're submitting this resume domestically, where you are, everyone knows that GPA can be above 4, cumulative GPA. But if they don't, you want to explain what that means. It's a pretty good GPA though, man. Congrats. Okay. Yeah, you got some caps and non-caps here. I don't know why. It's cool though. Marks percent GPA. Okay, I see that. Yeah, this is unclear to me because you're listing 2 things here, yet there's 3 mentioned here, and I get it. Okay, and I feel bad giving feedback because my feedback might not be valid at all, and just please take it with a grain of salt, okay? And thank you for letting me do this. All right, next thing, I like to have the bullet points all aligned, and so you can play around with this here, okay, like this here, and then you can insert tabs as well. So when I click here, watch what happens. I want you to look up here, okay, keep looking up there. See how it changes? I just want you to be consistent with all of it, okay, so you can move them around, whatever, if you wanted to. And whenever I have bullets, I usually like to indent them a little bit. Okay, so let me just go here and you'll see what I mean. It's just easier to read whenever you have a list of stuff. Okay, so, whoops. Yeah, anyway, I would find a way to indent it all, including the bullet itself. And be consistent with the bullet as well. Okay, especially because a lot of the times when you send this document, even if it's in Word format, if you have different types of cool things like this, like these things might not show up in Pages or in the Google Documents app. Okay, so just do something that's a little bit more generic, and you want to test it on different platforms. And you might also just want to send a PDF version as well. And I know that you didn't send me a PDF version because this is your resume. It's not complete yet. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know why there's a dash here. I'll probably get rid of that. Self-motivated. Did you write that up here? Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't include a skills section like this. I just include your experience and what you've done, meaning your jobs, if you have them. If not, that's cool. And your education as well. So if you wanted to, under education or under the personal or other section, if you wanted to the bottom called personal or other, you can list whatever software applications you know and certifications you have, and make sure you're consistent as well with these, which I mentioned before. Okay. Okay. And when you're doing activities or you're mentioning anything that's present or past tense, if it's something you're currently doing, you did it right here, I get it. You listed present tense because you're currently doing business analyst course here. And then you finish. Good. So stuff you did before, you always had the ED at the end. Great. Is that bold or is that just the way I'm seeing it? No, it's just the way I'm seeing it. Okay. Okay. In topper, I don't know if that's grammatically correct. I just write top of the class. Maybe I'm wrong and it is grammatically correct and it is a regional thing to write. Okay. Let's see here. All right. And then I question why I use bold sometimes only. All right, accounting, interested. Yeah, and so, okay. And you don't have to, I don't know why you have to, and maybe it's a regional thing, but I don't think you have to list your parents' name or your date of birth or nationality at all. And again, it might be a regional thing, but I would not list any of this. It's just me personally. And by law, in most places, people can't ask you your nationality, and people can't ask you, or they can't ask your ethnic background, I should say, and they can't ask you your date of birth. They can kind of ask about nationality if they're asking about visas or whatever it is. But I wouldn't list this at all. Okay, good. Hobbies, sports, travel. So I think you can squish everything on one page. If you want, take another crack at it. And then show me again next week during this call and put it in the Harvard Business School format. And then take my complete job course. It'll tell you and provide you with templates on how to make this perfect. And it'll also tell you how to take the information off of this and put it on LinkedIn to make it more better, as my kids would say. So hopefully that's helpful. I apologize if any of that feedback wasn't helpful. It's just my humble thoughts. All right, thank you for that. Okay, so the Will of D is saying, I have helped hundreds to find themselves, but I can't determine or describe myself in the best way. Can you help me with that? Okay. So the best way to find yourself is just to kind of understand what you're most passionate about in life and find a way to make that your profession. You know, when athletes play ball, or when actors are acting, or when musicians are playing music, yeah, that's not work. It's a passion. And that's why they're very good at what they do. They're passionate about what they do. You know, Michael Jordan didn't get up in the morning and say, oh, God, I got to go play another NBA game. He played all the time. He loved it. He even played once when he was sick, and he got 50 points in that one game. I remember that years ago. You can Google it. It's pretty cool. So in terms of finding yourself, just think about what you're passionate about. And if you don't know, just, basically use this test. If I give you a month off right now from work or from school, and I tell you you're not allowed to travel, what are you going to do with your time? And whatever that is, that should become your profession full time, and that will help you find yourself as well. Okay, so wipe down my face a bit here. It's getting kind of hot, and I've got LED lights too now. It's hot. All right, next up is, I don't know what that means. Rainbow Islands. If that was a picture behind me, it might have been. So I don't know. Willa D, I prefer just asking questions here, if that's okay. It's just easier for me, and I get a ton of inbounds. Actually, no, I'll allow it this one time. Just send it over. Yeah, Haroun@gmail.com. Thanks. And by the way, if you ever send me emails and I don't respond, it's because I get so many. And even my phone, I can't even answer my phone anymore. It's ridiculous. I've tried getting off lists, but I have scammers calling me all the time. And emails I'm not good with, but LinkedIn I'm very good with. All right, next up is, I have a master's in management and I want to get into investment banking. Would you recommend doing the CFA Level 1 certificate to increase my chance of getting an interview at least? So, yeah, I mean, CFA it's a good designation. It'll teach you a lot about finance and Level 1. And so for those who aren't familiar with CFA, it's a Certified Financial Analyst degree, so to speak. And basically, it's 3 years, right? And you write a test every year on one day, and you study in your own time. It's a lot of studying. So CFA Level 1 is basically a repeat of the finance and accounting stuff you'll learn in business school. And then Level 2 and Level 3 is higher level stuff like fixed income, a little bit more stuff on bonds, etc., and ethics as well. And I think it doesn't hurt. It might help a bit. As long as you write it down the right way. Like you can't say that you've achieved CFA Level 1. There's certain ways to write it. Even the font size of CFA per the CFA, and I wrote Level 1 as well, has to be a certain size. It can never be bigger than other fonts. Just read the rules first in the CFA guidebook. And I say that only because some of the people that might be reading your resume, if they see that you put CFA down the wrong way, they might, whatever. If they have CFAs, they might question that. So, all right, Willie D is saying, would joining professional socialites help me in any way? I just think that any way to network is great. If when there's a war, and I hate to use this, but you go to where the war is, right? Where the customers are, you go to where the customers are. If you work in consulting, you go to where the customers are. You go to their client site. And so by the same token, when you want to get customers, you also just want to hang out where they hang out if you want to. And you can read this free networking book at my website, harounventures.com, and that could help you out in that respect. But I wouldn't pay exorbitant amounts to join clubs. Some people will do golf clubs, and I don't do that. I play at a public course. It's just I don't like all the snobby stuff of golf courses. It's just not me. But if it's different where you live in terms of supper clubs or dinner clubs or coffee places where you pay for a membership, if you can get business that way. And if you enjoy it, more importantly, and if it's not that expensive, then sure, go for it. I actually, I've closed a lot of business on the golf course unintentionally. And a lot of my biggest investors are random people I just randomly played golf with. I didn't know them. But what happened was I randomly played golf with them and got to know them, and we kept in touch. And when you're golfing, it's probably the best way actually to network if you have access to a golf course. And I'm actually in the process. I'm always juggling a number of things at once. There's a guy I met, really good dude. And he's actually the golf pro at this public golf club I go to called Crystal Springs here, which is awesome. It's like $30 a round and $5 for my kid. And so Matt is his name, Matt Lacus, and he teaches my son Dylan. And we're making a course together on Udemy. And it's going to be a course called the Complete Golf Course, something like that, the Complete Golfer's Course or whatever it is. And we're going to talk about not just how to golf, but we're going to have it so that it's a mobile companion one where you bring it to the golf course with you, and you're like, how did Matt and Chris say I should line up a sand shot again? Oh, yeah, right here. Okay, got it. Right, quick little video. And I'm also going to teach you about business networking during that course as well. So if you get a chance, get out there and golf if you can. Okay, it'll help you a lot in business. I promise you. I promise you. And remember that business is about relationships first and product knowledge second. Always get to know your client first before you talk business. And that goes for every meeting. Don't just go into a meeting and say, here's the agenda, blah, blah, blah. You know, if it's with a potential client, sit down and just talk, you know, shoot the breeze about sports. You know, maybe did you watch the Oscars last night or whatever it might be, you know, something you have interest in, you know, whether it's baseball or you know, or a love for football, like Real Madrid or whatever it is. And you can always talk sports with anybody in the world because everybody is interested in any sport. And you can actually go to their LinkedIn profile, or I should say their Twitter profile. Go to their Twitter profile and see who they follow. I bet you they follow sports teams. Okay. And they follow their customers. Okay, so if you want to compete with somebody in sales, go to their Twitter page, see who they follow. But don't ever follow a politician, please, because half the people won't like you. I don't know what half. Okay, and the Will of D is saying, is there a better service than Udemy? No way. So in technology, usually one or two companies dominate. And so what Google is to search, Udemy is to EdTech, and everybody else is Bing. Okay, Udemy is the 800-pound gorilla in the sector. It's the largest player. It's a great company. Yeah, I do sell my courses elsewhere as well, but there's nothing like Udemy. It's the absolute best platform. It's amazing. I love it. And I love the people there too. They're fun. Okay. All right. Alessandro is saying, what do I think about Google Ventures? So they just rebranded themselves, new name. So I partner with them a lot. I think it's Jesse Wedler's his name? Let me see Jesse. I partnered with him before. He's a great guy, actually. And he used to actually bring me to campus down in Mountain View and grab coffee there. And I'd also go to the Market Street part of Google. Let me go and actually check because I think they might have changed their name. I'm going to pull it up here in real time with you. I'll go to LinkedIn. Let's see, LinkedIn. I think his name is Jesse. Really, really nice guy. I should catch up with him. It's been a while. Yeah, Jesse Wedler. Okay, so they changed the name. It's not called Google Ventures anymore. It's now called Capital G. Capital G. And let's see here. I think it was... Yeah, he's been there. He's been there a while, and he worked at TPG before that in Goldman Sachs, Stanford. Smart guy, nice guy, really nice guy, solid guy. But this here, Capital G. This here is, this here, yeah, it's Google. So Google rebranded from Google Ventures to Capital G. That's a cool name. All right, not many people are familiar with it. Only 2,800 people follow it. So anyway, that's the new Google Ventures. But I think they're great. They're great, and I've partnered with them in the past as well, in previous investments, and they're amazing. And usually, when you get a big corporation that has a venture capital division, like Google does with Google Capital G, it's called now. It used to be called Google Ventures, or Intel Capital. You know, Intel, the semiconductor company, has got also a venture capital division. But usually, when these big companies that aren't really focused on venture capital, when they have venture capital divisions, what they do is companies they invest in, it's not just for them to make money, but it's strategic as well for them to, you know, kind of make their product more viable longer term. So for example, Intel Capital, and I have a lot of buddies that work at Intel Capital. It's a great firm. I partnered with them on deals in the past as well. What they'll do is Intel will invest in companies that will kind of help sell Intel processors over time. And so they'll invest in data center equipment companies or data center air conditioning companies because at big data centers, a lot of these computers are run on high-end Intel processors. And Intel also branched out into software through their venture division as well. It's called Google Capital. So there's usually a strategic element to it as well. And a lot of Wall Street investment banks, and I've gotten a number of them actually, partner with me in a lot of my deals that I've led in venture capital. You know, they'll invest a large amount, like $5-10 million in startups, which they've done with me in the past. if that startup has something strategic to them longer term, because the two biggest investments for all financial services company are people and technology. And Bank of America spends over $10 billion every year on technology. Right. So anyway, it's a big deal. So if you're thinking about raising money and you want to have a strategic investor that can also maybe be a customer for you, then approach these large firms. Okay, network into these large firms and use the networking methodologies I explain in this book to get meetings with these people as well. Okay. And you never know, if you work at a big firm, you might be able to transfer and work in the venture capital division of that big firm as well, if that's something you're passionate about. All right. Next up, I've got a question. Hey, Chris, hope you're doing well. Thank you. Same to you. If you see the stock price of a company go down by 50% in less than a month, where would you start looking as to why this happened? And also, assuming there's no big news about the company in the market, where would you focus on to explain why such a drop occurred? Great question. Thank you. Okay. So a lot of times what moves a stock is the sector it's in. So if everybody loves biotech stocks then a certain stock that you own in the biotech sector might go up a lot only because everybody loves biotech stocks at that point in time. All ships rise. Okay, so it could be sector specific. It could also be macro related. And I don't know what country that stock is in, but let's just say that there is a military coup, God forbid, in a country. Then foreign investors would sell. They would shoot first, ask questions second. They would sell all their stocks, a lot of them would, in that country because there's geopolitical risk. And that's why that stock might go down. So we've talked about sector. We've talked about, England, sector. We've talked about Winston Churchill did this during World War II, say peace, and his assistant had to say, you're giving them the bird. You should go like this, actually. So we talked about sector. We talked about macroeconomic related stuff. Now I want you to look at liquidity. Does a stock trade a lot volume-wise every day? And don't ever invest in a stock that doesn't trade that much every day, because you become a stockholder and that stock owns you instead of vice versa when the market goes down. So you want to look at liquidity. Okay. Now, in terms of why a stock went down, if there's material information out there, you will be able to find it on the government website where that company is based. So, for example, in the United States, if you list on the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ, by law, you have to go to sec.gov and you have to upload all of your financial documents there that disclose every material risk to all investors. Otherwise, you can go to jail. I'm not a lawyer, but that's what happens. So if you have a press release, you have to put it there. It's called an 8K. If you have an annual report, you have to put it on sec.gov. It's called a 10K. If you have a quarterly report, you have to upload it there at the exact same time as you give access to everybody. It's called a 10Q. That goes for all reports. If you're filing to go public, you have to go to sec.gov and create what's called an S1 document, which is a big book that will explain all the risks to potential investors. So what you could do is, and I don't know what market you're talking about this company being listed on, but you can find out what government website there is that those companies have to, if available, list all their financial documents on. So in America, again, it's sec.gov. In Canada, it's called CEDAR. Okay, every country is a little bit different. So anyway, hopefully that's helpful. You can also search the message boards online, but be careful of that, because what we've seen with cryptocurrencies is there's a lot of people that will try to scam you. They'll try to pump and dump, or they'll spread a rumor to make the crypto go up and then they'll sell it. That's against the law. And I think people that do that should go to jail. Okay. Because they're defrauding people. It's not fair. It's not fair. So anyway, hopefully that's helpful. You can even call the company. Heck, call the company. I've done that a lot. You don't have to be an investor. Call them. And keep calling them until you get them live. Don't leave a message. You call the main number and you say, yes, can you please connect me with investor relations? And they will connect you. And if they don't have IR or investor relations internally, if they outsource it, they'll say, we outsource it to the Blue Shirt Group, for example, which is a real IR company that people outsource to here in the Bay Area. Great firm. Then call that IR firm or investor relations firm and ask them, why is the stock down? And a lot of times they'll tell you. They'll tell you. So anyway, if you have any follow-up questions on that, please let me know. Thanks. But I love to buy. My favorite investments are I love to buy broken stocks instead of broken companies. I love to buy when everyone else is panicking. You want to be, as Warren Buffett said, you want to be fearful when others are greedy and greedy when others are fearful. And, Warren Buffett once said the New York Stock Exchange is the only store in the world where consumers sell stuff when it goes on sale. Think about that. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Like, don't rent stocks. Don't be a tourist. Be an owner. When Warren Buffett invests in a company, he thinks longer term. He thinks that the stock market might be closed for 10 years. He doesn't care. Be a long-term investor and get excited when you don't have a full position and it goes down. So when I used to invest in stocks, I wouldn't have more than, say, 5% of my portfolio or my personal portfolio in any one stock. And I'd usually start buying a little bit and just doing more research. And then when it would go down, I'd buy more. And when I would buy a tiny piece, I'd want it to get murdered. Sorry to use that term. I want it to go down a lot so that I could buy more, make it a full position. Okay. But the longer the view, the wiser the intention. And please don't ever try to, don't do market timing. Don't be a short-term investor. Otherwise, you'll be fooled by randomness. You might make money once or twice, but in the long run, your career will be destroyed. Okay? You'll lose money, I promise you. Okay, and this book kind of talks about that. There's no such thing as a trader that's made a career out of it. They might have been successful once or twice, and they quit their job. And they're like, dude, I'm going to become a day trader. They're no longer a day trader. They're now working for somebody else. It's a recipe for disaster. Why does trading not work? Because if you think about it, every month has 20 trading days or 20 weekdays. And if you're going to try to make... Every month has 20 trading days. Okay, that's 20 weekdays. And you can't make money every month because stocks go up and down for macro-related reasons or sector-specific related reasons. And any hedge fund that makes money every single month, forever, and never has a down month, they're breaking the law. It's just statistically impossible to make money every month. You got to think longer term, because what moves a stock in the near term is quite often not fundamental specific to that company. It's macroeconomic related, or it's stock market related. The whole market goes up or down, or the Federal Reserve or the bank of whatever country you're in, raises or cuts interest rates, which drives the market up or down. In the long run, fundamentals drive stock prices. That's why I want you to think longer term. All right, next up is, can you tell me, excuse me. Oh, I love coffee. All right. Can you tell me what are the skills for becoming an entrepreneur? What are my thoughts on passive income? Yeah, and I've given a number of interviews through Udemy actually. So you can just do a search on my name, whatever, in Google and go to news, and you'll see articles I've written on this sort of thing. I was also quoted in like U.S. News, Money, whatever. But I think anybody can become an entrepreneur. And an entrepreneur is basically, for me, a euphemism for somebody that wants to live their life on their own terms. They're frustrated with bureaucracy, right? And RVC is on this call. And I know, RVC, that you're, and I see your message there. You said you can't wait till Sunday. And Sunday is the day that I created that vlog, especially for you. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. You're going to get shivers when you watch it. But if you want to live your life on your own terms, you got to work for yourself. It's not a meritocracy when you work for other people. You don't eat what you kill, right? It sucks working for other people because if you're really good at what you're doing, you're not going to get anywhere because people might feel like you're a threat in many situations. Your boss might be so damn insecure, which has happened to me before, that they feel threatened by you. And I'll never name names, but they know who they are. The only way you're going to get paid what you're worth is if you start your own company. Because these big companies you work for, and you know exactly what I mean, they pay you the smallest amount possible to keep you there. Not to keep you happy, but to keep you there. Okay, not all companies are bad, please. But you'll never get paid what you deserve until you work for yourself. And so the best way to start working for yourself is to start what are called side hustles. Start mini side hustles, which means little jobs on the side. And when one takes off, and if you enjoy it, and if you made good money from it on a trailing 6-month basis, make sure it's not just 1 month because that could be seasonal. If you made good money on a 6-month basis, trailing, quit. and do it full time. Okay, because we were not meant to work for somebody else our whole life. And I don't swear that often, but I'm going to now. Sorry. That's my Canadian sorry. There's nothing worse than spending the rest of your life being someone else's bitch. You gotta start your own company. And for me, I realized it because when I was younger, like when I was in school before I started working full time, I would laugh uncontrollably until it hurt with my buddies. Remember that when you were younger and you laugh so hard it hurts? Remember falling down? And then I started working for other people and I just wasn't myself. I didn't laugh as much. And if you're not laughing as much as you used to, you're not doing what you were meant to do on this earth. You got to find your passion, your raison d'être. You know, do what you enjoy the most. And I don't think you can be completely happy. I don't think you can be completely happy in life unless you're doing what you're most passionate about. So sorry. Sometimes I talk a lot. Damn it. When I record a course, it happens to me sometimes. I talk a lot. 1 second. All right. All right. Better. Testing. Hello. All right. Good. All right. It's back. I'm back. All right. But you got to do what you're most passionate about in life. And if you want, take my course called the Complete Business Plan course, because it will help you write a business plan so you can think about what side hustle you want to do. And I recommend everybody on this call teach on Udemy. And you can take my free courses on how to teach online, and it will change your life. And everybody has something to teach. Everybody has skills to help everybody else with. And it makes the world a better place. And you're helping people. You're empowering the empowerers, so to speak. What a beautiful thing. Everybody's got to teach online. And if you own this, which all of you do, I think, then you can teach online. That's all you need. Okay, so I'd love to see all of you teach online. And I don't get compensated by Udemy at all, or anybody, by getting other people to teach online. But I love helping people to become independent and successful and not reliant on anybody else. And that's why I want to, kind of teach you how to fish instead of giving you a fish. So if anybody has questions on how to teach online, let me know, please. But it's the best side hustle that's ever been created. And if you're a teacher, you have the most scalable business model in the world in services. Because if you're a doctor or, God forbid, a lawyer, you can only treat one patient at a time. If you're a teacher, you can have students in every country at the same time, 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And everybody has a skill they can teach. Even Ninja. So for those of you who play Fortnite, you're probably smiling now. My kids play Fortnite, and there's this guy named Ninja. And he makes millions of dollars playing Fortnite every year. And he started out teaching on Udemy, right? He uses this TweetDeck thing now too, just to alter the screens. That's how I got the idea from him. But he teaches on Udemy. He taught on Udemy a couple of years ago on how to use Twitch, which is how to stream video games. Check it out if you want. But everybody has something to teach, and everybody should teach. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm going to open the door up here. It's getting it's getting a little hot. All right, I am back. Okay, green screen's fine still. We're good. All right, next up we've got is, and I'm going to scroll down to see if there's any questions about the sound quality or any other problems. All right, nobody's complaining. That's a good thing. And Tony Robbins taught me that a happy customer goes away. A satisfied customer goes away. You don't want to have just a satisfied customer because they go away. You want to have, raving fan customers where you provide them with so much value that it's a no-brainer. And that's what. And Tony Robbins. I went to this thing, in Florida a couple of weeks ago. He talked about creating an irresistible offer, and that's what my MBA degree program is going to be. It's going to have a refund policy. I swear to you, I put my reputation on the line. It's going to make you incredibly successful, and it's going to beat the pants off of any other MBA school. I'm buying time here while I look for where I was in the question queue. Is it that obvious? That's what I'm doing. Oh, here we go. I found it. And by the way, if you ever want to buy time, if you're teaching or presenting, and teachers do this all the time, they repeat the question. They repeat the question so the question was so they can kind of think of the answer sometimes. And also, you can use filler words like in terms of, moving on to, that sort of thing. And that buys you a bit of time as you're thinking of what to say next. Okay, next up we have got is Kartik. Kartik is saying, how do I beat... and one more thing I want to say about being an entrepreneur. Just understand that nobody is smarter than you. Everything around you was created by somebody that's no smarter than you, right? Do you think Mr. Thermos is smarter than you? No. Anybody could do this. Anybody can create any products. And homework this week is going to be, I want you to go to YouTube and do a search on Steve Jobs smarter than you. And once you realize that nobody is smarter than you, I'm not telling you to be arrogant, but just understand and know that nobody is smarter than you, then you'll never be the same. Okay, I just got a pop-up box. All right, sorry about that. I hate antivirus software that pops up telling me to update my antivirus software. I got the antivirus software so that I wouldn't get pop-ups. Okay. All right, next up is Kartik saying, how do I beat the application tracking system while applying for a job? I don't know what that means. Kartik, if you can please clarify what that means, and I'll catch up with you and I'll answer the question. I don't know what application tracking system means. Thanks. Question is, tell me about artificial intelligence and AI companies. So there's this great teacher on Udemy that knows a lot about AI and way more than I ever will. And his name is Kirill, and I want you to take his courses on AI. He's much better than I am. The extent of my AI knowledge is only in the finance industry, where creating software products to kind of pick how the market's going to do is something I've done a bunch of work on. And there's one company that dominates that. It's called Renaissance Technologies, started by a brilliant man named Jim Simmons. And what he does is he has a couple thousand Linux servers running in parallel, and they just pick stocks. For example, if it's raining a lot, then he might not buy restaurant stocks, might short them because people don't go out to restaurants when it's raining as much. That sort of thing. Okay, that's algorithmic based investing. Okay, and if you're really interested in statistical analysis, you can look into a company called Barra, B-A-R-R-A. Barra creates these little variables that you can track when calculating risk and calculating beta, which means the volatility in a stock. Okay. But I did invest. I invested in a company called Palantir. I sold it. I'm out of it now. It's still a private company. And Palantir is the biggest employer here in Palo Alto, bigger than Facebook now. Most people don't realize it. And what Palantir does, and Peter Thiel was the first investor. What Palantir does is it actually it looks at patterns in data. It's an AI company. And the Obama administration would not have found Osama bin Laden without using Palantir software. It looks at artificial intelligence-based pattern recognition to come up with solutions or to find patterns in data. It's amazing. And the same thing can be said for Palantir with banks. All the top banks use Palantir software to find out if there's going to be any money laundering issues or if there's scamming or hackers online, etc. And governments use it as well for human trafficking, that sort of thing. So, AI is a massive market. The extent of my investing experience, I invested in a couple of companies. My most successful one, which I sold recently, was in Palantir, which will go public soon. But all right. So, all right, next up is Ram put down here, Xbox One game controller. Okay, and that might have been with respect to something I was talking about earlier. I've got, okay, all right. So I use a Scuff Gaming one. And you can go to scuf.com, I think it is, scuff. And I customized it myself. And you can, I am a nerd, okay? But you can set it up so you can customize and put extra buttons on the side and the bottom and everything and your own colors. And I went all out and did that as well. And a lot of people don't like using wireless controllers anymore. They use wired controllers because there's no lag, right? And they buy special TVs as well, so there's no lag when they're competing online. And MLG, Major League Gaming, is a massive industry. And I think that athletes that play video games online are going to make way more than professional athletes in the future. Because it's scalable, right? Once read many, the whole world is your audience. Okay. All right, and I'm happy to talk about the X1 Elite controller as well. I play PS4 more so these days. I'm playing Red Dead Redemption 2, which is, oh my God, it blew my mind. It's a cowboy game. It looks so real. It's incredible. It's made by the same owner of Grand Theft Auto, okay, Rockstar Gaming's, okay, which is Take-Two Interactive TTWO. That's a stock ticker. All right. And by the way, speaking of investing in stocks that are broken stocks and not broken companies, I actually invested in Take-Two, which is the parent company of the Grand Theft Auto franchise. They own Rockstar. And Take-Two, ticker TTWO, I invested a lot of money in that stock in October of 2001. And the reason I did was because everybody sold that stock after 9/11, more so than other stocks. Because at that point in time, right before they made Vice City, the precursor to that GTA game, Grand Theft Auto game, the World Trade Center was in the background. And it was a game, one of their Grand Theft Auto games based in New York. And they had to actually, they wanted to be sensitive. They actually got rid of the World Trade Center. They had to re-release the game. And everybody freaked out and sold the stock. And I thought to myself, in 5 years, is Take-Two going to be more relevant or less relevant than it is today? And I love the GTA franchise, especially Vice City in 2003. That's why I bought my PS2. And I remember I thought to myself, no, it's going to be more relevant. I love this company. People are getting emotional. They're overselling this stock. It's a broken stock, not a broken company. And I backed up the truck on Take-Two and bought it then. And I did well because of that. I love buying when everyone else is freaking out, right? And because if you buy a stock and everybody else is already buying it and everyone's bullish on it, everyone loves it, who's the incremental buyer to push that stock higher? There's not as many people. But if you buy a stock when everyone hates it, as long as the fundamentals are not bad or deteriorating, if you buy it then, you'll do exceptionally well, right? Just be long-term focused like Warren Buffett. Remember, if you're a trader, you're not going to do well in the long run. You'll just be fooled by randomness once or twice and make money, and it's disastrous. Don't do it, please. Okay. And if you disagree with me, then please give me a list of a couple traders that have been successful over decades. What are their names? Okay. All right. Next question is Akil is saying, how do you know how much money you need to raise for your startup? So take my complete business plan course, because I teach you how to write not only a full business plan, but I also explain financial modeling from scratch, even if you have no accounting or finance experience. And that will help you model your company into the future, okay? So you can figure out how much money you're going to need, meaning how cash flow negative you're going to be each year. But the rule of thumb is this, and I'll keep it simplistic. I love keeping things simple. Raise as much money as you can when you can. Okay, so right now, the economy is still decent. It's investors chasing entrepreneurs. But when we go into a recession, which is coming soon because we've been in a great market for a long time, business is cyclical. When we go into that recession, it's going to be entrepreneurs chasing capital. And when you raise money, and usually the way it works is you raise money every year or two, okay, when you start a company. But every time you raise more money, it is so distracting. And a lot of people fail in business with startups because they were really good at skill X when they worked for somebody else. And then they started their own company just doing skill X. And they're not successful because they didn't realize how much time it would take to raise money. And that's a big distraction. And they can't focus their time on skill X. Because when they worked at a big company for somebody else, they didn't have to worry about raising money. And all they did was skill X. And that's why they were good at it. And so you always want to raise as much money as you can when you can. Ideally, it'd be great to just do one round of financing, right? And never get a loan ever, please. Because banks, if you don't pay them back, they're chicken and they'll try to take everything from you. Okay. Register your company name as well so they can't come after your house. Talk to a real lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, but raise as much money as you can when you can. Yeah. All right. Next up is the Willa D, who's talking to RVC. It's interesting. So we had actually an earlier question from somebody that alluded to the fact, how long should I take if I got terminated? I'm not saying anybody in this call got terminated, but if I got terminated from a company, how long should I wait before getting another job? And my response was, it doesn't matter whether you work for somebody else or you're unemployed, or if you're in school. Just find something you're passionate about. Always focus on that. I mean, you want to be happy, right? Don't you want to be happy? So focus on what makes you happy. Okay. So, and then here the Willa D is saying, don't take a long break, because when you have lots of free time, it hurts you more. So just start your new life immediately. Take a very short break. Do something, like visiting family, some wonderful places, and take the next step. Save yourself that time. It's cool. I respect that opinion as well. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, it's kind of like if you want something to get done, give it to a busy person. Like it's so interesting, because I find the busier I get, the more stuff I get done. And you see a lot of people that are very successful and they're in great shape. Not saying I am, other people are. And they're like, oh my God, how do they have time to have a great social life, do incredibly well in business and spend time with their family, and they're in great shape as well, because they get busy. So get busy. Get as busy as you can. Okay. And the same thing, if something, it's important to grieve if something negative has happened, but just stay busy. And I remember my first real breakup. It was awful after she dumped me. And this was years ago, and she sucks compared to my current wife, please. My only wife. I say current. This is first and only time I'll ever be married. Okay? But I remember I got dumped. And the first time you get dumped, it hurts a lot. And after that, it doesn't hurt as much. But it hurt so much. I felt like something was rotting in my stomach. Just that feeling, you know what I mean, deep down. And the only way to get out of that was to, start dating again. People might call it rebound. Or more importantly for me, and we're all different, I had to stay busy. And I remember I went a whole day without thinking of her, and I congratulated myself. I went one pat in the back. And then I went 2 days without thinking of her. Then I went 3 days, and so that sort of thing. But the only way I did it was just I stayed busy. And I'm so glad it happened in hindsight. I mean, everything has worked out so well for me, and thank you, God. And with professional stuff, with crisis comes opportunity always. It depends how you look at it. If a stock goes down a lot because the market is selling off, that's a crisis for 99% of people. That's an opportunity for me and for you, though. Okay? With crisis comes opportunity. With perception becomes reality as well. Like Picasso said, everything you think and you dream is real, or can become real. Okay. All right. So next one is, how do you find a passion in life? Sometimes it happens that he or she likes to do such thing which no one can pay for it. Okay, so how do I find my passion in life? I'll answer that one. The way you find your passion in life is, and I mentioned this earlier, pretend that you can't work for a month. Okay, and you can't travel. What would you do with your spare time? That's your passion. That's your passion. And it'll take a while, man. Like it took me until 30s or 40s till I kind of realized it. And I realized what I was doing wrong was chasing money. It's awful. And I remember I worked on Wall Street. I worked at Goldman. Great people at Goldman. I love the company. And they don't hire the smartest people, by the way. That's how I got in. They hire people that get along. Because, and sometimes at Goldman, there's 40 or 50 interviews just to get hired. And that's a good thing, because we all know that one bad apple can destroy the culture of an entire company. They say one bad apple destroys a whole darn bunch. And if you work with jerks, you don't even want to go to work, right? It's not fun. If it's not fun, you're not going to be good at what you do. Okay, so anyway, when it comes to finding your passion, just think about, what excites you. Like for me, when I used to work for other people, and I'd open my eyes in the middle of the night, I'm trying to sleep, open my eyes, and I see it's 3 a.m, I'm like, oh, okay, good, I can sleep more. Now, when it happens, I see the alarm 3, I'm like, F&A, I'm going to get up, man. This is fun. I'm going to do what I love doing and have my badass cup of coffee, which is still staying hot, by the way. It's still nicely hot. It's at 192.5 degrees. That's upside down. It works in Celsius as well. And it's actually not that hot if I put my finger on here. Okay, so anyway, this is cool. You can get this on Amazon. All right, and spend money on anything that's going to make you happy when you work, right? If it's something as stupid as a little coffee mug, if that excites you to get to work, buy it. If buying, and I'm going to spell this, an SIRI device, speaker, makes you happy, listening to music at work or on badass earphones, and it's expensive, F it, just do it, whatever it takes. And if you can't get in the mood to work because you see it as work, then change your environment by changing what you listen to. And I always think that we set the soundtrack for our lives. And so I love listening to different soundtracks like Interstellar or anything Hans Zimmer makes, any type of music, or the old Blade Runner soundtrack. It gets me in the zone, right? It makes me enjoy my work. It makes me passionate about what I'm doing. So if it's something as simplistic as buying, special coffee, or buying certain clothes to go to work, and if that makes you happy, or a Fitbit watch or whatever it is, it makes you more passionate about doing what you're doing or listening to music, then do it. And try to supplement your current work life with stuff that makes you happy while you're doing it so you can get better performance. And then once you find out what you're truly passionate about in life, then do that full time. But it's going to take you a while, man. It's going to take you a while. We don't realize it right away. A lot of young people, realize that if they love sports, they'll be a professional athlete. I'm going to do that later in life. Just kidding. But just keep searching for your passion. And when you find it, you'll know. And then you'll be so grateful for all your career setbacks in your life. All right. Good. The Willie D says challenge accepted to my book. Good. All right. And Sully is saying, hey, dude, good to have you. First time I've seen you here. I hope you come again. Thanks. And I like your icon. Thank you. Hey, Chris, I joined Notification Squad and happy that you've been watching me live for a couple of weeks now. Awesome. Thanks, dude. Perfect. Thanks. And RVC, I dated a girl actually when I went to McGill University and she was in this dormitory called RVC. I was in Gardner, which is another hall. They call it Guard Nerd because I was a nerd. Still am. Happy nerd though. So our RVC says, thank you, Chris. Can't wait till Sunday. And for those of you just joining us, RVC, I created a customized video for her that's going to come out this Sunday. It's going to drop at 11:01 or 11 a.m. San Francisco time. So watch it. I'm proud of that piece. You'll like it. It's very, very much customized for you and for anybody watching, but you'll like it. I spent a lot of time putting it together. All right. Next one is, I have a question. In day 10, you mentioned that we have to help other people. Okay. So give me 1 second. I'm going to get my day 10 book. I have all my props here in a bunch of different, here it is here. Okay, good. I got a bunch of drawers around me here. I've got everything here. I even got fake Madoff accounts. Madoff, Bernard Madoff. His name was Madoff. We should have known because, he made off. I've also got a replica Enigma machine. I've got tons of stuff I use as props. I love teaching from props. All right, so the question here is, I have a question. In day 10, I guess you're referring to this course called 30-Day Challenge to a More Productive and Much Happier You. You can get this book for free in that course. I have a question. In day 10, you mentioned that we have to help others, even if it is a friend that we didn't have a nice time with. I tried that, but still there are many that refuse to get better in their life. What do we need to do about this to help them? Yeah. So, yeah, that's a great question. So every day there's a lesson on what to do. So day 1 is, and the way it's set up is, here's what you do and here's the exercise. So day 1 is eliminating distractions in your life. Let me go to day 10 though. I want to see that in a little bit more detail. Day 9 is how to change your mind. And I have to quote Leonard Nimoy, who's Spock, in one of the Star Trek movies. William Shatner said to Spock, are you sure you won't change your mind? And then Spock said, is there something wrong with the one I have? Sorry. Anyway, change your mind is day 9, which I hope you enjoyed. Day 10 here is always be grateful. Yeah, so day 10 is not that. It's always be grateful, but maybe it's day 11. Giving to others. Is that what you mean, giving? Because the one in need, I mean, you don't have to help a friend. You can help anybody here in day 11. Success is giving. And it makes you feel happy too. For example, if you had $1, you can spend it on yourself to buy a soda or a pop, as we said in Canada growing up from the pop shop. Or you can give it to somebody that needs it. And the satisfaction you get from drinking that soda is this much, but the satisfaction you get from helping somebody else is this much. And so that's the crux of what I was explaining in day 11 here. If you have a follow-up question on that, please let me know. Thanks. And this actually, I did this with the templates. A little side note. So if you go to harounventures.com/writebook, all lowercase, this is another one I wrote with that book templates. Really, really easy to do. Dedication, I forgot about this. To my amazing wife, Christine, and to my 3 sons, Andrew, Matthew, and Dylan, who I love so much. That's so fun, man. And every time you get to write these books, you can dedicate it to somebody else that's important to you in your life. The first one I did to my mommy and daddy. Hey, Mom and Dad. They're not watching. Okay. All right, next up I've got is... So yeah, just clarify your question, please. And if I'm wrong, let me know or rephrase your question. I'll answer it. Okay. Okay, so Will is saying, after this call, I'm going to start the MBA course in 1 week. Wish me discipline. Thank you. So I think that's the course of mine called an entire MBA in one course. Yeah, I hope you enjoy it. We sold over 200,000 copies now in 12 languages. Thank you. And it's so interesting because I didn't do that to make money. An entire MBA in one course. I actually did it. I was teaching. It was kind of fun helping students. And then there's a charity on the board of called the Limo Foundation in East Palo Alto here. And only 40% of people in East Palo Alto have high school degrees. And so what we do is we help students there through education. And so one Saturday in early 2016, I created a course for them. And it was 12 hours long. And it was from kids that were the age of 9 to 17. And my God, they were paying attention the whole day because nobody pays attention to these beautiful souls. They're smart too. And I taught them for 12 hours. And I called it an entire MBA in 1 day or one course. And they loved it. And I loved it. I probably loved it more. And you can go to my website. I'll show you the degrees I made for them as well. It's kind of fun. I made them their own degrees. And then what happened was the next day on the Sunday, I put up a camera. And my wife saw the camera, right? It was in the bedroom, whatever. And she's like, honey, this is not happening. I'm like, no. I can't retract that. It's a live call. Sorry. Just a joke. I said, I'm going to film a course. And I let the camera run for just over 8 hours. Nonstop. And I uploaded it to Udemy and I called it an entire MBA in one course. And you can see earlier in the day, my eyes you can tell I just woke up, whatever. I did that in 1 day. And then I published it. And I didn't do it to make money. I kind of wanted to help. I guess the harder I work, the luckier I get. But I did it with the right intention. Never chasing money. Never chasing money first. Okay, great. So the template that Dapsy is asking about is available in the job course called the Complete Job Course. Okay. Good. Will wrote... I wrote my first short story. Publish it, dude. Publish it. Make a short book. You know, I published a book, a short one for my kids called Am I Alive and Where the Heck Did I Go? I did just for fun. It's a little bit out there. It's kind of a story about finding yourself. And if you want, actually, I have a free version of that course, which I'm actually really proud of. I put it on Udemy, and it helps you find yourself. It's a little out there. I used a lot of music that inspired me as well. And so if you go over here to Udemy, and then you just go to my page here, it's called, and I had to rebrand it here. I called it, here it is, a story course about finding your passion and purpose in life. That's based on a short story that I wrote. I actually just read the book. So you can listen to that in the car, whatever, how to live life in your terms. I had fun with that. That was my first short story. And I learned it from a Udemy teacher, how to write fiction. Apparently I didn't do a good job, though. Just kidding. All right, next up. Okay, Alessandro is saying, Chris, step 6, I guess that's step 6 of my complete business plan course. And so with step 6 of that business plan course, I talk about how to assess your total addressable market. So the question is, Chris, in step 6 with the total addressable market and TAM, it's already completed, but my service and product need updating the info in step 5. And actually my business work in many different sectors and many different products. Okay, so what happens is when you complete, I worry about that at the very end. And so let me see, I'm gonna actually share the screen with you first. And we're gonna go to that documents. Okay, so when you take this course, it's called the complete business plan course. You create this document by going in and answering all these questions I have, a bunch of inputs, and they become outputs. And then at the end, what happens is all that stuff goes directly into your business plan. Okay, so including the cover page too. Like there's 50 different templates I have here that you can select. And I've got the screen on big mode here, but if you were just click on that, you could scroll down and then go into the outputs here and see what the cover page is going to look like. Anyway, there's tons of them, 50 of them, whatever. But when you go here to the business plan final output, and so Alessandro, I want you to take the entire course in order, everything, okay? And after you finish the course, you'll have this incredible aha moment where it'll all make sense, okay? And so I ask you to do different topics in different sections. And so some of the stuff on your product or the market might actually be covered in step 9, which is sales and marketing or milestones or the financial section. Go through the whole thing, okay? And after you go through the whole thing, what will happen is on this final outputs tab here, okay, it's called final outputs. And I'm going to minimize this. It is memory intensive. Okay, there it is. On this final output page, you'll see, and I'm going to close all these here, every single thing that you wrote about in all the steps are here. Okay, so here's step 4. You can see step 6 here. Everything is here. And if we open these up here, you'll see that the steps are brought into here. Okay, and this is a one-page dashboard snapshot of everything you've written, okay? And you can turn on and off certain things if you don't want that to be included in your version of your reports, okay? And this is financials, everything. And then what you're gonna do is after you come to this slide here, or this tab, I should say, then what you're gonna do is you're gonna export everything, okay? And you're gonna export everything, that's just my sample product there, directly into your final business plan. And you can click this to watch a video on your final business plan and how to navigate that, okay? And it's like a 20-minute video. Let me mute that, that you see on how to populate the entire business plan. And I promise you, every question you have will be covered by that point. Just take the whole course. And then what you can do is there's a gazillion different templates you can download. There's 50 different templates that you can use to put that information into. But you will have this aha moment, I promise you, once you complete the whole course or your money back. Okay. Thanks. And if you have something more specific and if you've taken the whole course, please let me know. Thanks. All right, so Will is as a question or a comment for Akil. Okay, that was based on. Okay, yeah, the resume thing, I think, too. Oh, no, it's not something else. Okay, good. All right, so Alessandro has got a comment here. In the last 2 months, something strange happened to me. Usually I call many companies for technical reasons. Usually small companies do not even answer my emails. But with Google, I noticed a very different attitude. I sent them emails with many question techniques and 2 files. I respond in 2 days, giving me several options and also the possibility of an accelerator program. I answer and ask me for an appointment on the phone after 2 days. Their manager calls me, gives me the ability to use their platform. I explain that I need an expert technicians and that alone I cannot do it. After a few days, Google writes me and puts me in touch with their technical talent. Huh, interesting. And we also do 1-hour video calls and are very available. Okay, why is this different from other companies? Okay, so I think the question, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is why does Google have great customer service and are happy to do a 1-hour call with you? I don't know what department that is in Google, but there's a couple of different ones. Okay, it's actually a sales call. So for example, there's Google AdWords. Google Ads is the old name for it. And they get on the phone with you because they understand that they can get you to spend more on ads. If you're using what's called GCE, or the Google Compute Engine, which is like their version of Amazon Web Services, meaning cloud computing for businesses, they'll help you so you can buy or subscribe to GCE as well. If it's for another reason, please let me know. But usually these calls are focused on two things. Number one, generating revenue to upsell you, okay, or goodwill. And also just general customer service, because a company is only as good as its customer service is, which is why Amazon and Apple have done so well. If you have another question based on what you wrote here, please let me know. And I apologize profusely if I didn't read your question properly. Thanks. All right, Miguel. Miguel, how are you? Hi, Chris. I'm from Brazil. Awesome. Awesome. I went to Sao Paulo to give a speech, and you can watch my speech. Go to my YouTube page. You can see a replay of it. It was some venture capital speech. And I also went to Rio for a day trip. And Rio is the most beautiful city I've ever seen. Like, oh my God. Oh my God. It is breathtaking, more so than Barcelona, which used to be my favorite city. Okay. Barcelona's great. I love it. Okay, and you're saying here, okay, cool. First of all, I just want to tell you that I love your classes and your way of teaching. Thank you. Thank you. And I love my students. What do you think about the concept of diversifying stocks to protect yourself from risk? Yeah, so absolutely. Absolutely. And we talked a lot about this in previous calls. I'll keep it brief. But basically, you never want to put all your eggs in one basket. You always want to have less than 5% of your liquid net worth, meaning your non-house or non-apartment stuff. You want to have 5% of that maximum in any one particular investment. And that means you're going to have at least 20 investments in your portfolio in case one of them goes belly up. And you'll find that in life. It's weird. It's never your best investment idea that does best. It's usually your second or third one. And that's usually the case because the second or third best investment idea you have, it's not your best one because there's one little piece of information missing that keeps you a bit uncomfortable with it. And there's that level of uncertainty that keeps other investors from buying that investment. The market hates uncertainty. And that's why that investment isn't as highly priced as it should be, for example. But for more details, just please take my complete personal finance course. It's 3 courses in one. I teach you how to save, protect, and make more money. I don't tell you what to buy, but I teach you how to fish instead of giving you a fish, so to speak. I empower you and help you, and I arm you with the tools so that you can invest better. And in that course, there's a dashboard that comes with an Excel dashboard where it's actually a portfolio management system I created for you. And it's based on when I used to manage my own portfolio, my own hedge fund, based in Excel. And actually, there's many exercises that will help you create a diversified portfolio in that application. I teach you how to buy bonds. I teach you how to buy commodities, ETFs, stocks, real estate, meaning REITs, R-E-I-T-S, which are real estate investment trusts, which is like buying a stock, but with a higher dividend yield. So if you have follow-up questions on that, please let me know. But I recommend taking my complete personal finance course. And as with all my courses, there's a 30-day money-back guarantee. Okay. Thank you very much for that, Sasha. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you like them all. And then you're saying, I wanted to ask a question. I'm trying to put together a website that lets people control their own portfolio. Do you think that's a good idea? Yeah, I've done something like that in my complete personal finance course. If you want, you could take my complete personal finance course and then model your online portfolio off of my spreadsheet. I don't need a royalty. You can do it for free. So check it out. It'll give you a lot of great ideas. But it's very, very competitive out there. There's a tons of people that are doing that. And, I don't tell people what to invest in. If you do, make sure you get lawyers involved and you have disclosures and all that stuff. Okay. All right. But there's lots of places you can do it for free online, like Yahoo Finance. If you go to finance.yahoo.com, you can manage your portfolio there as well. You enter in the ticker, number of shares, and the price. So make sure that you're competitive with that free offering as well, and that there's something that you add value-wise that nobody else is doing. Yeah. And in my complete financial analyst training and investing course, you can actually, I've got a more sophisticated dashboard as well that you can take a look at that actually even incorporates macroeconomic data and sentiment and anything that's going to move a stock or a sector up or down. Okay. All right, next up. Hold on one second here. Oh, Alessandro, no need to apologize for the long topic at all. Thank you. But if I didn't answer your question right, then please just rephrase it. Thanks. Okay, next one I've got is, hi, Chris. Hey, after my business plan is ready, which incubators, angel investors, or investors should I reach out to? Which countries are good for startup visas and supporting environments? And can you make a course on that? Thank you. Yeah. So what I recommend is when you're getting investors, so the best incubators, I'm actually, for those of you that are in town, on March 12th, I'm actually presenting at Stanford University at a venture capital conference, right? It's a boot camp, actually. And I'm presenting on how to value companies. And I'm being interviewed there in front of people, whatever. So if you want, come on by to Stanford or just go online, and I think maybe you have to get a ticker, maybe it's free, I don't even know. But you can drop by there if you're local. And I mention that only because the best, I personally think that high net worth investors are the way to go. Okay. And the way to get high net worth investors to invest in your startup is just read this free book at harounventures.com. It'll teach you how to network to get meetings with anybody. And I love high net worth investors for all investments instead of big firms, because high net worth investors, the sales cycle is very short. Maybe it's a couple meetings, maybe it's one meeting. When it comes to venture capital firms or institutional investors, it's a very long bureaucratic process. It takes forever, right? And there's some venture capital firms, I won't name which ones there are, but a lot of the partners there who are friends of mine are really, really frustrated because before any name or investment goes into the portfolio, they have an investment committee meeting and another meeting and another meeting. And it's not all about picking the best companies. It's all about, how you articulated yourself in that meeting, right? Anyway, whatever. It is what it is. So I like high net worth investors mainly. I would use this book here. In terms of incubators, and actually I have an MBA degree program coming out later this year. I'm going to teach entirely online, and you don't even have to have a high school degree. But as part of the program, what I'm going to do is there's going to be a boot camp, an incubator, and I'm going to help you grow your business model from scratch. Even if you don't plan on launching a company, I want to help you. And I'm going to model it off of a lot of other great incubators I've been a part of in the past, right? It's going to be my own proprietary stuff. But other incubators you can look at, there's Plug and Play Tech Center. And I mentioned that one because they have their headquarters here in Sunnyvale. They have a 130,000 square foot building here. And what they do is they help startups grow their business. They might invest $50K or $100K, and then the startups will locate there for 3 months, and they'll help those companies grow and introduce them to lots of investors. Again, it's called Plug and Play Tech Center. I used to be on the board there, helping the owner, Saeed Amidi, great guy, select companies in the fintech vertical. Okay, it was just kind of a side little fun thing for me I did for free. And I mentioned Plug and Play Tech Center because it's one of the few ones, maybe the only real one, that is franchised globally. And there might be a Plug and Play Tech Center in your country. They're all over the world. In terms of the other ones, there's 500 Startups, which Dan McClure founded out here. And I've gone to a lot of those events as well. It's basically 500 startups. And they kind of teach you, it's like 3 months of school, to pitch your business model. And then they introduce you to a lot of investors. I've actually invested in a couple companies there when I went to those events. And they usually host it down, I think, at Mountain View, at Microsoft's Mountain View building, headquarters, whatever. It's right by the Computer History Museum, which is a lot of fun to go to. And other ones you can look into if you want to there's, I can't remember now. Oh my God. Oh, Y Combinator. That's right. Y Combinator is a great one. And a lot of amazing companies come out of that. So anyway, you can check those out. And a lot of governments sponsor them as well. And so I was in talks with the Canadian government, just giving feedback, whatever. They created something called Jolt in Toronto. And I visited that a number of times, which is just an incubator. There's a lot of government handouts in almost every country on the planet. All you got to do is try to find them. Go to government websites. And I actually, when I was a kid, when I was 18 in Mississauga, Canada, I got a student venture capital loan. And it was 3 months. the summer of 1990. I was 18. And I got it to start a company. And it was a lawnmower company. I bought a couple lawnmowers. I got $3,000. It was interest-free for 6 months. Then I had to pay it back. And I paid it back 3 years too late. My credit rating was shot in Canada. It was awful. My credit cards got cut. And the reason I paid it back late was because, and I've always been a risk taker for what it's worth. I took the $3,000. And instead of paying it back, I actually put it into a private company. It was my own venture capital investment, the first one, in a company called Spectral Diagnostics. And it eventually went public. I sold it when it was private. I love to sell companies when they're private. If I can make a 20 or 50 or 100 bagger, I'll do it rather than waiting for the IPO. I'm not greedy. But Spectral went public. Ticker is SDI, which people say means Speculative Doctors Incorporated. But it was a test kit where they would tell you back in the time when I invested, when it was private, they could tell you within 30 seconds by taking a sample of your blood if you're having a heart attack or just chest pains. And that's a big deal because usually it costs thousands of dollars and you rush to the hospital and it's just chest pain. It's not a heart attack. Anyway, I don't think the company's doing that well, but that's what I did. So a little bit off topic, but the reason I bring that up is because I looked into it at the age of 18 in Canada, and there was a student venture capital program. And you might have something like that, or government grants even, okay, where you don't have to pay it back. So again, in Toronto, they've got Jolt, J-O-L-T. Every country has them, or a lot of them do. You just got to look for it, right? Just like how there's so many tax incentives that you don't realize. And I say you, I'm talking to everybody, myself included. If you can, get a good accountant. And I pay a ridiculous amount per hour for a really, really good tax attorney at a firm here called Tax Ninja. And I do it because this person, finds great, areas for me to take advantage of tax areas. And I pay, it's $600 an hour. It's crazy. I almost had a heart attack when I first saw what he was going to charge, but it was worth every penny. Worth every penny. And sometimes the best investment you can make is an investment in a great tax attorney or accountant. Okay. I'm not a lawyer, so talk to a real lawyer if you have law questions, please. All right. And in terms of what countries you have followed there are good for startup visas, I don't know. But I remember actually, when I was working full-time venture capital, I taught during the evenings just for fun at a bunch of universities. One of them was called the Halt International School of Business. In the Halt International School of Business, they said, hey, Chris, can we fly you to India to give a couple presentations to potential students? And I said, hell yeah, of course. You had me at hello. And they flew me there, and I presented to a bunch of people in Mumbai. And then we went up to Delhi, which I loved. It was so peaceful. I can go on and on about it. Best food I ever had in my life. But when I was presenting there, I remember there was this father and mother and a child came up to me after the presentation. And they said, our son has gotten into MIT. And we don't know if we want to send him. This is back in 2016, early 16, because we're worried that if Donald Trump becomes president, then he won't be able to get a visa. And I remember at the time, I feel very foolish, but I said, that's never going to happen. Meaning, Trump would never do that. No, that wouldn't happen. It's kind of it happens. And it's called kind of a black swan rare event, whatever. I just have this book handy for what it's worth. So I can't comment now on America when it comes to visas. I am worried. I'm worried. And even for myself, like if you work at a good company, they'll get you a visa. Like when I worked at Goldman Sachs, they were so good to me. I was in New York and they actually had a lawyer working 6 months. His name was Tim Todd with 2 Ds. Great guy. And he was working on getting me a green card. I was on an H-1B visa at the time. And I hated it, man. Every 6 months I had to go line up and get a new visa. It was scary. I had a TN visa at first in school. And they almost got my visa, and then 9/11 took place. And because I have an Arabic last name, it got harder. And that wasn't the only reason, though. It also, what happened was, a lot of people don't realize this, but 6 months after 9/11, George Bush, the president, he was very upset with something, and rightly so. And he kind of stopped or slowed down the whole visa process. And what happened was this. 6 months after 9/11, a couple of the terrorists at their address in the southern United States, okay, the ones that got the pilot license, at their address, their visa was automatically renewed and mailed to their house. And so that kind of changed everything. And for me too. And I was on just my last name, whatever, for some reason, on a no-fly list. And, at first I was pissed off. I remember I went to Germany. I used to go to Germany a lot to meet with SAP. I'd land in Frankfurt and then drive out and get a car or whatever on the Autobahn, which was fun, to go to Waldorf to meet with the CEO of SAP, Henning Kagerman. Met with him a number of times. He blinked a lot. I remember that when I met him. And I remember when I was in Germany at the airport, like they would ask me, what's your ethnic background? And I was pissed off. And I said, this is ridiculous. This is profiling. And it happened a bunch. And then after a while, I actually, when I was at LaGuardia after 9/11, the lineups were really, really long. LaGuardia is the New York airport, one of three. The other one's JFK. And then in Jersey, you have another one. Yeah. But what would happen is at LaGuardia, the lineups were crazy long. And it would take you hours to go through security. But I was always go to the front of the line. And I took this and I turned this into a positive somehow. And I said, hey, I'm on that list. So you're supposed to give me an extra security check. And they'd bring me in. They say, you can pick woman or man. And I said, woman. And then they give me an extra search out there in front of everybody, whatever. And then I kind of got to chill out in the lounge for a couple hours. I was a baller, just kind of hanging out. It was fun. But anyway, a little bit off topic there. But when it comes to visas, I'm not the right person to talk to. I've hired so many, immigration visa lawyers over the years, and I finally got it. I finally got my green card, and I'm proud to say I've got an American passport now too. So, but if you're really good at what you do, and if you network enough, I promise you, a big company will hire you and they'll find a way to get you a visa. Okay, you got to network a lot though. Okay, anything is possible. Anything is possible. Okay. All right, next up, I've got the Will of D. If I've skipped your question, just let me know, please. All right, so the Will of D is saying, I want to ask you and my peers here opinions. Is it wise deleting Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc., and keeping LinkedIn and my website to focus professionally only? Thanks. Yeah, so I think if you're going to pick one social media account to use, it's got to be LinkedIn. It's the best social media platform that's ever been created for business and for you marketing yourself and your own brand. And I've got 15 or 16,000 people I'm connected with, whatever, followers, and it's great. It's fun. It's fun. I actually upload every day using Hootsuite, a new video and other stuff as well, Instagram stuff, pictures that really helps me with. So I would do LinkedIn first and foremost. And if you're curious what social networks matter, I'm not a social media expert. I defer to a guy that is much better than I am, named Gary Vaynerchuk, and I'm going to show you Gary's website real quick here because. And this is a methodology I came up with. It's so stupid, but the way I think about social media is scroll down to the bottom of Gary Vaynerchuk. And Gary V is he's this motivational guy that has this big media empire, and he wants to buy the New York Jets one day. I hope he can. And he rubs a lot of people the wrong way when he speaks because he's very abrasive. But I respect him. I like him, and you grow to like him because he's very transparent and self-deprecating too. And I want you to I want you to watch this as well. He has actually this document on his website, which is it's kind of like the Bible or whatever for social media. It's like anyway. So here it is, 86 pages of insanity. I'm going to open that in a new link. I'll come back to that in a second. Everyone should look at it, please. All right, but if you go to the bottom here of Gary V's website, here are all of the platforms he recommends in order. Okay. And it's interesting because he's got this dude here, which people have asked me about recently. He now put this up here. That's for podcasts. It's interesting to see if this one's going to slip off this eventually. But he puts Instagram first, right? He knows much better than I do. So anyway, those are the ones you should pay attention to. I don't trust Facebook. I never have. I never will. And I invested in Facebook when it was a private company, and I sold it when it was private as well. Did well on it, whatever, in my venture capital firm. but I just don't trust them. And I don't really post much in Facebook personal stuff because I just don't trust them. And I downloaded all my personal data. You can do this from Facebook. And my God, the things they know about me, my political affiliation, everything, and they were right. It was scary. I don't trust them. Never, never, never. So anyway, now over here I want to show you Gary Vee. He's got 86 pages of insanity, the content model. I want you to go through this. And this is slide 1, and just it's kind of like everything you need to know. And he talks about the content pyramid, which basically means this. So I want you to repurpose your content. So think of Nintendo, right? And this is not his example. This one's mine now. But Nintendo creates all this awesome stuff, and it's kind of cool. I have this shirt on today. So Nintendo created Super Mario for the 8-bit platform, and they're repurposing that content even today on the most recent version of their console. And they've repurposed the content that they had for this on the Game Boy Advance, the Game Boy Color, the DS, the 3DS, whatever it is, the Wii, the Wii U, the next generation, the Switch, whatever comes after the Switch, that sort of thing. That's repurposing of content. Whatever content you create, I want you to repurpose it elsewhere. So if it's a video clip, you can repurpose that and put it up on Facebook if you want to. I don't use Facebook for that. But you can put that little video clip, if it's under a minute or so, on Instagram. You can take an article you wrote and put it on LinkedIn and a gazillion other websites. And I like to use Hootsuite to distribute all that stuff. It's like a portal for me. Write once, read many. Okay, and I can time it in the future as well. So check out this entire document here. I think it's a very good read. I defer to Gary. He's better than I am at social media by a lot. He used to have a course on Udemy too, and I think he pulled it. I don't know why. But anyway, go through this if you get a chance. And he kind of explains his whole methodology here. Okay. Back to Big Chris. Coffee's getting cold. I got to put it on my warmer here. All right. And Marin. Oh, hey, Marin. How are you? I haven't seen you in a couple weeks, dude. Good morning, Chris. Thank you for this program and your help. I would like to say thanks to you. I wrote my first LinkedIn article and I feel on top of the world. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Excellent. Excellent. Good stuff, dude. That's awesome. That's awesome. Make sure that, and this is for everyone else in the call, if through this book, and actually go to my vlog and scroll down to where it's called the book companion videos. And you'll see there's one video there on how to write an article. It's 14 minutes. It tells you exactly how to write. So make sure no paragraph has more than 3 sentences. Less is more. You always want to write at an 8th or 9th grade level. I know it's crazy, but that's what my ink editor told me. Cast your net as wide as you can. Own your market. Be a thought leader. And for more details, you can just go and watch that video I just mentioned as well. So good job. That's great. Awesome. And you know what's interesting, Marin, and this goes for everybody in the call, what you name your article and the picture you put is more important than the content, because no one's ever going to see the content if the picture isn't awesome and the title isn't awesome. And so what I'm doing right now actually is I'm working very hard, which is why I've been losing my voice a bit here, on this pretty long course that I'm teaching with one of my students I met here actually, I think around week 10 or so. Sasha Stevenson's her name. She has a YouTube channel. She's got over 76 million views. Mine is nothing, whatever. I just started last summer, really. But I blog every day. And we're creating a course which is going to teach you in every single application you can think of from scratch, even if you have no experience, how to make a kick-ass image, okay, as well as a kick-ass title. Okay, so watch for that. It's coming soon. I'm teaching it with so many different applications. I'm teaching you how to create badass images using PowerPoint, Photoshop, Pixelmator Pro on a Mac, Canva, and tons of other ones. I've scienced the heck out of it too when it comes to color. And so I went into a candy store. And what you want to do also is go to a candy store if you can. And just look at the candy bars that are selling well. And look at the colors. Because they're made in a certain way to attract kids' attention. That's what you got to do when it comes to images. And so always use bright colors. And what you'll see also is with nerds, you know those candies nerds, right? Which is what I am. Nerds, and I ordered a big box, which I'm using in my course as well, right? The oversized. But Nerds usually comes in a little box. And it's got one color on one side and another color on the other side. And that's one of the reasons Nerd did so well. Because they actually, a lot of times they'll take those colors and they'll make them opposite colors on the color wheel. There's a science behind this that I've researched a lot into. And so when you're creating colors for an image, and you can use that work as well, if you want to have incredible impact, use colors that are across each other from the color wheel. I'm going to show you right now because it is really cool. And I'm actually just recording this lecture right now on this topic. But I want to show you here really quick. Okay. So if you go to YouTube, or pardon me, if you go to Google, and you do a search on color wheel, and RVC would spell color with a U there, I know. That's how you spell it in Canada. All right. So I'm going to open this up here. So what you see here is in this color wheel, and Sir Isaac Newton, who's graduated from Cambridge, that's where he invented gravity. He actually came up with a color prism and light bend. So he came up with this. And so if you look at the color violet at the bottom there, purple, across from that is the color yellow. And so a lot of people like to make their YouTube images using those two colors. They really complement each other. A lot of people also like to use red, violet, and yellow, green. Okay, so the opposites, or blue and orange, right? That's a great way to think about how to create just really, really eye-catching YouTube thumbnails. And I got the idea from going to a candy store with my son Dylan. There's a retro candy store close by, and anyway, I kind of went overboard and I bought a bunch of props. You know how much I love using props. There's candy in them too. My kids will get the candy. Christine's going to hate me because kids are getting cavities now. But anyway, think about it from that perspective. There's a science to it. Kind of like Matt Damon in that movie said, we're going to science the beep out of this. That was that Mars movie, I think, right? So anyway, that's how you should approach your LinkedIn images when you create it. And I actually got let me go show you. I'm not going to bother. But if you want, go to my LinkedIn page and look at my first couple articles. I did one which got, I think, 13,000 views, 1,000 or a couple thousand likes, whatever. It was called "You Need Yodas." I'm going to show you anyway. Let's go here together, okay? All right, so let's go to LinkedIn. See if I can find it. If I can't, whatever. And if you're going to upload videos to LinkedIn, I do it through. I actually do it directly through YouTube. But if you upload videos natively, I just don't have time to do it. You'll get way more views. Okay, and the same thing with every platform natively, because I've linked my YouTube videos to a bunch of other websites, social media, and they hardly get any views. But I don't have the time for it though. All right, so let's go here to. Actually, I don't want to search here. I want to go up here to me. All right, that's when I was in the Czech Republic. My video crew, dude, it is so hard making videos, man. Like whenever you see somebody do this, the reason they do that is because sound and video is recorded separately, and they have to match them up when they're editing this stuff later. I record 3 different versions of my sound here, as you can tell. All right, so let's go here to my articles and see all articles. All right. So articles, let me just go all the way back. There's so many of them, right? So you see how I use color here, and you're going to see some of my older ones here before I learned, right? But I started to use color here. See how these on the color wheel, this is, I think that's blue and yellow. Those are opposite, are they? Let's see here, blue, purplish, yeah, sort of, kind of, I guess, whatever. Yeah, it does. It's orangish. So that had a good pop to it as well. But I started learning a lot. As well, making my font bigger. I don't publish anymore on LinkedIn articles. I just make them posts. So every day when you see a post of mine, it's from my vlog. So this is today's post, whatever. Somebody asked me about boards. Anyway, but if you go to my articles, you'll see the evolution of the covers. I was really bad about it before. I got a lot better. This one did really well because the color image here and the image of her and a rocket taking off and big font. It's got to be big. Don't ever put anything in an image on YouTube that has writing here. That's important because the YouTube timecode covers that up. How to network using LinkedIn. You should watch that one. You'll love it. But if you go way back here, and it's going to take me forever because I have a couple hundred thing here, whatever. But eventually you'll find one on on one where there's a picture of Yoda on it, and I said you need Yodas, and that one, Tony Shark's back. That one did really well. So anyway, sort of waste your time there, but just keep searching through. You'll see one of Yoda, and if you do like Yoda, and I had nice green as well, and that worked out well because green is eye catching, and this is applicable for everybody in the call. It's not just for YouTube, but it's any image you make. And celebrities works exceptionally well as well. So I did one with on Michael Jordan and Wayne Gretzky. I put them on the cover, and you're allowed. I'm sure copyright one day someone's going to say something, but right now nobody cares. That helps as well. All right, back on topic, Chris. All right, let's see here. What helps me? Okay, so the Will of D is saying, what helps me build my reputation and trust beside writing articles in newspapers? You mentioned, please do not raise that book and give me an answer. Our jokes, you get it. So the first thing I'd recommend is there's this book here called, just kidding, sorry. I won't do that anymore. But there's this book, no. Let's say reputation-wise, just know, and I tell my kids this, anything you put in writing is there forever. Forever. Okay? And we all know that. Even Snapchat, that is there forever, dude. Okay? Don't trust them, because I promise you one day, I don't know anything, but I promise you one day somebody's going to hack Snapchat and images are going to be released, whatever. Okay. All right. So anything you document online, and anytime you're on the phone as well, you just, I hate to say it, but just everything is recorded. It is. It is. Right? Like voicemail and stuff. Just be careful from a reputation perspective. And I remember Eric Schmidt, the CEO of Google. He's no longer there. Great guy, though. He was the CEO of Novell software company years ago. He was in an interview, and somebody asked him, Google knows a lot about us. Like if I were to search on a certain website, what are your thoughts on that? And he said, yeah, Google knows, but should you really be searching those websites? Right? And I know it's kind of a bizarre thing to say, and I didn't get it at the time. That was years and years ago. I think it was like 10 years ago, whatever. But the bottom line there is just be careful with everything. Everything is monitored. So your reputation, and we're all one tweet away from extinction. That's think about it from a customer service perspective. If the airlines, you remember that video, that poor guy that got beaten up on the airline, that destroyed that brand for me forever. So just know that a company is only as good as its customer service, and one negative thing can destroy even myself. Like I'm on this call with all of you, and I am myself, and I'm open, but I always know that I am one comment away from destroying my life if I say something stupid, which I never would, right? But and even when I answer questions in Udemy, I always tell myself when I'm answering those questions, can this be used against me? And I know it's an awful way to think, but if it's something when it comes to a lawyer, obviously I'm not a lawyer. I'll say, please consult a lawyer. I don't give investing advice. I never will. Even if I have great ideas, I just want to do that. It's just not me. So just be careful of that. And whenever you transact online, just be careful. Like on eBay, every transaction, I've got a perfect rating since 1998 when I sold the Game Boy Color that I got free when I was at Goldman when I went to a Nintendo conference. Feedback there, just be careful. We're all one transaction away from extinction. And I think that's a good thing too, because real jerks are going to be discovered earlier in their careers. So anyway, sorry for the long-winded answer. So the Will of D is saying, I asked you before, is it okay to write just 50 pages in a book? Would people buy it, or should I write more like others do? Some people have over 100,000 words. Yeah. It looks like 100. Yeah, 100,000? 100 million? That's 100 million. Wow, that's a lot of words. Well, you want to write a book that's big enough so that it's going to have a spine if you want it to be in bookstores, right? So, and these aren't perfect, but anyway, you got a spine there. If you write a smaller one like I did for my Am I Alive? Where the Heck Did I Go book, it's so thin that there's no spine. So if you want to sell in a bookstore, then do so. I never think of it that way, though. I just kind of write from my heart. And, if it's long, it's long. If it's short, it's short. Kind of like my favorite author, there's Ken Follett and Jeffrey Archer, my favorite authors. I've read almost everything they've ever written. And this is a great book, by the way. It's fiction, which I never talk about. It's called Pillars of the Earth. And I love any book where I learn about, historical stuff too. It's amazing. And actually, it goes through the story of building a cathedral. And there's a lot of great character development as well. But it's really long, and this didn't influence me to buy it or not buy it. It's 957 pages. But just write from your heart first, like all great authors do. And then your mind second. Follow your heart. All right, so next up I got Alessandro is saying, finally, I understand for the forecast, I have to consider 1% of the total and then follow the market trend. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So if you want to get, if the total addressable market is a certain size and you think you can get 1% share of that, then reflect that in your model. Okay. And your investors will love this when you're trying to raise money too. You don't have to show them your model, but when you meet with them, if they ask you, you can pull out that spreadsheet and show them, okay, in the complete business plan course. All right. Yeah, and so Will's saying, I think ideas are not worthy until the thinker finds a way to apply them. And I'll take that one step further. Mark Cuban, who's a really wealthy man who sold broadcast.com to Yahoo for a couple of $1 billion in 1999, lucky guy. He said that ideas are commodities, but execution is not. And he's right. Ideas are commodities, right? But it's all about investing in people first. Always invest in people first. All right, next up, Alessandro is saying, Chris, can you suggest a good teacher I just lost my spot. It just jumped. All right, I have to do a search Control F on the word teacher. Here we go. Good. All right, I found it. All right, Chris, can you suggest? It jumped again. Please stay with me, folks. Okay, good. Here we go. Great. Can you suggest a good teacher in Udemy to learn the marketing strategy? Thanks. I don't really know of any. I mean, I'm trying to, because I haven't taken courses in that area, but just go to the marketing page and then see what's selling incredibly well. But I would, from a marketing perspective, I was focused on social media. Like there's a guy, Phil Ebiner. He's great. Good dude too. And he, I think he has a YouTube course. Diego, what am I talking about? Diego Davila. Go to Diego Davila. He's great. He's amazing. Great guy. He speaks English, Portuguese, Spanish too. He teaches courses in those three languages. He's amazing. He's in Florida, lucky guy, pays less tax. Wonderful human being. He just had a kid as well. Love that guy. So Diego Davila. Okay, just look at his courses. He's done stuff on Facebook and everything as well. So he'll understand that. Yeah. All right. So next up we've got João from Portugal. Thank you for your answer, Chris. You're right about the history of King João going to Brazil after the Napoleon invasion. And then João was saying, unfortunately, I can't find the interviewer's name on LinkedIn because it was a small interview around 10 minutes and only part of the recruitment process. No, you can still find it. Here's what you do. Okay, I want you to go, here's what you do. Go to LinkedIn and do an advanced search on the company name. Okay? And I promise you'll find people at that company on LinkedIn. And just look through the images. Okay, you'll find them. You'll find them. Okay, try it, please. Or what you do is go to the website of that company and take a look, at the about that firm, about, as we say in Canada, right? RVC, it's about. It's not about America. It's about. Go to the about part of that website just to see the management team if it's there. Or what you can do is you can even go to Facebook and see if you have friends that work at that company. Whatever. There's ways to navigate through it, right? So I would start with LinkedIn. But I don't want to end this call. I don't want to end this call until we find that person. So try that. If it doesn't work, let me know here, and we'll try something else. Thanks. All right, Jason from Australia. People often. Sorry, it's kind of hot. Dude, it gets brutal with these lights, man. And these are like LCD lights too. It's brutal. Okay. So Jason is saying people often ask you how they can find their passion. I too am searching. I'm currently reading and enjoying Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor E. Frankl, a psychiatrist and Holocaust survival. He's passed away. So you said it there too. Wow. Wow. And it's interesting because there was this great movie with Robin Williams, and I think he was in a camp, a prison camp during World War II, and he just had an incredibly positive attitude. I remember that too. God bless Robin Williams. It's terrible what happened. I know his son too. His son is doing a lot of great things teaching in the prison system, like me. And his son just looks just like him. When I met with him, I almost teared up. He's got the same gap in his teeth. And yeah, that's cool. Thanks for sharing that. Oh, Rainbow Islands cheat on Nintendo. No, that's not it. That's not the game. So earlier in the call, I said, I'll be very impressed if you can tell me what game, Nintendo from the 1980s, would allow you to get over 100 free men by going up, up, down, down, left, right, B, B, A, A. Can you name that video game? All right. No, it's not. It's not the Rainbow Island cheat. It's another one. I'll give you a hint. Without it, there would be no Call of Duty today. I think that's helpful. Or first-person shooter or whatever. Okay, Echo Caribay, how are you from St. Lucia? Good to have you join us. Good day, Chris. Hope all's well. Same to you, dude. Same to you. The Will D is saying, I like that. Golf, The Pursuit of Happiness. Which is a great movie. I love that. If you haven't seen the movie The Pursuit of Happiness with Will Smith, you got to see it. It's a fantastic movie, and it is so real. He talks about this guy from San Francisco that has nothing and follows his heart and gets what he wants. And the person that Will Smith is playing, Will's my favorite actor. I love Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, my best show ever. Right, watch the reruns if you can, young people. But Will Smith in that movie, his son in that movie is his real son in real life, Jaden Smith, when he was a lot younger. So check it out if you want. And at the end of that movie, in Pacific Heights, which is the hilly area where all the rich people live in San Francisco, you can see Will Smith walking with his son, holding his son's hand. And he turns around and looks at this guy, and this guy looks back. And that guy was the real person that Will Smith is playing in that movie. It's pretty cool. It's kind of like Stan Lee, God bless him. Make a little appearance there. All right. All right, next up, Martin. Hello, Chris. In your opinion, how many years of experience do we need before becoming a consultant or a teacher in a specific domain? Thank you. So I don't think you need any experience to be a consultant if you're going to be consulting on certain hard skills that you can implement immediately. And Accenture, where I used to work, does a good job at this. So there's a lot of kids programming there. I mean, there's a lot of younger people programming there. So if it's technical, I don't think you need any experience at all. Now, if it's strategic, I don't think that it makes sense to hire McKinsey to do strategic consulting for me or for any big company if they don't have experience. And McKinsey usually hires out of MBA schools where people have usually 4 years experience before MBA school. And interestingly enough, McKinsey, which is the best consulting firm ever, McKinsey actually spends $1 million every year at Harvard Business School wining and dining all students. And they know that 99% of all those students they wine and dine will never work at McKinsey and never want to work at McKinsey. But McKinsey is so long-term greedy and long-term focused that they know that those students could very well be CEOs one day and could very well want to hire McKinsey. Okay. All right. Next up, I've got, and in terms of teaching, I just think you have to have experience in that area first, right? So if you want to teach elementary school, you get experience, you go to teacher's college or whatever it is, or if you want to teach math, you obviously have a passion for math and having learned that stuff, that theory. But if you want to teach practical stuff on Udemy, which is the future of learning, I think having real experience in a sector first makes sense. And earlier in the call, I talked about that beautiful person, Teresa Greenway, who teaches how to bake bread. And she came from a tough background, a jerk, abusive husband. And she makes a fortune now teaching on Udemy how to bake bread. And it's very prophetic as well. So just do something you're passionate about, and you'll be very good at it as well. Okay. All right. Next question is Easy Deals is saying, Hi, Chris. I have a problem starting a company because of legal stuff and taxes. Can you please recommend something about that, especially if I live in Europe and I want to start a company in the United States? Yeah, I don't have legal experience, so I can't really advise that. But what you can do is you can go to LegalZoom.com. This is what I do. And for $30, a one-time payment, $30, that's it, you can set up a 30-minute call with any type of lawyer. So find a corporate lawyer on LegalZoom.com that specializes in European companies doing business in America or vice versa. Okay, that's what I recommend doing. Okay. All right. Next up is Kartik. Earlier on, Kartik had a question about electronic tracking, and I asked for a follow-up. Look at this, dude. I've only drank that much water this whole call, right? No wonder this thermos app is telling me I don't drink enough water. We are 80% water. You got to drink enough water, otherwise you're screwed. All right, let me read your question. Okay. It even monitors when I take sips. It's bizarre. Kartik is saying, application tracking system is a software application that enables the electronic handling of recruitment needs. It is used to track and manage candidates to match job descriptions with a resume wording. Okay, so earlier on, Kartik asked me about that. So yeah, there's a great company here, which I used to invest in called Success Factors, which does online stuff like this. It tracks this sort of thing. And then eventually SAP bought them. PeopleSoft does that as well, which is bought by Oracle. And then there's a great company called Workday that does that. I don't know too much about how helpful it can be to understand how those systems work. It's just a way for them to kind of organize, who is getting interviewed when, what's the feedback, that sort of thing. Think of it like a CRM app, like Salesforce.com. CRM stands for Customer Relationship Management. So what they do is salespeople use CRM software to enter in all the contact details about their customers or potential customers, including stuff like, maybe what their kids are called, I don't know, or what sports they like, and just kind of a recap of recent meetings and discussions about the sales cycle. Like, is this person going to buy this? What do we need to get them over the edge? That sort of thing. And every touch point you've had with that person. That's very similar to what these application tracking systems do. But I don't think that you can get any particular incredible insight by understanding how they work and helping you get a job. Those are just my humble thoughts, though. Okay. So, okay. Next, I've got... next I've got Rudy is saying, how do you prepare for a recession? So business is very cyclical. Okay, so what happens is business cycles usually last about 10 years, and business is always cyclical. And if anybody says this time is different, I want you to call BS on them, please. It's never different, right? Every business cycle is a boom and a bust. Echo, right? Rinse, lather, repeat, like a sine or cosine graph. And because we've been in an incredible economic environment, relatively speaking, for quite a long time now, I think that we're going into recession. And I think the best time to start a company is during a recession, because you're lean and mean. And when business improves, you see explosive growth. So preparing for a recession is the best thing I can tell you is always live below your means. And there's a great book I read growing up in Canada called The Wealthy Barber. And it talks about a barber who's a millionaire because this barber saves a lot of money and never spends too much money on stuff. You can also read another book, which is more recent, I read about 15 years ago, called The Millionaire Next Door. Read that. Okay. Or you can take my course called the Complete Personal Finance Course, which will tell you how to save. And I talked about this last week. I won't go there again, but I showed you an Excel spreadsheet that will help you save $32 million in your life by making simple, small changes. And you can go to my vlog and just do a search for that. And you'll find it there somewhere. It's got an image of a guy named Joe, okay, who looks a lot like Tony Shark from my other videos. Okay. Yeah, and so Akil, I think that answers your question about recession. Just because business is cyclical. It always is. It always is. Just like me telling you that spring is coming up soon and then summer. Of course it is. Business is cyclical just like the seasons are. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Just be ready for it. That's all. And I remember when I used to invest in recessions, I would buy higher dividend yielding stocks. like Campbell's Soup, ticker CPB, I think, yeah, or KFT Kraft at the time. It was cheaper back then, but not Altria. All right. My dad's a doctor. His business always picks up in recessions. People get sick more often. All right. So next up is, yo, Chris, I just received a notification about how to find the board right now. How many Chris's we have? Oh, wow. Okay. No. It's funny you mentioned that. So what I do is using Hootsuite, what I've done is I share my vlogs. They come out every day. So I already have vlogs written for the next X weeks or whatever it is from now. I'm pretty efficient with that stuff. And so the vlog and then for RVC, that's why I know what's coming up on Sunday, that vlog I made for you. And so what I do is actually, I have it coming every day at 11 o'clock here. And so today what hit was this one on boards, okay? Here. And speaking of repurposing content, I actually pulled this from one of the vlogs we did a couple weeks ago, or one of these calls we did a couple weeks ago. And so this one here is on boards. I selected publish a long time ago on this one. Anyway, you'll see this is when I used, resolution wasn't as good back then. You can see I look cartoony, and you see the green around my head. And the reason why I always use this background, by the way, is because I couldn't get the green screen to work perfectly. You see the green? You can totally tell it's a green screen. And then right here, you're like, oh, I can't really tell as much. And I just got kind of used to it. And you can even see down here, right? So, and you probably remember when I talked about this one, I think it was a couple weeks ago, for those of you that have been on my call before. Alessandra probably remembers because she asked great questions about my business plan course. All right, let's go back to Big Chris. Whoopa, mistake. I'm going to change the background. I'm going to put something fun in here. How beautiful is that? No, I want something with a little bit of movement. If you change your environment, like if you put on like the scenery channel on television or your desktop, you make it something like that, you're in a much better mood too. Look at that, dude. Look at that. And there's no green around my head too. We nailed this. So it looks good. All right, next question is, Will is saying, the question is, when shall I accept to be on a board? It's volunteering, right? Yeah, it's usually volunteering based. But if you're on the board of a publicly traded company, you can get compensated 50 or 100K a year. And a lot of successful CEOs that retire, they're on a number of boards for profit reasons. It's like when Bill Clinton or Obama give speeches and get 100 grand per speech or whatever it is. And those guys are amazing speakers. But I would be careful. Don't ever join a board of directors, ever, unless you get what's called D&O insurance. That's directors and officers insurance. Because if something goes wrong with the company, investors can sue the board of directors. Okay, and always talk to a real lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. But a board of advisors is different. You're just advising. And yeah, and most people will join your board if you ask, especially people with similar backgrounds, because they want to help you. All you got to do is ask. And I'm digging that background. That's dope, as my kids would say. All right. And Akil's saying, how do I pick a board of directors? And just, Akil, watch that, if you don't mind. Please watch the that video it just hit, that just dropped on YouTube on how to pick the board. The bottom line is you want board advisors or whatever to be on your board, people that kind of add more credibility to your business and people that have skills maybe that you don't have. Okay. And watch that vlog, you'll see. And take the complete business plan course if you want, if you're writing a business plan only. Okay. All right. And then Akil is saying, what does it mean when your life is being continuously hit by downfalls, like a pattern is going on every 6 to 12 months? Yeah. I'd say one data point doesn't make a pattern, but if you have a bunch, it could just be an unlucky streak, or maybe it's a sign, and I don't know what you're doing, but maybe it's a sign that you're not passionate enough about what you're doing, right? If they're, I don't know what kind of setbacks they are. If they're work related, it could be that you're not passionate about what you're doing, or you're in the wrong line of work, or you come across a threat to your boss, whatever. And I always recommend writing business plans on the side so you can live your life on your own terms, okay? And you'll have fewer setbacks if you are the absolute master of your own destiny. Okay, and the only way you can really be the master of your own destiny and have control, ultimate control over your life, is to be self-employed. So you are the boss of you. Okay. Okay. But sometimes you'll find that, and watch the vlog on Sunday, which is dedicated to RVC, who's on this call. Sometimes you'll find that little setbacks in life, and sometimes bigger ones, are blessings in disguise. And you won't understand it now, but you'll be grateful to God later that you were guided down a different path. Watch my vlog on Sunday. You'll know what I mean. Yeah. All right. Alessandro is saying, and I'm going to change that background because it's driving me crazy now. Keeps moving. All right, there's New York. All right, there we go, dude. I couldn't do this New York one in the past because of the glare around my head with the green screen, but this is nailed now. And thank you to Steve Washer, as well as thank you, a lot of thank yous to Matt Lacus, who's the golf dude I'm making that course with. All right, so Alessandro is saying, Chris, what information do you suggest putting on a landing page destined to be seen by potential investors? Yeah. So what I recommend, Alessandro, is within the course, the Complete Business Plan course. So in this spreadsheet here, I'm just going to go here. I'm going to click here on the presentation output. So your presentation is automatically made for you based on how you answer questions. Okay, and so the middle part is Shark Virtual Reality. Okay, and then the right part, there's 10 slides on the right here. Your board, everything. Okay, so I would take the stuff you have here that you feel comfortable sharing on the 10 slides on the right here, put that on your website. Okay, put that on your website if you want to. And if you click here, you can actually go and just download all the templates here. And these are just, there's 25 samples here that Wrigley did a great job with. And then there's 50 business plan templates in the course as well. So let me just click on a random one here. And we made it all blue because it's easy to change the colors. And so these are all, so these are all, just empty documents. And what you can do is just complete them. Watch the lecture in the course that teaches you how to complete them, but it's all basically done for you. But the stuff that's on here, I would include. Okay, so let me run through this really quickly. Okay, and this is just a sample. I'll make this a bit bigger. And the reason we have this stuff down here is because these are the fields that you map to copy and paste from the business plan course from Excel directly to here. Okay. And this makes more sense once you watch the lectures affiliated with that in the course. So yeah, your company name, a simple logo on your website, and go to fiverr.com, Fiverr.com, to get somebody to create your logo if you want to. I had a sample here. I can't seem to find it, but you can get somebody to make a professional quality logo for you. And sometimes you have to pay more than $5 for it, but it's worth it. It's worth it. It's a good investment. And then here, your product description, just keep it really, really brief. If somebody can't tell what your company does within 3 seconds of visiting your website, then it might be an issue for potential investors. Okay. All right, and then a picture of your product here. Wrigley got that. That was smart, Wrigley. And then here is just your management team and your board advisors. And these are just sample ones, obviously. And then, the problem with your industry, then the solution, and then milestones if you want. And then here, the total addressable market. And Alessandro, you don't have to put all this stuff down if you don't want people to see this that aren't potential investors. But a lot of this stuff you can include directly on your website. Like financials, you probably don't want to include, right? It's just opening up a can of worms. People ask too many questions, and your competitors might see it too. And then here, obviously, you don't list competition. But your contact details have to be readily available as well. Always, 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 right? Kind of like every email on the bottom, like all my emails, there's the unsubscribe link. That's got to be there, right? So anyway, hopefully that's helpful. If you have follow-up questions on that, please let me know. Thanks. All right. Now it's time to guess that city. Are you ready? You ready for this? Guess that city. Where is that city? Where is that city? I know you're gonna guess the continent. Everybody will, but I want to know what city that's in. Ooh, it looks kind of cool. See how I'm moving back, or I move in? That's Alfred Hitchcock actually pioneered that, moving back and then moving the camera in at the same time. The person, like zoom out while you're zooming in. It's kind of neat. It's called Vertigo. The Vertigo shot, named after his movie Vertigo, which means a fear of heights. So That's a skill testing question, people. You got to tell me where that is. All right. All right, so Solly has a clarification. Sorry about that, Solly. Solly asked earlier about this book here, the course on day 10, and I wanted a clarification. Okay, so he's saying, let me clarify my question about helping others. I've got to pause that background because I'm getting vertigo now. But last chance, where is that? Anybody know? I spent about a month there last year working on one of my courses. All right, let me change the background to, I love this one. That's dope. You have to guess this one too. All right. So Solly's saying, let me clarify my question about helping other people. If we want to help someone and they don't want it, what do we need to do? Yeah, it's hard, man. I mean, you can bring somebody to the water, but you can't force them to drink. So people want to help themselves. It's like nature versus nurture, right? It's hard. It's hard. What Dale Carnegie always talks about in his book, how to win friends. Sorry, Dale. Dale's on the ground here. Dale Carnegie always talks about you want to always arouse in the other person an eager want. Okay, and that sentence didn't go. You always want to arouse the other person an eager want. There's no comma. It's all one sentence. Long bad humor. Sorry, but you always want to think about things from other person's perspective. Okay. Like a great leader, a manager gets people to do things because they want to do things. They want to do things. And what I recommend is there's a course I have that Solly might like. It's called How to Motivate Employees. And there's also a book as well, a big book, which I dedicated to my mentor, or one of the people that had a big impact on me, Lisa Shallett, who motivated and inspired our team while teaching us how to be incredibly productive. She at Goldman Sachs. Anyway, she was my boss there. She's a partner, and she retired since she's on boards. Doing great. So read that book. That might actually help you understand how to get people to do things that you want them to do, meaning how to motivate them. Okay. And again, the sign of a great manager is one that gets their employees to do things because they want to do things, not just because they're told to do things. Okay. All right. Next up is Solly is saying, I help some friends and they do a great job, but when others don't, it hurts that they cannot enjoy a better life. Yeah, they have to want to help themselves. It's like getting somebody to go to rehab, which I have somebody close to me, not my current family, but somebody close went to rehab, and she's so funny. I love her dearly. She's so funny. She's self-deprecating, and when she went there, she said, well, Chris, rehab is for quitters, right? So, but they have to want to help themselves. It's like we didn't have to do an intervention, but sometimes you have to do an intervention with friends, and people get upset too when you have interventions because they're like, well, who are you to tell me, how to live my life? They have to want to help themselves as well. It's kind of like a parent that. And this is not her, this is something different. It's like a parent that spoils a child. The child has to want to stand up on their own 2 feet, right? And if you get too much help from other people, they take it for granted, which is why I don't usually like investing in companies that get too much government help. Because if you get too much government help, you're not going to be successful, right? You're going to be lazy and you're going to rely on the government. And I don't care what country you're in. We all know many examples of that. Maybe people close to us that are collecting certain things they shouldn't be collecting from governments. And I want to segue and just really quickly talk about something economic, which is fascinating. So in, I think it was 99, 2000, when I was at Goldman, I focused on Japanese equities. And I think maybe it was in 01, this great economist named Michael Porter, who came up with the 5 forces model. He wrote this book called Can Japan Compete? And it was really interesting because what he did was Michael Porter analyzed the Japanese economy. And the Japanese economy is fascinating. There's only a handful of industries that dominate globally out of Japan, right? They really dominate. They're amazing. But after World War II, here's what happened. After World War II, the Japanese economy was a disaster, obviously, post the war. And so what the Japanese government did was the Japanese government created all these incentive plans. And these incentive plans were basically dish outs, money given to every sector of the economy to rebuild Japan. And there's only 2 sectors in the economy that didn't get any money from the government. One sector was the car sector, the automotive sector, and the other one was consumer electronics. And if you fast forward to today, the 2 sectors that Japanese companies are more dominant in relative to other sectors are the automotive sector and consumer electronics. Fascinating, eh? And so I believe in Darwinism or Darwinism. I believe in survival of the fittest. I do believe in handouts. Like I believe in unemployment insurance. I believe in healthcare insurance. Having grown up in Canada, that system works out incredibly well. But I don't believe in too much in terms of handouts. Otherwise, people and companies get lazy and they don't innovate. And even companies that are dominant in their industry, if they're really dominant like a monopoly, they're going to get lazy and they're not going to innovate. And who loses? The consumer. So I think that when you're talking about friends of yours that need help, they have to want to help themselves, and they can't be too used to taking handouts. Eventually, there has to be some element of tough love for them to stand on their own 2 feet and be incredibly successful. And the last thing I'll say about this is it's kind of an awful analogy, but with a giraffe. And what the heck is up with those long necks? Like that's the only animal, like a brontosaurus, like a dinosaur, eh? You don't see that too often. So giraffes, when a baby giraffe is born, the first thing a mother does is the baby is born on the ground, and the mother kicks the baby. Tough love. And the giraffe immediately gets up, shocked. It's like a shock if you're having a heart attack, and starts surviving on their own that way. And so by the same token, when it comes to friends or loved ones, there has to be an element of tough love. You can't just give, because they will bite the hand that feeds them. Okay. All right, next up is Thomas. Hey, Thomas, how are you? I'm great, man. Great. I know you don't like to comment on particular stocks. Anyway, I would like to give it a try. What's your view on Petrobras and Mercado Libre? Thank you very much. Okay. So thank you. So Petrobras is the largest oil company in Brazil. Petrobras is petroleum Brazil. I'm buying time while I'm thinking of the answer here. Okay? Mercado Libre means a free market, which is kind of like eBay in Brazil, which was purchased. Part of it, a big portion of it was actually purchased by the eBay Corporation. Now that I bought time, let me think of an answer. Okay. So I like commodity companies in general. And I want you to read a book that's going to make you think longer term. And it's called A Bull in China. Okay, it's a great book. It's about a love for investing in commodities longer term. And I always like investing in companies where there's a dearth of supply or a limit on supply. So what scares me about a lot of cryptocurrencies is there could, hypothetically speaking, be an unlimited supply of shares for a lot of cryptos. And when you have an unlimited supply of shares, then it becomes a loser investment. Kind of like this, investing just in cash is an awful, awful investment. Okay? It's an awful thing to do. I got to stand back here and show this to you. Okay? Let me see here. Wrigley, if you got a picture of this, this might be for this week's cover. Nintendo and money. All right. So anyway, that's why I'm not a fan of owning cash. I'm not picking on the U.S. government. I'm picking on all governments. You never want to leave your money in dollars or cash. You want to invest in things that are actually where there's a dearth of supply. Okay, things like commodities. And I'm not going to tell you when to time the market and when to buy, but I'm just going to put this in front of you right now. Do you think there's going to be more of a demand for certain commodities in 5 years or less of a demand? Do you think there's going to be more of a demand for certain commodities in 20 years or less of a demand? Do you think there's going to be less supply in 20 years or more supply? That sort of thing. That's how I want you to think about it. I'm not going to tell you to buy or sell any stock ever. Okay. But you also have to analyze Petrobras closely because Petrobras gets a lot of their oil from the deep rig offshore drilling on the East Coast there in Brazil. And it's only very profitable if oil prices are extraordinarily high. Kind of like, this is an extreme example, but in Canada, and I feel for you, Alberta, it's been very tough for them recession-wise. But there's an area there called Fort McMurray. And Fort McMurray is where there is heavy oil. And heavy oil basically means oil that's in tar. And the price of oil has to be way over $80 a barrel for that to be profitable. And that part of Canada's been hit very hard, and my heart goes out to them. It's really tough. It's tough. So you're going to have to look at that as well. You have to look at the cost of production for Petrobras. You know, is the bulk of the incremental oil that they're going to mine or get, so to speak, offshore in deep offshore, where they need to buy really expensive deep offshore drilling rigs, like from companies like Transocean, ticker rig, RIG, coolest ticker ever. So you're going to have to do that research as well, okay? And in terms of Mercado Libre, I don't know the competitive environment in Brazil as much as I used to, I'm sorry. But you want to look at the competitive environment. You want to look at the management team too. Okay, have they been successful in the past? You want to look at the valuation. And so you want to look at fundamentals first, then valuation, and then technicals last, just to help you time when to get in to be a long-term investor. And if you take my complete financial analyst training and investing course on Udemy, it'll really help you analyze any type of company. I provide you with a framework. And rather than giving you a fish, I teach you how to fish so you can eat for a lifetime. That's my prophetic comment of the minute, okay? Okay, so hopefully that helped. All right, Tomas is saying, Chris Thomas again, Argentina. Oh, I'm sorry. No, Brazil is where those companies are, where you asked. Yeah, okay. Chris Thomas again from Argentina. Can you please mention a couple of situations in which a company would prefer to do a merger and acquisition, meaning buy a company, instead of doing an IPO and vice versa? Huh. Okay, sure. So a lot of companies that are about to go public or late stage, quite often they get approached by bigger companies before they go public. And so if a tech company, for example, is approached by Microsoft and Microsoft tries to buy them, if that tech company thinks to themselves, oh my goodness, Microsoft's going to pay way, way, way more than what we think we can make if we go public. So let's just sell ourselves to Microsoft. Okay. Or what can happen is if the company that Microsoft is trying to hypothetically buy figures that, you know what, we're going to go it alone, we're going to go public because Microsoft is offering us such a low amount, it's insulting. And so an example of this actually is, Snapchat. Everybody tried to buy Snapchat. And then the management at Snapchat said, screw it, man. I'm not going to sell it for only a couple of $1 billion. I'm going to go public. It can be worth a lot more. Right? And the same thing happened with Google, actually. Yahoo could have bought in Google for, I think, $1 billion, but they decided not to. Whatever. Anyway, there's so many examples of companies that coulda, shoulda, woulda been acquired, but decided to go public instead because they knew that they could be much more, they could make much more money for investors and themselves and their employees by going it alone. Okay, so it all comes down to what bids are there on the table. Okay, so hopefully that answers your question. If it doesn't, please let me know. But a lot of big companies are so bureaucratic that they can't innovate anymore. And so what they do is they buy instead of building. And if you go back and in my vlog, I did a vlog one day from the Oracle headquarters, the campus. And actually security kind of really nicely said they Heisman me off campus. But I actually vlogged on why Oracle buys a lot of companies instead of building the technology internally. So check that out if you want to. They were nice about it though. But I was scared. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. Akil is saying, I'm not able to understand. Don't have more than 5% of your something in a certain stock. Yeah. Okay. So Akil earlier in the call was asking about portfolio diversification. And I never recommend having more than 5% of, I said, your liquid net worth. Okay. So all the money that you have, right? Your net worth, everything you have, not including your house or apartment, okay? All the liquid stuff you have, cash, whatever in the bank. All that stuff. I don't want you to put more than 5% into any one particular investment, okay? And that's just good diversification because I promise you one or two of your investments will go to zero, right? It'll just happen, and that won't bankrupt you. It'll just kind of hit 5 or 10% of your net worth. So you're welcome, Miguel. All right, Keel's saying, which course should I complete first? The entire MBA or the complete business plan course? So if you're just curious about general business and you want greatest hits high level, take an entire MBA in one course. If you want to start a company right now, or you have a lot of great ideas, then just dive right into the complete business plan course. Thanks. Okay. But don't take the complete business plan course if you don't have Excel. And it's got to be Excel that's been released in the past 5 or 10 years, like a newer version, I should say. And if you're having issues with the spreadsheet there, just remember this. When it asks you to enter in your currency and country, just ignore that part. It'll be much faster. And you'll see in the course, a lot of people will complain about the speed in the Q&A, but they resolved it by doing what I just said. Thanks. All right. The Will of D is saying, can you provide me with the vitamins, as they say in England, or vitamins, as they say in America? And the girl that's designing your wonderful cover, so we can contact her. So I take a bunch of vitamins. I've got a bunch here. I'll just show you them. So Dr. David Williams makes this daily pack of vitamins I take. Okay, that's about, and some of them are herbs too. So I take his stuff. I also take something from Ray Kurzweil, who's the head of engineering at Google, who believes in life extension. And he wrote this book called Transcend. And inside that vitamin pack from him, it's a smaller pack, you can search online, Ray Kurzweil, is retinol and other stuff that is in red wine that helps to extend your life. Okay, and you cannot reverse aging, but you can slow it down. I take other things like calcium, because I don't consume as much milk products as I used to. And you can also, actually there's a hell of a lot of calcium and protein, by the way, in kale. Most people don't realize that. You get a ton of protein in kale. I also take omega supplements. I have my DNA sequence, and please talk to a real doctor. I'm not a doctor, okay? Talk to a health person, not me. But I take this organic zinc compound because when I got my DNA tested, my eyesight's supposed to go down, but I'm going to nip it in the butt with this. And if you take my course, actually, the 30-day challenge to a more productive, much happier you, and you get this book for free with it. I explain it in much more detail. I take other stuff like chromium, biotin, which helps me to think gooder and speak gooder. I take a little bit of creatine because I'm trying to put, these are creatine here, I'm trying to put on a couple pounds of muscle, whatever. I'm not as in great shape as I used to be. I take a little green tea extract as well, because I don't drink green tea, but I want those benefits. And then I take a bunch of other stuff as well. I take this HTP substance, which makes me happier, and it's all organic. And I'm sure a lot of this stuff is placebos. I get it, but I don't know what's not a placebo. And I want to blast everything in my body to make sure that I can live forever, or a long time at least, I should say. Not crazy Ted Williams, freeze myself ever, but. Anyway, that's it. And in terms of the woman in Fiverr, let's go together and I'll actually show you. Her name is Ultra something, I think. Actually, just go to writebook.com and you'll find it there. Go to harounventures.com/writebook and you'll find it there. And if you're getting value out of this call, please click the like button. Thanks. All right, so let's go here to harounventures.com. URL forwarding works. Right book. There it is. Okay, good. So if you download this this template here, it's just Microsoft Word based, and this will help you write your book. You can download it. I have it open right now. It's fine. But you'll see here. Here it is. Here. Okay. So the person is UltraCon22. Okay, from Bangladesh, right there, and she's done just an amazing job for me. So give her work, please. She's great. And I always give her a big tip. Yeah, anyway. So hopefully that's helpful. Thanks. All right, let me go back to big screen Chris with my favorite blue background. I want to go to the beach. You want to come to the beach with me? There we go. We're on a beach. All right, next up is from Dapsy. Is your portfolio management system also available on the Complete Financial Analyst course? Yeah, it is. It is. And I'll show that to you in real time as well. It's a little bit more sophisticated in the Complete Financial Analyst version because I'm targeting people that want to work on Wall Street or Bay Street in Canada or anywhere in the world in finance. And so let me show you what it looks like. So this is the course here, the Complete Financial Training and Investing course. And I'll just show you what it looks like here. And course content, all resources, portfolio dashboard. Okay. And there's a couple downloads here. And I got this file size down to 24 megs by reusing the same image on multiple tabs. Okay, because Excel sees each image as the same image if it's the same one. Okay, so let me scroll out a bit here. Maybe I'll go to, I don't know, like 75, and we'll take okay, here it is. Okay, good. So this is the portfolio dashboard, and basically what you've got is it walks you through the daily performance of your portfolio, year to date, month to date. And I teach you also how to make this spreadsheet from scratch because knowing Excel is an important skill in business. I thought about making a course called the Complete Excel Course, but I shelved it. It tells you your beta exposure as well in your portfolio, your assets under management, the alpha generated, meaning how much you beat the index by. And I explain all this stuff from scratch, what your net exposure is. I explain all this from scratch. And then whatever the other indexes are that you benchmark yourself against. And then here, just to make you unemotional, what I do is I ask you a bunch of basic questions here. Like, is the government in your country pro-business or not pro-business? You select yes or no there. And then also, what's the inflation rate? And then I put up this is all logic driven. So if I went lower, you'll see that the flag actually changes color here. Okay, so it goes to green. Unemployment is 0, which is a good thing. And if it's above 5%, I think I have it yellow. And if it's above 10%, I had it red. Okay, so it automatically does. And I have stoplights as well. It's kind of fun. And then here what you do is you select the financial analyst role that you're most interested in, and I help you understand what role in finance you should choose. So if I choose, I don't know, a random one here, investment banker, financial analyst, you'll see the logic here changes, and it tells you what parts of the course to pay specific attention to. And I explain all the financial analyst positions in a lot of detail. Now, this is the stuff you're interested in here. Okay, so right here are all your stocks. And I have it hooked up. I looked at the Yahoo API. There's an easy way to export and import this stuff. I explain in the course from the web. Okay, so this portfolio is all basic stocks, but I have longs and shorts as well if you want to do that. But I actually hid the short section, okay, somewhere else. It's right here. So if I open this up here, because a lot of people will never want to short a stock. And shorting a stock means the opposite of buying it. It means you're betting it's going to go down. And here's where you'd enter in your shorts would be here as well, okay? And then when you close out positions, you put them down here. You write down your daily or monthly or yearly lessons learned, and then your yearly performance. And these are closed positions. And down here is what each financial analyst does. And do they care about the income statement or balance sheet or cash flow statement? So if you're a trader, you're not going to care about that stuff, right? And then what valuation methodology makes most sense to you? If you're a hedge fund, you might like that. If not, that sort of thing. Okay, and that's just this tab. And then there's lots of others. And what video game is that from? I did this for my kids. Okay, you have to tell me what video game that's from. That image. It's a game I still play. It's embarrassing. Okay. So you can click that, get help. This will help you get tickers in foreign markets. Like, for example, I know we have somebody from Argentina on the call, .ba. You put at the end of your ticker, .Brazil, you do SA. And there's ADRs as well. And I can talk about ADRs if you want, American Depository Receipts. And then this here tells you what you're going to learn in other exercises. Like, I teach you how to do all this stuff from scratch. I teach you how to, analyze IMF data and World Bank data as well. It's not just bottoms up stock stuff. It's high level as well because macro stuff drives stocks a lot of the time. How to get unemployment statistics, how to analyze it. I had a lot of fun with this. This wasn't a job for me. This was a passion. I have it set up for Mac and Windows and how to get direct data feeds into your spreadsheet. All free stuff, fun. How to use goal seek, and there's not a single line of code either in this. I don't believe in code. In spreadsheets because it means that there could be viruses. Anytime you let somebody run code on your computer, it's a virus. Could be a virus. So what I did instead was these aren't buttons here, man. These are just little images that I assign hyperlinks to. That's it. Those are little pictures. And then we've got a lot of case studies as well. And our client actually is Shark Virtual Reality. And that was the first time that I used Tony Shark's company. I used him again in the Complete Business Plan course later on. Okay. And then you can always click here to get an explanation of how to do or the answers for every single one of these things. And I just made an unlisted video here in YouTube, right? So I explain how to do everything, just quick access. I always like to give you multiple ways to access everything within my courses. There's tons of case studies if you scroll down, on and on and on. I think it's over 20 hours this course. And then there's, you can also link to here, how to model. And it's a 7-step process. It's like AA for analysts. So modeling best practices, and then how to, whenever you build a model, it's all based on revenue, and then income statement, balance sheet, cash flow statement, and then valuation metrics. So if you click here, I've got all the 25 lessons I've learned over the years on best practices on how to model. Okay, and it's fun too. I make it intuitive. And then here is, and you probably recognize, Alessandra, I know you recognize this from the Complete Business Plan course. This is a little bit different though. And then I build your income statement. And this is based on how I used to build models when I worked on Wall Street and when I managed my own hedge fund and venture capital too. This is basically, it's helpful if you're a long-term investor or short-term investor. And I put a lot of comments in, and you can always right-click and put in a comment, insert comment. Or if you're using Windows, you go Shift F2, and that's how you insert a comment. Then I've got cash flow statements, and a lot of people are really confused on cash flow statements. So I put a button here, which explains, step 5, the cash flow statement. Okay. Anyway, whatever. It's an unlisted video. It explains how to do it. And yeah, that's it. DCF valuation, which is discounted cash flow valuation. How do you set up valuation metrics? How do you do, probability analysis? Like if it's a bull market or a good economic environment, sensitivity analysis. Sorry, it'll tell you what here it is right here. So if the economy is growing at 1%, or your company's growing at 1% longer term, and the cost of capital is that amount, then the target price of your company will be this, all based on stuff that you inserted. And I use a function here called NPV, which is net present value, which basically means take all the cash you're going to make in the future and tell me what it's worth in today's terms using today's interest rate. That's it. And then I've got other valuation methodologies here, like price to revenue, price earnings for every year, whatever. And then I've got the 3 methodologies based on bullish, bearish, just, right? Like Goldilocks and the 3 bears. And then just the average of all 3 valuation methodologies. And I always like valuing companies on 3 different methodologies because I know one of my 3 methodologies is way off. I don't know which one, but you minimize the margin of error if you use multiple valuation techniques. Okay. And if you want more details on valuation, you can click here within the course. And it'll step you through other valuation methodologies, unlisted video. All right. And that is, that's that. So if you have any follow-up questions on that, please let me know. But I guarantee you, I'm not an arrogant guy. I'm very humble, as you know, but there's no better course on the planet when it comes to teaching you how to be successful on Wall Street or in finance. One doesn't exist because they're all taught by people that are very theoretical in nature. My dad used to say to me, if they're so smart, why are they still in school? And now I'm a teacher. And Woody Allen, I shouldn't have said that. That was mean to myself. But Woody Allen once said, those who can't do, teach. And those who can't teach gym class. I suck at sports. I can't teach. I can't do anything. So we're all in big trouble here. Okay. So let me go back now to here on the side. Okay, great. Let's see what the next question is. The Willa D is saying, having many projects, in order for them to succeed, here's where you need to hire managers, don't we? Yeah, I mean, I outsource a lot. So my company, I believe that small groups of people can change the world. There's a reason why a lot of successful companies were created in garages, here in Silicon Valley, for example. But I like small groups of people. And I don't have, all I've got working with me is Wrigley. He's in Brazil now. That's it. And a lot of people think I have a staff, a ton of people. I don't. I like small groups of people so we can make more money, but more importantly, more stuff gets done. Like a lot of people that would do webcasts like I'm doing, they would hire an editor, to basically do this, behind the scenes, pushing of buttons to change the transitions on the screen and stuff. They would hire people to do social media for them. They would hire people to, I do a lot of that stuff myself, and Wrigley too, and we outsource a lot of other stuff too. Like when I went to the Czech Republic, I actually outsourced the trailers of my videos. So a lot of my trailers, you see me walking in a European city. I've kind of given away what city that was I showed you earlier in the background. I like to outsource everything I can and just focus on what I enjoy best. I have an external CFO, external accountant, external lawyer. It's just how I run my business. All right. Next is from Akil. My thoughts on Indra joining Pepsi's board. Was she the CEO of Pepsi? She joined Amazon's board. Let me do a search here first. Give me 1 second. I think she was. Oh yeah, she's the ex-Pepsi CEO. Yeah, she is. Yeah. I mean, I don't really have a strong opinion on her. I don't really know much about her, but I think it's great to always have people with consumer products background, on your board if you're a consumer company, and Amazon's a consumer company as well as an enterprise company. So probably a smart decision. Yeah, but I don't know much more than that. Sorry. And then you say here, why do they even take her? Amazon's doing great, right? Well, Amazon, I mean, you have to have a number of board members. You always do. And it's got to be an odd number, by the way, because if it's an even number, then you can be gridlocked. So if there's 6 board people on your board and 3 vote for and 3 vote against a certain issue, you're gridlocked. That's why it's got to be an odd number. So I don't know the full story. Maybe somebody dropped off the board and they need an additional person. Or maybe what's happening is, since Amazon bought Whole Foods, which we call Whole Paychecks, amazing acquisition. Since they bought that company, Amazon's going to get into the grocery delivery business, part of which is delivering drinks, right? And I'm sure that Indra understands, the distribution channels when it comes to soft drinks, obviously much better than Jeff Bezos will understand. So it could be strategic as well. And quite often companies do stuff that signals other things are coming. Like you can always go to the job page of companies and see which areas they're hiring in to kind of signal what markets they might be interested in the future. So who knows? Maybe this is a signal that Amazon's going to start creating their own Amazon branded drinks and ship them direct to consumer. I'm just making that up. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Next up is, let me see here. Okay, Ugo is saying, hey, Ugo, how are you? I think I exchanged messages with you this week, right? I can't remember where it was, but your name is really, really familiar. Maybe it was LinkedIn. I can't remember. But hi, how are you? You're number one fan. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. And my students, you all inspire me so much. I mean, this is fun for me. This is fun. I get to use software. This is fun. And I get to speak with all of you. This is fun. Okay, what would you say to an MBA graduate looking to change careers from project management to strategy and program management consulting in the United Kingdom? Yeah. So if you're already an MBA graduate, I would leverage your network a lot, okay, to see who works in management consulting in the UK that went to your school. So you want to do an advanced search in LinkedIn on the name of your school. Okay. You also want to do an advanced search on consulting firms like McKinsey or Boston Consulting Group, as well as Bain, Monitor, Deloitte, period. Deloitte has a period after their logo now, Accenture, etc. And just set up meetings with them and just network that way. And you could, anyway, sorry, Willa D, I have to bring it up again, but you can go here to harounventures.com and read this book. It's free download, and that will help you network a lot, okay, to be able to network to get a job in the consulting area. And if you have follow-ups there, please let me know. Thanks. And then Sully is saying, my friend is asking, what do we need to know to not be afraid to start a business? So most companies fail because they don't plan. And there's that cliche, I'll say it again, which is failing to plan is planning to fail. So I think you should take or have your friend take my complete business plan course. Doesn't cost much money. There's a 30-day money-back guarantee. I'll give you a lifetime guarantee, actually, for that and your friend. But that course will help you within 9 hours write a business plan. And it'll help you understand if you should launch a business or not. I cover everything, man. Everything. Every qualitative aspect of business, every quantitative aspect, etc. And so it'll help you plan, right? And if you plan accordingly, your chances of success are very high. Or even if my course encourages you not to start a company, then I've done my job the right way, because I've saved you money and the heartache and the stress as well. Okay. And I'll never tell you exactly what to do, but I'll always provide you with a framework in business. Okay. Dapsy is saying, and give me one second, I'm going to open the door a bit. It's hot. All right, give me 1 second. Don't go anywhere. Hold on. That's my alarm telling me to go for my walk every day at 1. Obviously, I'll do that later today. I'm having too much fun doing this, man. All right. Next question here is, I see the word Canada. Blame Canada. That's where I'm from. What's your take on Canada? I want to do a startup there, though I don't live there, and I'm thinking it's better there or in the U.S. It depends on how good your network is in Canada versus the United States. I mean, Canada is a business-friendly country as well. I would just read my networking book and try to see if you can speak with people that have something in common with you that moved to Canada or the United States and the United States and started a company, and ask them for their feedback. I don't know. And you also want to hire an immigration lawyer to help you out as well. Understand, the legalities of it. Is it easy for you to get a visa and stay with a visa in Canada versus the United States? I don't know where you're from, and I'm not too familiar with the immigration legal code and the relationship between your country and Canada or the U.S. So hire a local immigration lawyer or one in Canada or the U.S. as well to help you out there. Thanks. But Canada's cold, dude. Like 95% of Canadians live within 100 miles of the U.S. border. All the big cities are close to the border too, for the most part. Yeah, I love it though. I miss it. I miss it a lot. I actually miss the seasons. Here it's kind of the same temperature all year, and Northern California is pretty cold actually. It's not like Southern California. That's the real warm California part. But I miss the seasons. It always gives you something to look forward to. Okay. Miguel is saying, what do you think about operating options? Just wanted to tell you that you've inspired me. Oh, thank you. To pursue my dream job. Thank you. I will be here next week. Thank you, Miguel. Appreciate that. I love that. If I can touch your heart or help you to live your life on your terms and get closer to your goal, it's not about the money. It's just, I feel good. I feel good. So thank you. Thank you. It's great. And watch that video I made on Sunday for RVC. Okay. Speaking of Canada, Dapsy, watch that. Okay. And RVC, you'll get what I'm getting at. Oh, I see Avi Pro down there from Sweden, I think, right? Yeah, I'll get there in a second. Sorry. All right. So question is, what do I think about options? So just be careful and understand options thoroughly. Okay. And you can go and watch a vlog I published on that. I think it was December, on options explained. Make sure you thoroughly understand how much money you can lose. Okay, there's like almost an unlimited amount of money you can lose on puts. Just understand them, and on shorting as well. I know it's a little bit different from options, but they go hand in hand. So I don't recommend doing them. The only reason I would ever recommend getting involved in options is, number one, if you are running a business and your biggest expense is something like oil, and you want to hedge out or short oil, and get professional advice first on that, or you want to buy puts on oil just to kind of hedge your bets, or buy calls on oil, I should say, to hedge what price oil is really going to cost you in the future. Okay, and your CFO in a big company will help you with that. And the other reason why maybe getting involved in options might make sense is if, say, 99.999% of your net worth is in technology company X, and it's a private company, and your biggest competitor is publicly traded. Well, you might want to short some of the stock of that publicly traded company if your companies are very similar, in case your company goes, business prospects deteriorate, then you might profit a bit on the downside there, which will offset some of your options. Again, speak with a professional financial advisor first. Okay. But it's Warren Buffett who said that financial derivatives like options are financial weapons of mass destruction. Okay, just be careful, because what they did is they caused a lot of companies to go belly up in 2008 as well. Okay, all that derivative stuff. Just be really, really careful. And if you're going to do it, and if it's just for investing reasons, just find out what the most is you can lose, and just know going in that whatever, it's like going to a casino. You bring a certain, not that I go, but bring a certain amount of money, know that you can lose that, and that's it. Don't go to the ATM. Okay. All right. Next one, Akil. Do Dylan and his brothers write their to-do list schedule every night? I tried. My kids, yeah. I think Dylan's too young. Although I did get Dylan to write his goals. Right, I do this with all my kids. I have it. I should take it back upstairs and put it on his wall. I brought it down here a week or two ago. His goals. You got to do this. Write them. Put them on your wall. And this is something that my kids learned from Derek Jeter. So Derek Jeter is, get your kids to read this if they like baseball. Derek Jeter, great baseball player. He retired for the Yankees, which is the second best team after the Toronto Blue Jays. But Derek Jeter wrote this book. It's called The Contract. And the reason Derek Jeter was successful, he's successful in business, sports, personal wise, everything. He's a perfect man, although he didn't play for the Blue Jays. But the reason he's successful is because his parents made him write a contract, okay, every single January when he was like 9 years old even. And it was a one-pager he had to give to his parents. And it was basically a goal-setting workshop. And the contract said, I'll make my bed every day. I'll practice baseball. I'll be polite to my parents. I'll clean the kitchen, whatever it is. And so I had Andrew, my son, read this a couple of years ago. During the summers, I make my kids read for half an hour to an hour every day. That's what my mom did. And so I had Dylan, my 9-year-old, write down his goals for the year. And hopefully you can see it. I think it works better now, the green screen, right? So don't lie. Be a better listener. Read more. Write more. And he wrote, try to not play video games. And then he crossed it out. Try to keep playing video games. I limit video games a bit with my kids too. Like they can't play. They got to do obviously their homework first. But I think that not letting your kids play video games is mean, because that's how that generation socializes. Everything has changed. It's a lot different now. All right, hold on 1 second here. All right, just want to change the background there. So no, they don't do the schedule. I bought Andrew actually for Christmas this year. I bought him a really, really nice leather-bound scheduler and a nice pen and everything. And I showed him how to use it. He hasn't used it at all. So it's kind of like that whole thing. I can bring you to the water, but I can't force you to drink. It's like nature versus nurture. And he does well. He's got like straight A's. I don't know how. He has Christine's genes, not mine, that's for sure. But anyway, people have to want to do stuff because they want to do stuff, not because they're told to do stuff. And maybe I might have poisoned the water, so to speak, with him, because I told him, hey, you can write down your schedule. And he's a teenager. He's at that age where he's like, hey, I want to do what I want to do. Okay. All right, next up is Willa D is saying Snapchat, and they indicate that in their policy, they say they have all rights to use any content we share with them that is, oh my God. That's scary, dude. Yeah, screw that, man. Yeah, no way, man. Stay away from that crap. Dude, super contra. Solly got that. Okay, Solly got it right. The question was, what code gives you 100 or more free men? Up, up, down, down, left, right, BBAA. Okay, nerd, I know. But it was Contra, which was kind of like a first-person shooter that was 2D. Okay, like think of old Super Mario days, but Call of Duty style. Yeah, that's right. And they made Contra 2 and Contra 3. They got to bring back that franchise, man. It was a great game. I loved it. Good for you. All right, Solly, I remember that. Avi Pros here. Hello, Chris. Late again. Oh, it's great to have you, buddy. Regarding the music part before, have you listened to Two Steps from Hell? I find this music very, very motivating. Okay, I'll do a screen print and I'll take a look. Thank you. Thanks. Appreciate it. All right. And Miguel got it. Actually, Miguel, not bad. Okay. I don't know what Gradius is, but Contra, that's close. All right. Dapsy is saying, what aspects of a business or consulting you see a long-term market for as a freelancer? Anything that involves technology. It can be software writing. It can be graphic design, like my books, whatever. Anything where you don't need to be physically in the same location and you're not making a physical product. It's a virtual product. So outsourcing everything. I outsource everything. I believe companies can only be successful if they have a small company mentality. Even Jeff Bezos at Amazon, no meeting is ever allowed to take place that requires more than 2 pizzas to feed everybody. It's called the 2 pizza rule, and they keep their meetings small. And Jeff and Amazon is still run like a startup. Yeah. Now the thing is, when it comes to consulting, I challenge you, and I say this with love in my heart, to think of business models that are scalable. The problem with consulting, and I think it's a great place to start a career. I started at Accenture. The problem is it's not as scalable as you think. And I think about blitz scaling. Write once, read many. Create this content on Udemy and have the whole world buy it. That sort of thing. And do something you love doing as well. Consulting is not as scalable. I know you can hire a lot of people and pay them next to nothing, which is what Accenture did. When I worked at Accenture, I remember I made $19,000 US a year. I'm dating myself back in '94. And it was bullshit because I remember I was in Canada and the Americans at Accenture made over 30 grand. It was ridiculous. I don't know why we stood up. Even Canadians to this day, man, like anybody from Canada still on this call, I remember the Canadian dollar was at par. And on the inside of books, you still had the Canadian price. Autofocus, good. The Canadian price and the US price. Like why do we put up with that? So anyway. All right, next up here, I've got, hey Chris, how are you? I'm great, how are you, man? What do you think of increasing tax on the richest and conglomerates not paying their fair share, especially as many have been shifting their finances to offshore accounts? Yeah. So a lot of times the rich get wealthy, which is insanely rich, because they actually have, they don't pay much in taxes. Like Warren Buffett, and God bless Warren Buffett, he's actually very open about this. He pays less in taxes percent-wise than his assistant does. It's not right. It's not right. But there's always going to be tax loopholes. It is what it is. It is what it is. But, I mean, I believe that richer people should pay more in tax. Of course. Of course. But at the same time, I don't believe in overtaxing to the extent that it forces people to not want to be in a country to innovate. Forces them to want to leave that country to start a business. I won't go much further than that. Okay, so you got to follow up. Also, I did see you mention offshore accounts before, and I was a bit disappointed you weren't against them, especially as so much tax money is being hidden and the poorest globally are losing out. So it's a little bit different when it comes to offshore banking. Okay, I don't currently have one now, but I did. I set up an offshore bank. I own an offshore bank. Okay, when I had my own hedge fund, and when you operate an investment firm, okay, and here's the logic behind it. It's called a master feeder structure. So you have an account in the country in which you reside. For me, it's the United States. And I also have an account offshore. Okay, and you can do Cayman Islands or you can do the British Virgin Islands. I did that because it's not fair that a European investor is subject to higher American taxes, if it's higher, that is, right? It all depends. It's not fair that an investor I have from Dubai is going to pay American taxes. It's not fair. And I'm not a tax attorney. I never give tax advice to my investors. But I do give my investors the flexibility of deciding to invest domestically in America in my fund, when I used to have it, or offshore in my British Virgin Islands account. It's their call, not mine. I can't police it. I don't know their tax mandates. But if they're going to pay less in taxes by investing in my British Virgin Islands offshore bank, then so be it. They can decide to, I just want to give them flexibility. That's all. It's kind of like I have courses on different platforms online. You can take my courses if you want on Udemy, or you can pay more and take them on Amazon. So it's sort of like that. I know it's not perfect apples to apples, but you want to provide as much flexibility as you can. And by providing that flexibility, I'm not hurting anybody. I'm not hurting people that pay less in tax or pay more in tax. I'm just giving the flexibility. Yeah. Cool, thanks. I'll take a screen print of that. I have so much to do. I'll check it out on Rutger Berman's clips. Okay, screen prints. Mr. Unknown, I think you're 16, right? I remember you. If it's the same Mr. Unknown, you said you're 16 last week. Welcome to the call. So, Mr. Unknown, I see 2 of 2. I don't know what that means. Sorry. But you're saying enough to really enjoy my life instead of investing, saving, and just spend a few pennies a month enjoying life. That's probably a follow-up from a question I can't see here. But just take my complete personal finance course. And I know last week you'd mentioned you're 16. The younger you start saving, the better. And you'll see that if you start saving now, you'll be incredibly wealthy. You're 16 now, you mentioned, by the time you're in your 40s. Just run the numbers in the spreadsheet I showed you last week. Okay. Joshua, hey, finally got to attend the webcast. Welcome, dude. Welcome. I hope you join us again. Thank you. Okay, you bought my course, The Business Plan. Awesome. Awesome. And you wrote here, I did not finish the business plan course because I don't know what business I should engage in. Is drop shipping a worthwhile business? I get this question a lot, and I know what I don't know, and I don't know enough about that. But go to Udemy. There's somebody that made a pretty good drop shipping course. Sorry. Thanks. But I don't want you to do anything that requires inventory, okay? Or be careful. If you're going to get inventory, buy it at the last second, because too much inventory can destroy a company. Just be careful of that. I like virtual goods, like courses online or software, because it's infinitely scalable with no inventory issues. And high margin too. Oh, great. Yeah. Okay. You drink green tea 4 to 5 times a day. And earlier in the call, I mentioned I take a green tea supplement. Oh, you're Moroccan. That's right. Very cool. Very cool. My favorite restaurant, one of my favorite restaurants in New York City, when I used to live in the Upper East Side, was a Moroccan restaurant. I loved it. Their couscous is way better. Okay, next up, I've got Richard Matthews. Hey, Richard. Hi, Chris. I'm 45% into your MBA course. Do you think it's worth paying £50,000 for an MBA from a top UK university? I'm a 40-year-old male, and I've been working in an ad agency for 10 years in London. Thanks. And you have a follow-up here. You're saying, I'm looking for an immediate career change, higher salary, more responsibility, and senior role. I have sales experience, so will this move be reasonable or difficult? I guess I'm trying to find my passion. I'm also doing some other short courses, one on AI, another one on innovation, another one on creative techniques, but I want a higher end role in consulting. Okay. Or creating. Okay. So what I recommend is don't do an MBA unless you've done a lot of networking and you can't change careers. And so what I always recommend is read this book. Go to harounventures.com. Okay. It'll teach you how to network. And if you try to network a lot and you can't change careers, you tried everything, right? Like you try like 100 meetings. And that's not much, because 100 meetings basically means 500 pounds per meeting. Okay. So, which will save you, I mean, it'll be a lot cheaper not to do an MBA, obviously. But if you find that you can't change careers by networking, then I want you to consider doing the MBA, but otherwise don't do it. And if you can do it part-time, that'd be great. So you can work full-time, so you're not out of the workforce that long. Okay. And if you work in a big company, see if they can pay for it. A lot of big companies pay for the MBAs. My wife actually had her MBA covered when she worked at Calvin Klein. We were in New York. It's pretty cool. So only do it if you try to change careers, but you can't. But I guarantee you, my MBA degree program I'm launching later this year is going to help you much more than those ones. that you might take in the UK or anywhere in the world, because it'll teach you practical stuff like how to sell, how to present, how to network even better than the free stuff I give away. How to manage your own money. Most people graduate MBA school, and I have an MBA in finance, and all of us from Columbia, after we graduated, when we all bought houses, we all called our mom and dad and said, how does a mortgage work? So a lot of the practical stuff is not taught to you in business schools, where it really should be. All right. I mentioned the changing seasons. That's why I thought it'd be kind of cool to put that up there. All right. So next question I've got here is, okay, it's from, so hi, Chris. My relationship with my mom is deteriorating. How can one get along with their parents? Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. So it's interesting, because what happens is when you're really, really young, you're close to your parents. And then once you become a teenager, and maybe up to 20 or so, you kind of go this way and you're rebellious. And that's normal. Okay, it happens at the beginning of time. I'm going through it now as well. And then when you get older and you have kids, that bond comes back together, right? So just try to see things from their perspective as well. And sometimes you can't change people and how they think, but they're still your parents and you love them and they love you. So just kind of accept them for, I don't want to say their faults, but maybe let them accept you for their perception of your faults and vice versa, that sort of thing. Unfortunately, you can pick your family, but you can pick your friends, you can't pick your family. So I'm sorry to hear you're going through that. Hopefully it's just an age-related thing for you, and that it'll get better with your mom there, yeah. If you want, you can provide more details, and I can give you a little bit of feedback. But I'm assuming that you're a lot younger, but you tend to get closer to your parents when you get a bit older as well. And just understand one thing though about your parents. Okay, and I tell my kids this, they don't listen, but whatever. Everything they do is because they love you and they want to help you, for the most part. Okay. Like when I tell Dylan to go to bed. It's like, oh, Dad, I want to stay up later. I'm like, well, dude, I want you to grow. I love you. Don't you want to be bigger? And then I'm like, I don't want to be bigger. I want him to stay small forever. And by the way, 90% of all the time you'll ever spend with your kids is reached by the time your kid reaches 12 years old. So whatever it is you got to do at work, if you're working for other people especially, screw it. Like, make sure you don't miss that daddy and son breakfast day, or daddy and daughter breakfast day, whatever it is at work. Don't miss it, because years from now, and this is me, I missed it with Andrew, and I don't even remember what business meeting I had that was too important. I don't remember what it was, but I missed that day with him. So, yeah, can't get that time back. All right, next up. Oh, yeah, Hugo and I, we did exchange a message sometime this past week. Thank you. All right. I agree with Will D. You can be successful and enjoy your life as well. And you're going to find the more successful you get, the more you're criticized. And unjustified criticism is nothing more than a disguised compliment. Please watch my vlog this Sunday. I kind of touch upon that as well. All right. You're welcome, Richard. Thank you for that. All right, I don't see any more questions. We've been going for 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, about 5.5 hours. It's pretty good. If anybody has any additional questions, please type them now. Otherwise, what I'll do is I'll wrap up the call. That's not a threat. I'm happy to go forever. I think what I'll do is I'll wrap it up with, let's go in the background here. All right, I don't see any more questions. Let me see if I can scroll down. We're good. If this was helpful, please click the like button. Within 24 hours, Wrigley usually types up this entire call. So you can go into the description field and you can see all questions that have been asked. So if you missed part of the call, you can click on a certain question. I see the Will of D is saying, wait. Okay, I'll wait. No problem, dude. Take your time, please. Take your time. All right, it's getting chilly in here. I'm going to close the door. Type your questions, okay? I'm here forever. Please. All right. And anybody who's still on the call, if you have questions, ask them now. Thanks. So the question is, do I work in HR? And the answer is no. And if anybody asks a question I didn't answer, just paste it again here, please. You're welcome, Miguel. And so Will is saying, in order to create a charity, shall I separate it from business work or do it as part of a firm? Yeesh. I know you're in Morocco. I don't know that the business code there, but I think that if there's going to be any money changing hands, meaning donations, it's got to be separate. Otherwise, you can run into issues. Talk to an accountant there in Morocco where you're based, though. But in terms of, like, every company has got to be doing some charity work. Otherwise, you can't really respect the management team, right? They're not as ethical as they should be. Like when I worked at Goldman, Goldman's a wonderful place to work. They have something called community teamworks. And what we would do is, it was all different. There's Habitat for Humanity. You could help people build houses. I went up to Haroun with a bunch of people at Goldman, and what we did was we put computers in a poorer school, which was a lot of fun. I loved it. It was great. And you have to dedicate at least a couple days, I think a year, when you work at Goldman to doing stuff like that, which is wonderful. And it makes you respect management more so. So I think that every company should have some sort of charitable side to it as well. I do a lot of charity work here where I am right now. It's just who I am. But you feel a lot better about yourself if you give back. Otherwise, what's the point? Why are we all here? All right. All right. The Will of D is saying, should it be your charity? Should it be in a city, reachable, or assigned to employees, or use my home for it? So I don't know. I don't know what the charitable tax code is there in Morocco. I recommend speaking with a lawyer if you want to. But I think every employee in every company has to be doing some sort of charitable work. And I remember when I went to change the background here for a minute or so. I mean, this is the one I used to use all the time. I remember when I was at Columbia, there's a guy named Henry Kravis that came to guest lecture. And Henry Kravis is this amazing man that basically created the private equity industry. And he was a graduate from Columbia as well, my business school. And by the way, he was a straight C student, right? The grades don't matter, never do. And I was looking forward to him talking about deals. Like there's that great book in private equity called Barbarians at the Gate. And he didn't do that at all. All he did actually was he actually talked about giving time to charity, right? It's not enough to give money. Giving your time, I think, is more important. Because if I teach one person a skill that helps improve themselves, they can in turn teach 100 people throughout their life. It's like a pyramid scheme in a good way. Because I humbly believe that education fixes every problem in the world. And Nelson Mandela, God bless him, he said education is the most powerful weapon that we can use to change the world. And I believe it. So I think everybody should teach as part of their charitable endeavors. And that's why I put up that free course on Udemy every year on how to teach online. I really believe it. I really believe it, and I believe in it. All right, so let's see what else I got here. All right. Okay, I see. You're saying, should I start a charity in my home, my office, on my land, etc.? I think if you start on the internet, it's virtual, right? And see if you can, I challenge all of us to create a platform online to make the world a better place. So it's a very scalable charity. That's what I recommend. All right, so thank you, Ugo, for that. I appreciate that comment. Thank you. Okay, and if I've missed any questions, please let me know. And then Will is saying, would fame help in any way in business? I think it does. It like if you look at, it depends what you define fame as. My God, I'm sounding like a lawyer now. But there's a good book actually you should read if you want. It's by Mark Benioff. I think it's called Above the Clouds. And Mark Benioff, he's a wonderful humanitarian, actually. He's donated so much money here to hospitals and the needy in San Francisco. Mark Benioff, God bless him, he's the founder of Salesforce.com. That's the biggest employer here in San Francisco. And what he did, and I read his book, is the way that he got marketing for his company, right? A lot of PR, is he made friends with a lot of the top technology and finance journalists in the world. And he was controversial too. You know, he'd go on TV, on the Jim Cramer show on CNBC, for example, and he'd say software is dead because cloud computing is going to destroy software, the traditional software business model. He was controversial. He was interesting, provocative in a good way, and he embraced the media. And so, yes, that's kind of like fame in an indirect way, and that helped his business tremendously. And I think everybody should network and meet people that work in the media that have something in common with them. Maybe they went to your school. Well, maybe they're from Morocco as well. And get to know them, help them with their business, and in turn, ask them to write articles about your business. Okay, Soli is asking, what are my favorite video games? Oh, dude, I could go on forever, man. There's so many. I love video games. And I don't know if you saw my vlog from past week, but I threw on Clash of Clans in the background and SimCity as well. SimCity is probably my favorite. I got a chance to meet with or see Will Wright, who founded a company called Maxis, and he sold it to Electronic Arts. And he's the guy that created The Sims and SimCity and all that stuff. And I love SimCity because that's how I learned about business. I learned about bonds, right? And when I was the mayor of the city in this SimCity game, you know, the way to raise money to build a bridge or whatever it is to issue bonds. Then you have to pay the bonds back. And then you have a tax advisor and an advisor for every subsector in the economy. So you're kind of working on customer service with all these advisors. It's a lot of fun. And you can learn about business too. And the music is just so relaxing. It's like listening to the Inception soundtrack. It just puts me in that different frame of mind, like anything Hans Zimmer writes. So yeah, SimCity, I play every rendition of SimCity ever. And I still love it, even though they screwed up the last one by making you play online. And then they made it client-server offline based eventually. So every version of SimCity I've ever played. SimCity 2000 came out in 94, was probably the most revolutionary one. It was way ahead of its time. It was kind of like Mario 64. Remember how Super Mario 64, how advanced that was. It was freaking groundbreaking. It was a masterpiece of the time. Right. So, and I even played the black and white version of SimCity back in the 80s. On my Mac Plus, which changed my life. Right, that computer is amazing, and I love software. Anything involves software is fun for me, be it video games or PowerPoint or Photoshop, or Final Cut Pro or whatever. It's just fun for me, and I can't. It's just not fun for me to work if I'm not using software. And I love video games. I'm glad I wore this shirt. I wasn't sure if I should. But other games, Super Mario Galaxy. It's so cool having kids because you get to be a kid again. Like, I remember my older kids, Andrew and Matthew, they said, Dad, can you help me with a level in Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2? And I was like, okay, fine. So I love those games. And I invested a lot in the video game market. I know it really, really well. And I remember when I worked at Citadel, big hedge fund, they sent me to Tokyo. And I met with the CFO of Nintendo. Nintendo's headquarters were in Osaka, but I met with the CFO in Tokyo. And the CFO was expecting me to ask all these finance-related questions. And he was shocked. He actually kind of smiled. It was out of character for him. The first question I asked was this. I said, I love your Mario games. I've always loved your Mario games. Like the Super Mario, like the whole adventure ones, right? Why don't you make them every year? Like, why do we have to wait 5 years for like a new Super Mario? Like Super Mario Odyssey, which was another masterpiece. Like, why is, like, for example, the next version of that not going to come out for 4 or 5 years? And he said something interesting. He said, well, I want you to think about Walt Disney. If all Walt Disney did, the Walt Disney Corporation, was make a movie about Mickey Mouse every year, and maybe Donald Duck every now and then, they would put all their eggs in one basket from a non-diversification perspective, and their portfolio would be stale, and you can't only have a company with one product that's going to be successful longer term. And so Disney, created a bunch of other IP as well. Lion King. We'll see if Will Smith does well in the new version of Aladdin. And a lot of other IP over the years. And eventually they bought Pixar because they just couldn't make great content internally anymore. He said, the same developers that make the Mario games, and there's only a handful that can do it perfectly. Those are the same developers that work on Zelda, Pokemon, and Pikmin, and other IP. Pikmin's a great game, by the way. I don't know if you played it, but Miyamoto-san, who I got to see once at a Consumer Electronics Show when I worked at Goldman years ago, Miyamoto-san, who's the brilliant dude at Nintendo, he created Pikmin when he was a kid in his backyard. He pretended that there's these little guys walking around his backyard. So I'm a sucker for that. I love a lot of the Nintendo stuff, but I also love first-person shooters. I love Horizon Zone. I love anything that Naughty Dog Studio makes. Right? It's kind of like you only want to invest in a company if it's a good management team. Well, a lot of the times I only want to buy video games if it's made by certain studios. Like anything Naughty Dog makes, I'll buy. They made Uncharted 1, 2, 3, 4. Brilliant. Indiana Jones should have had a series like that from LucasArts. But LucasArts doesn't have the management team or the incredible developers that Naughty Dog have. Naughty Dog also made a great game called The Last of Us, which scares the crap out of me. I had to play with the lights on. And they're coming out with The Last of Us Part 2. That should be this year or next year, I think. And character development's amazing. And a lot of video game companies don't get it. Like Halo, I'm done with Halo. Right? I started out playing that. There's just there's Master Chief, whatever, but there's just no character development there. Gears of War used to be great, with great character development and stuff. Anyway, it all comes down to the studio. And of course, I'll buy the next Grand Theft Auto. GTA 5 was made in 2013. It's still a masterpiece today, and people are still buying it. And you can tell because they don't really cut the pricing point much. So anyway, it's I love all Grand Theft Auto titles. Vice City is my favorite one. I just love the music. It was like the 80s for me. It's like Miami Vice, kind of fun, whatever. But GTA 5 is incredible. Even though they stereotype Canadians, there's actually one funny scene. Actually, I shouldn't say I'm not going to mention what it was, but it involved the U.S. Army and a Canadian, a jerk Canadian named Trevor in GTA 5. I'm sure whoever knows what that means in the call, the one person is laughing at that. So anyway, I like those games. Yeah. So, all right, let's see what else I got here. But I never really got into Zelda. Like I use Zelda to teach concepts in my complete cryptocurrency course. What I said was the link between, these are Zelda characters, they fell apart, but the link between two cryptocurrencies is the hash address. And then I had Zelda. Actually, it's Link. That's why it's Link, the character. The head fell off. Sorry, Link. Here. So that was the link. So that number is on this cryptocurrency block as well. So blockchain, I should say. So anyway, that's that. So all right. So next up is, do you think it's worth making a job move as a business development role at a big tech firm? Or what's the best industry role to move into right now? Given my Asian experience. Okay, thanks, Richard. So Richard mentioned that he's around 40. One of my people, excellent. And he's thinking about doing an MBA, but he's not sure because he wants to get into a more senior role, etc. So it depends what you want, Richard. And like we're pretty young. We still are. Like the average age of somebody starting a company in America, for example. I know that you're in the UK. The average age of somebody starting a company here is 52. And the average life expectancy between the year 1950 and today has increased by 26 years. So the whole mentality of how you and I grew up, thinking that 55, 65, 70, whatever is retirement age is wrong. You got to add 26 years to that. And so here's a revelation, say, for all of us. You and I are 26 years younger than we think. So, for example, if you're 46, you're really 20. So I mention this because what I want you to do is I want you to think of your longer term career goals. I want you to go on a long walk and write down your goals, your 10-year goals. And whatever your 10-year goals are, that should determine what kind of job you should get in the near term, be it business development like you wrote or anything else. And it's got to be something that you're really passionate about. And it all depends because we're all different. Do you want to become CEO of a huge tech firm? Then yeah, maybe going to business development works. But then again, you got to find out what's the background of the CEO at that huge tech company. And every huge tech company. Is it engineering? Is it sales? Maybe you should have a background like that too then, if that's what you want. I'm just trying to help you solve for X. There's a gap analysis. Go for that long walk, and once you realize what your perfect life is, and please don't be conservative when you write down your goals, but once you realize what your perfect life is in 10 years, then what you can do is you can solve for X, right? There's a gap, and you got to fill it out. It's kind of like Jeff Bezos at Amazon. What he does is every year he has all of his product managers write a press release that's going to be released one day in the future, or 1 year in the future. And then he asks them to fill that gap to make that press release come true. So if you want, make your resume. That's what it's going to look like in 10 years, your perfect resume, okay, and your perfect life. And then fill that gap. And then you want to network and find people that have actually done what it is you want to do and meet with them. Use LinkedIn, like I mentioned in my networking book. Set up meetings with them and find out how they did it. Use their blueprint. But it all depends on what you want to accomplish in your life in 10 years. Then you can start working towards that goal. Okay, so Ray Seals is saying, hey Ray, started working, I just finished watching Ray Donovan, season 6. It's so good. It's on Showtime. It's amazing. Okay. I just started working through your complete business plan course on Udemy. So much information to go through, which is good. Any tips? Feeling a bit overwhelmed. Yeah. I get that complaint a bunch, actually. Like I tend to overdo it. Like my courses, like my complete cryptocurrency course is 24 hours. And from a business decision perspective, people are thinking it's a little ridiculous, Chris. Why would you make a course that's way longer than every other course out there in the sector? You could have made shorter courses and made a lot more money. Well, I'm not motivated by profit. I'm motivated by my heart first, right? And just whatever. So that's an issue. So you don't have to take all of my courses, like all the content in any one particular course. Just kind of use it like it's a menu and just pick and choose what you want. And so, Ray, by the same token, as you look through the outline of my course, it's too much information. I wouldn't do the financial section later in the course unless you're 100% positive that your business model is awesome based on what you've done in steps 1, 2, and 3. Okay. And that course will actually not only help you create a successful business, but it will convince you also not to start a company based on all the qualitative and quantitative criteria. So you don't have to take the whole course. Yeah. And I try to add really value-added stuff towards the beginning of all my courses now because I know, unfortunately, that it is what it is. It's the reality. Most people don't finish courses. My entire MBA course, a lot of people finish it. It's been great. But other courses, people just don't finish them. And you know what? I'm guilty too of that. I take a bunch of courses, but I don't finish them. I just kind of pick and choose what's interesting to me. You don't have to finish all the courses. But thanks for the feedback. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, next up on this is from Elena. Hey, Elena, how are you? Applied for a new position almost 8 weeks ago. It's been 6 weeks since the phone interview, and I'm still waiting. What kind of email can I send the manager about expecting news? I'm impatient. Okay, great. So when you see the replay of this call, Ellen, towards the beginning of the call, somebody asked a similar question. Just click on that to watch it because I go into a lot of detail. The bottom line is this. Make sure that you don't ask them, how am I doing? How's my application doing? Just send an email saying, hope all is well. Based on our meeting, I remember we talked about this. Here's an interesting article I thought I'd share with you about this as well. Thanks again. Have a great weekend. Okay. That's it. And the person that received that will probably, they'll know. They'll be like, oh, that's kind of nice. Thanks. Oh, by the way, let me call HR. Elaine just left me this really cool. Yeah, Elaine was the guy that interviewed here 6 weeks ago. Good dude. He just sent me this great email. I want to put it in a positive word for him, but I also want to know, HR person, if we have feedback on, is he going to make the next round? Okay, thanks. Then they'll email you back. But you want to add value. And again, watch the replay of this call earlier on because I go into a lot more detail than that. Okay. And the Willa D is saying, I love Pokemon and Super Mario. Yeah, no, it's great. No, I love that. I love Mario games. They're amazing. Who would have thought, man? And Miyamoto-san, when I saw him years ago in Vegas, that consumer electronics shop, when Nintendo used to go to those things, I don't think they go anymore. I don't know. But Miyamoto-san, when he was there, he said something. He was pitching the Pikmin game, and it was brand new IP or intellectual property at the time, and a lot of people didn't get it. And when people didn't get it, he then took a step back, and all the investors, whatever that matter on Wall Street, I was at Goldman at the time. What he said to the investors was this: if I told you that I was going to make a video game, about this Italian plumber, and then there's this woman called Peach, and the plumber's got to get hammers from the sky and hit barrels that monkeys throw or ape throws or whatever Donkey Kong throws. I don't know why he's called Donkey. But do you think that would do well? Like if he told people that years ago, everyone would have thought it's crazy. So anyway, he just did what he's most passionate about. He always has. And Miyamoto-san has never done anything for the money. It's all been passion. And anybody that creates any successful product or service or piece of media, like a song, whatever, it's not about the money. It's about doing something you're passionate about. And that's why they're so good at what they do. Just watch Lady Gaga's Oscar speech award, and you'll know what I mean. I can't believe I just mentioned Lady Gaga. And by the way, she got her name. She created her name after she heard the song Radio Gaga by Queen. Okay. Now I'm really dating myself. All right. Bohemian Rhapsody, though, is just that song is just a freaking masterpiece, man. All right. What's next here? Chris, I'm asking too many questions because joining your webcast is the best part of my week. Oh, my God. God bless you, dude. Thank you for that. Please. Thank you. This is the best part of my week, too. I love this. It's fun. I don't want it to end either. Ever. It's fun. It's fun. And the only way I can do a call that's like, this is about 6 hours so far without a break. It's because I love it. It's like when I used to code, and any techies in the call, you'll know what I mean. When you code and 10 hours goes by like that, you don't realize it. Because you're in the zone, you're coding, it's fun, like a video game. This is fun. And I want to help everybody, live their life on their own terms and find a profession that's not a job. It's something you're passionate about. Then I've done my job. That's all I want. All right, so Elena's saying, I wasn't able to find your answer last week. Do you offer courses about financial statements, reading, analyzing, and calculating ratios? Thanks. Okay, so Elena, you asked earlier also about what can I give somebody or how can I find out how I'm doing in the interview. So if you take my complete job course, and there's a number of templates that you can complete those templates and give them to the people that you interviewed with. Okay, email them because I know you mentioned you haven't heard back from them in 6 weeks. So so in terms of my course on financial statements, there's a short one called Introduction to Finance Accounting, Modeling and Valuation. It's really good. And it's, I'm proud of it. That wasn't very humble to say that. Sorry about that. But I got a D in accounting the first time I took it. And I got a D because I was memorizing stuff. And, when I was in high school, I did well because I memorized stuff. And then when I got to university, I didn't do well at first at McGill University because I was memorizing stuff. And you can't do well at university if you memorize stuff. You have to understand it. That's why I got a D in accounting at McGill. I thought my life was over. I had to take it again. And I got a D because I was memorizing stuff. You have to understand financial ratios and financial statements. And once you understand them and really understand the formulas and what they mean, then you'll learn how to read financial statements like a good book. And that's what that course does. I teach it in a more visual way, a more visual and fun and engaging way as well. Okay, so it's called Introduction to Finance, Accounting, Valuation, and Modeling. Please take that course. That'll help you out tremendously. And if it doesn't, there's a money-back guarantee as always. Okay. Will these, I always tell you, I'll make you proud of me, man. Awesome, dude. Awesome, Will. Well, I want you to do great things over there in Morocco, dude. Awesome. Okay, and Richard's saying, thank you, bro. Oh, you're welcome, dude. More respect and love right back at you. Okay, and then Ray Sales is saying, I'm not complaining. I appreciate the energy. I like the spreadsheet. Oh, no, that's not what I meant at all. I do. It just reminded me of people in the past, and I'm trying to make shorter course. It's just so hard for me, man. I can't do anything. I didn't take it that way. Please don't. I love you, brother. Okay, but I had a buddy named Ray. We call him Ray FK. I don't know why. Maybe like politics, but. I can't do anything half-assed. You know, it's if I do anything I don't enjoy, I suck at it. If I do something I like, I go all out, right? But I have to, like this call, like WTF, which means why the face. Actually, my mom once in an email I wrote WTF. She asked me what it meant, and I said why the face. And she started writing emails, and some of her older bridge partner friends questioned her on that. That was a long conversation at the Haroun household. But I love you, Mom, if you're watching, which I know she's not. But no, I can't do anything half-assed. Like this call, like find me one other person on Udemy that would do a call this long. Now, I'm not being competitive and a jerk about it, but I love this. This is not a business. This is fun. This is fun. So I can't do anything half-assed. I think when I make courses, I have to go all out. Like this YouTube course I'm making with Sasha Stevenson, it's taking a bit too long. It's my fault, not hers. It's my fault. I'm just putting too much stuff into it. I can't be half-assed. I can't be half-assed. So I just love going all out. In that complete cryptocurrency course I made last year, I mean, I went all out. I lost my voice. I was sick. Look at this. I've only drank that much water. This whole call, disaster on my part. Yeah. All right, so Daniels is saying, would it be worth to list somehow on LinkedIn a list of the webinars we see that are related to our field or career? My idea is to show our passion, focus, and commitment. Yeah, so you can do that, absolutely. So if you go to I stopped updating my LinkedIn profile when it comes to articles I've written, just because too much time on my hands. I've written too many. I remember when I first did when I got interviewed in Forbes or I wrote an article in Wired Magazine, a bunch of other places. I used to put them up right away. And then it's just whatever. It's just too much stuff to put up. But I put up my TEDx talk as well. You can put anything up you want, man. Any videos you want, and that will help you a lot. You know why? Because nobody does it. You know, so if I were redoing my LinkedIn profile now, I'd probably create a video. And I was younger. I'd probably create a video explaining who I am right at the beginning of my LinkedIn profile. And you can click on it, and nobody does that. That's why. Kind of like books. I always recommend that people write books, and I provide you with the tools on how to do it. Because you walk into an interview and you bring a book, who does that? Nobody. How badly do you want this job? So yes, I agree with that. Alpha Dragons, hey, 2 thumbs up, Chris. Love playing games with my kids. Awesome, dude. Awesome. Me too. It's the best. It's the best. Dude, you know what I played recently? Oh, it's a great game. I don't care how old you are, how young or whatever. There's this awesome Toad game, which I bought for the Wii, and then we got it for the Wii U, and then we got it for the Switch. It's amazing. It's the Toad actually from Mario. Hi, I'm 7. 7.5 actually. No, it's the Toad from Mario, or the Mushroom Dude, I should say. Why did I say Toad? Anyway, so Mushroom Dude. And he walks around all these puzzles. It's fun, dude. Get it. Just trust me, get it. It's fun. Your kids will love it as well. The only thing is you can't jump. But aside from that, it's amazing. Oh my God, it's amazing. You got to get it. You got to get it. All right. All right. The Willow D is saying, and for my email, I'm sorry. I tried making it the shortest I can. Okay, thanks. I'll check it out. It's 2 summer. Okay, thank you. And then Richard is saying, Chris, this has been my best YouTube experience so far. Thank you, Richard. God bless you. Much love. Much more love to you. You also love The Sims and GTA Vice City. Gonna follow all your channels. Awesome. Awesome, dude. Thank you. I love Vice City. I downloaded it again on my iPad, right? And I've been playing through it. I can't show the kids it yet. Although I know for a fact they've been playing Vice City, right? You can't hide it. It's hard. They go to their friend's house. I love it. I love it. Okay, great. Thank you. And Ugo's saying, love what you said about your mom using WTF. Why the face? I actually got that from that TV show Modern Family. People say that I'm like Phil, you know, that the kind of nerdy dad from Modern Family. That's me. I guess it's right. Yeah. Yeah. It's a great show. It's coming to an end though, man. Coming to an end after years. Okay, so yeah, you love what you said about my mom using WTF. It reminded me of me using edutainment, a word I coined at the age of 10 without patenting it. Wow, I owe you royalties for using it. Dude, you know what? My license plate is edutain. I got that, yeah, here in California. It's on my license plate. I wear my heart in my sleeve, right? That's cool, man. Very cool. Wow. Okay, Willow D is saying, well, it seems This is the end for today's webcast. Chris, man, we love you. Love you more, brother. From east to west, you're the best. Oh, thank you, dude. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, Captain Toad. Yes. You're playing that game too. Okay, that's what I meant. Okay, the mushroom guy, the toad guy. Yeah. That's awesome. It is so good. It's so good. Excellent. All right. Let me see. Okay. Okay. Any more questions? So if you have a question, type them now, or I'm going to end the webcast. It's not a threat. Just throwing it out there. And I want to end with. Oh, my pleasure. Thank you, Danios. Thank you. And a lot of times after I leave the call, a lot of people write stuff. If I don't respond, I do see it, and thank you. But I'm going to wrap it up with the Transamerica Tower here in the background, beautiful city of San Francisco. So I want to thank you all for your time today. This has been a lot of fun. If you've subscribed to my vlog, I will see you mañana. My daily vlog comes out. It hits YouTube at 11 o'clock my time. If you don't, then I will see you next week at the same time on this weekly call. This has been a blast. Thank you all so much, and God bless you. Have a wonderful weekend. Good night and love from Oxford. Right back at you, Ugo. And have a blessed Friday as well, Will of D in Morocco. And thank you, Sirkan. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right, have a good one, guys. Take care. Thanks. I'll see you. See you next week, and click the like button if this was helpful at all. Thank you, Alpha Dragon. Play Toad, okay? Oh, the new version of Toad actually on the Switch. You can go through the old courses from Super Mario Odyssey. So we haven't gotten there yet, but we'll get there soon. Okay, maybe I'll go play that now with my kids. I'm into Red Dead Redemption though. I got to finish that as well. All right, guys, have a great weekend. Thanks again. Thank you.